Welcome to Learn English While You Sleep. You'll hear English spoken in a natural way by listening to stories about real people and real events. As you listen, your brain will naturally absorb correct English pronunciation, correct sentence structure, and even the meaning of words and phrases. You can listen to this lesson actively, or you can play it in the background as you sleep, go for a long drive, or do chores. Either way, your brain is learning and your English will improve. Let's begin with the true life story of Colonel Sanders, the founder of KFC. Harlan David Sanders, better known as Colonel Sanders, encountered many setbacks and obstacles before he became the success we know today. Of course, notice that pronunciation of colonel. Colonel. It sounds nothing like the spelling. Repeat after me. Colonel. Colonel. Colonel Sanders. And notice here, encounter setbacks and obstacles. So you can use encounter as the verb to go with setbacks and obstacles. A setback is a noun. It's a delay or problem that prevents progress, or it makes it difficult to achieve a goal. For example, the business faced a significant setback when their main supplier increased prices. Notice I used faced. That is also a collocation. So you can say encountered or more casually faced. Don't worry about taking these notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now, an obstacle. Repeat after me. Obstacle. This is a noun. It's also something that blocks or hinders progress or achievement. For example, one obstacle for many English learners, maybe you, is understanding natives in the real world. Is that an obstacle you face? And maybe you're thinking, well, Jennifer's lessons will help me overcome this obstacle. So you encounter or face an obstacle and you overcome an obstacle. So what do you think? Do you think my lessons will help you overcome this obstacle? If you do, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's continue the story. Born in 1890, Sanders worked various odd jobs throughout his life to make ends meet, including farming, working as a steamboat fireman, and running a service station in Corbin, Kentucky. Notice that preposition. He was born in 1890. If you have a specific calendar date, you need to change the preposition. He was born on September 9th, 1890. Now, do you know what an odd job is? This is a noun, and it's a small, temporary, or informal task or work, and it often requires little skill or training. For example, while studying, he took on several odd jobs to support himself. Now notice, to support himself, I could also say to make ends meet, which we have in our story. This is an idiom and it means to earn just enough money to cover your basic living expenses. For example, after his company closed, he struggled to make ends meet by working odd jobs. Let's continue. In the service station, he served meals and his fried chicken became popular with customers. Notice here, to become popular. We use the verb become and conjugated in the past simple, became, to talk about the transition from not popular to popular. So you might ask, how did Colonel Sanders become famous? Well, that's what we're learning right now, so let's continue the story. However, when a new highway was built, fewer customers stopped by, and he had to close his restaurant. Now notice the use of however. This is an adverb, and it's used to introduce a contrast. For example, she studied hard for her exam. That's positive. She didn't pass. That's negative. We can connect them together by saying, however, she didn't pass. But you can reverse the order of the contrast. You can say she didn't study for the exam, which is a negative. She passed, which is a positive. However, she passed. Now let's talk about to stop by. This is a useful phrasal verb to have in your vocabulary. It means to visit briefly or for a short period of time, often informally. For example, she stopped by my office to drop off the documents before her meeting. So maybe she didn't have an appointment, so that's informally, or it was a very brief, very fast visit. Let's continue. Sanders had tried and failed at several other ventures, including selling insurance and operating a failed restaurant. Do you know what a venture is? This is a noun, and it's a business or activity that involves taking risks in the hope of making a profit or simply achieving something. We often use this in the business world. Starting a tech company is a risky venture. A risky venture, it's a noun. But it can also be very rewarding. But is the casual, everyday form of however. So notice it's also used for that contrast. Risky, rewarding. That's the contrast. We can combine them together with but or however. Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson. Let's keep going. Despite his financial struggles and constant disappointments, he refused to give up on his dream. Just like you refuse to give up, right? Let's talk about despite. This is a preposition, and it's used to introduce a fact or situation that contrasts with or makes the following statement surprising or unexpected. For example, despite the rain, the event was a huge success. So there's a contrast there because you think the rain would negatively impact the success. So that's the surprise. Despite the rain, the event was a huge success. Let's keep going. At 65 years old, notice years with an S and then old. You can say at 65 or at 65 years old. At 65 years old, with only a small pension, he gave it another shot. To give something a shot, this is a very useful idiom. Natives use it a lot, and it means to try something. You should give learning phrasal verbs a shot. Try learning phrasal verbs. Now, to give something another shot means to try again. But you try again because there was a failed attempt. So you give it a shot, you fail, and you give it another shot, which means you try again. Let's keep going. He traveled across the country cooking for restaurant owners and offering them his secret recipe. He made a deal. They could use his recipe, and in return, he would get a small percentage of their sales. Let's talk about in return. You can also say in exchange. This is a phrase, and it means that you give something in order to get something. For example, she stayed late on Wednesday, so she gave her time. But what did she receive? So you can say, and in return, or and in exchange, she left early on Friday. So she gave her time on Wednesday, but then she received time back on Friday. In return, in exchange. Let's keep going. He faced rejection after rejection. Notice that collocation, you face rejection. He faced rejection after rejection with exactly 1,009 people turning him down. Can you believe that? 1,009 people turning him down. So to turn someone down, that means to reject someone. And the him was Colonel Sanders. So it's saying 1,009 people rejected Colonel Sanders. Now let's use despite. You can say despite being rejected. You need the gerund verb after despite. Despite being rejected 1,009 times, Colonel Sanders gave it another shot. He tried again, even though he failed 1,009 times. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Let's continue. Finally, Sanders got a yes. What followed was nothing short of extraordinary. I like this phrase, nothing short of, and then you can have a positive adjective. This is used to emphasize that something is completely or entirely remarkable or impressive or whatever positive adjective. You can say the team's effort was nothing short of extraordinary. So you're saying it was extremely remarkable, impressive, incredible, astonishing. Those are all synonyms that you can use instead of extraordinary. Let's continue. Sanders built up a massive empire with KFC, a globally recognized brand that is still famous today. Notice that phrasal verb to build up. This means to develop or increase something, but gradually over time. So it didn't happen overnight. It built up gradually over time. So you could say she worked hard to build up her vocabulary with phrasal verbs, idioms, and expressions, which is exactly what you're doing right now. Let's continue. By the way, Sanders wasn't a real colonel. The title came from a Kentucky governor who made him an honorary colonel in recognition of his contribution to Kentucky's cuisine. Sanders embraced the title and became known as Colonel Sanders. Did you know that? Did you know that he wasn't a real colonel? Notice how this paragraph started with by the way. By the way. This is an idiom. It's used to introduce a new subject or to give further information. So let's talk about a new subject. Maybe you're talking to your colleague or coworker and you say, once you update the report, please send it to the client. Now you want to say something not related to that. You can say, by the way, I'm working from home tomorrow, or anything else that isn't related. By the way, did you notice the silent H in honorary? First of all, notice how I use by the way because I just transitioned away from the last point to a new point. But did you notice that? Honorary, honorary. The same thing for honor because honorary comes from the word honor, no H, and also hour, hour. Those are very common silent H's. Let's continue. Through every challenge, Colonel Sanders proved that perseverance and self-belief are the true secret recipe for success. Do you appreciate the last line in this story? I appreciate it because it is a clever use of language. We call this a play on words, a play on words. Do you know why this is a clever use of language? Well, you may know that KFC has a secret recipe. It's part of the reason it's popular. It became popular because of the secret recipe, which contains 11 herbs and spices. But here, they're using secret recipe in a different way. They're using it to refer to the traits and qualities that made him successful. That's the recipe for his success. So it's a clever use of language. Now I'll read the story in full from start to finish. Harlan David Sanders, better known as Colonel Sanders, encountered many setbacks and obstacles before he became the success we know today. Born in 1890, Sanders worked various odd jobs throughout his life to make ends meet, including farming, working as a steamboat fireman, and running a service station in Corbin, Kentucky. In the service station, he served meals, and his fried chicken became popular with customers. However, when a new highway was built, fewer customers stopped by, and he had to close his restaurant. Sanders had tried and failed at several other ventures, including selling insurance and operating a failed restaurant. Despite his financial struggles and constant disappointments, he refused to give up on his dream. At 65 years old, with only a small pension, he gave it another shot. He traveled across the country cooking for restaurant owners and offering them his secret recipe. He made a deal. They could use his recipe, and in return, he would get a small percentage of their sales. He faced rejection after rejection, with exactly 1,009 people turning him down. He weathered endless disappointment, but refused to let it deter him. Finally, after all the rejections, Sanders got a yes. What followed was nothing short of extraordinary. Sanders built up a massive empire with KFC, a globally recognized brand that is still famous today. By the way, Sanders wasn't a real colonel. The title came from a Kentucky governor who made him an honorary colonel in recognition of his contribution to Kentucky's cuisine. Sanders embraced the title and became known as Colonel Sanders. Through every challenge, Colonel Sanders proved that perseverance and self-belief are the true secret recipe for success. Bob's misadventures at work. Do you know what a misadventure is? A misadventure means bad luck or an experience with a bad result. For example, you could say our vacation quickly turned into a misadventure. Now let's start our story and learn about Bob's misadventures at work. Bob was thrilled when he landed a job at Tech Solutions, but his first day was a disaster. He spilled coffee on his boss's desk, and her stern look made him realize he was in trouble. So we already know that Bob has some bad luck. This is a misadventure. Now notice here, landed. Bob landed. This means to get. In the past, of course, got. So you can think of it as received. We commonly use this with jobs. I landed the job. I'm thrilled. So notice Bob was thrilled. To be thrilled, and then you conjugate your verb. And if you're thrilled, this means you're extremely happy. Other alternatives, you could say Bob was very happy. It sounds less than thrilled. Or you could say ecstatic, which sounds about the same or even more. Over the moon, that's a fun idiom that means very happy. On cloud nine, you could say Bob was beyond happy, or you could say Bob was jumping for joy. Now let's look at this sentence structure. Bob was thrilled when he landed a job. The model here is I or someone, was our verb to be in the past, and then any adjective. I was thrilled when, and then you need a past simple clause. A clause is a subject, a verb, and an object. For example, I was thrilled or I was ecstatic over the moon when my student told me he passed the IELTS. Or you could say, I was thrilled when Jennifer responded to my comment. This is a great structure to practice. Let's continue on and notice this important word, but. But. This is used as a contrasting point because we have thrilled, which is extremely happy, but then we have disaster, which is negative. So but helps you transition. Now let's look at to be a disaster. Notice that verb to be and then a disaster. We use this to say to go very wrong, resulting in problems or failures. You can say it was, it being the situation, my first day at work, it was a disaster. You could sound even stronger and say catastrophe. Repeat after me, catastrophe. Or you could say it was a debacle. It was a train wreck. That's a very common one. It was a nightmare. All of those are alternatives. And why was it a disaster for poor Bob? Because he spilled coffee on his boss's desk. Here, spilled is a verb. I accidentally spilled my coffee. Now you can also use it as a noun. Here's a rag to clean up your spill. So this functions as a noun. You can also use it as an adjective. Here's a rag to clean up your spilled coffee. So spilled modifies coffee. It's an adjective. And notice stern. His boss's stern look. Stern. This means serious, strict, or firm. So you could say, my boss is stern. Or my boss always has a stern expression. So you can use it to describe someone's expression, or you can describe the person. And notice our pronoun and possessive agreement. He spilled his coffee. The coffee belongs to Bob. On his boss's desk. The desk belongs to the boss, but who does the boss belong to? Bob. That's why it's his boss's desk. You could say he spilled his coffee on her desk because the desk belongs to the boss, which is female, her desk. Let's continue our story. Determined to make up for it, Bob worked late to finish a report, only to discover it was due 2 days earlier. He felt like he'd really dropped the ball. Let's review determined to make up for it. This is an adverbial phrase. It modifies the main clause, which is the main sentence. Determined, this is a past participle. It describes Bob's state of mind at that time. You could say Bob was determined to make up for it, so he worked late to finish the report. You could also say Bob worked late to finish the report because he was determined to make up for it. Now let's review to make up for something. This is very commonly used because it means to right a wrong, to rectify a mistake. You could say to your husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, I'm so sorry, I forgot our anniversary. I promise I'll make up for it. I'll right this wrong. I'll rectify this mistake. You could also say, I'm so sorry I forgot our anniversary. I promise I'll make it up to you. Notice the slight variation. Here it's to make something up to someone. Same meaning, to rectify a mistake, to right a wrong. Now let's look at to drop the ball. This is a very common idiom. It means to make a mistake, but because you failed to take action. For example, I asked you to book the reservation a month ago, and now there's no availability because you failed to take action. So you can say, I know, I dropped the ball. You're admitting that you failed to take action. I know I dropped the ball. I'm so sorry. I promise I'll make it up to you. I'll right this wrong. Let's continue the story. Still, he didn't throw in the towel. He volunteered to give a presentation. But on the day of the presentation, he accidentally broke the projector and didn't have a hard copy of the presentation. Notice another idiom to throw in the towel. Do you know what that means? If you throw in the towel, it means you give up, you accept defeat. Learning English can be difficult at times, but I'm not going to throw in the towel, right? Right? You can say, I'm going to stick with it. If you stick with something, the it being learning English, it means you continue doing something difficult. And that describes you, right? You're going to stick with it. You're not going to throw in the towel. If that describes you, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Let's look at he volunteered to give a presentation. Of course, you can say I'm a volunteer. This is a noun form. I'm a volunteer. You can say every Saturday I volunteer. That's the verb. I volunteer at a local animal shelter. Now let's say in the workplace, like in Bob's situation, your boss says, who has time to pick up the client from the airport? And you say, I can do it. In this case, you volunteered to do it. So volunteered is a verb in the past simple. You volunteered to do it. So if you volunteer in the workplace, it means you complete extra duties without compensation. Let's keep going with our story. Hoping for a fresh start, Bob brought donuts to the office. But after getting stuck in traffic, he arrived late. As he passed them out, he tripped and spilled coffee again. His boss, half amused, said, maybe this is a sign you should give up your coffee habit. Let's review hoping for a fresh start. This is a participle phrase. It explains why Bob did the action. Now, a fresh start, this is an opportunity to begin again. We commonly refer to events such as New Year's, birthdays, new jobs, new relationships, even new locations as a fresh start. It's an opportunity for you to begin again. Let's look at, but after getting stuck in traffic, he arrived late. So when Bob got to work, he could say, sorry, I'm late. I was stuck in traffic. So notice here it's to be, the verb to be stuck in traffic. The verb to be describes your current state. I was, at that time, stuck in traffic. Now, you could also say, I hope we don't get stuck in traffic. So using the verb get to get stuck in traffic, this is the transition from not stuck to stuck. Now let's look at as he passed them out. To pass or to hand something out means to distribute to a group. Of course, the teacher passed out the practice exercises, but you can use this in other situations. The store handed out coupons, distributed coupons to the customers. As he passed them out, he tripped and spilled coffee again. Poor Bob. So trip, this is when you catch your foot on an object. Compare that to slip. When you slip, you slide on a slippery surface. You could say, I tripped on the rock, but I regained my balance. So if you regained your balance, it sounds like you didn't fall. Let's look at his boss, half amused. Half amused. This describes a mixed reaction. So partially amused, which is another way of saying entertained, but not entirely. So also partially the opposite emotion, which could be annoyed or upset because he spilled another coffee. So the boss could say, if you spill another coffee, you're fired. Ooh, you're fired. And I'm only half joking. We use this a lot to say I'm half joking. This means I'm partially serious, but partially joking. I'm half joking. So now that you understand all the vocabulary, let's read the story from start to finish. Bob's misadventures at work. Bob was thrilled when he landed a job at Tech Solutions, but his first day was a disaster. He spilled coffee on his boss's desk, and her stern look made him realize he was in trouble. Determined to make up for it, Bob worked late to finish a report, only to discover it was due 2 days earlier. He felt like he'd really dropped the ball. Still, he didn't throw in the towel. He volunteered to give a presentation. But on the day of the presentation, he accidentally broke the projector and didn't have a hard copy of the presentation. Hoping for a fresh start, Bob brought donuts to the office. But after getting stuck in traffic, he arrived late. As he passed them out, he tripped and spilled coffee again. His boss, half amused, said, "Maybe this is a sign you should give up your coffee habit." Today, you'll learn English through story. We'll read together the true story of Cleopatra's rise, fall, and lasting legacy. Let's start the story. Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of ancient Egypt, was a ruler known for her intelligence, political savvy, and dramatic life. Born into royalty, she was determined to keep Egypt independent from Rome's growing power. First, let's clarify the pronunciation. Did you notice I said pharaoh? Pharaoh, so that PH is pronounced as an F, pharaoh. And ancient. I know this is a word that students struggle with. Repeat after me, ancient. Ancient. Now, let's look at the phrase to be known for. Following this phrase, you can use a noun or a gerund. This means you're famous because of something. For example, maybe you would tell your friends, Jennifer is known for her practical English lessons. Notice I use this phrase with a noun, practical English lessons, that's a something. But you could equally use a verb, a gerund verb, and say Jennifer is known for creating practical lessons. So is that something you would tell your friends? If it is, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Let's review the adjective savvy. Notice that pronunciation? Avy, a long A, savvy. This represents having practical knowledge or ability. It's very commonly used with he's tech savvy, tech savvy. So he's very good with technology, he has practical knowledge and ability. He's tech savvy and can fix any computer problem. I'm not the most tech savvy, but I do okay. What about you? Let's look at to be born into. This means you're born as a member of a particular family or even social group. So it would be common to hear something like she was born into a wealthy family. So you need a type of family or a social group. And of course, the verb to be needs to be conjugated. This is in the past simple. And to be determined. This means that you have a strong will or intention. This is something I'm sure you would say, I'm determined to improve. Notice the infinitive. I'm determined to improve my English and become fluent. Does that describe you? I'm sure it does, so put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's keep reading the story. She spoke several languages and positioned herself as a strong leader during a time of intense turmoil. At just 18, she began co-ruling with her brother, but soon seized control, refusing to be pushed aside. Let's review to position oneself as. This means you present yourself in a particular role or way, and you do that to influence others' opinions. This is commonly used in a business context. The company, that's the subject, positioned itself because oneself needs to match the subject. The company positioned itself as, you need that preposition as, the leader in green technology. Or you might say we need to position ourselves, because ourselves matches we, as tech-savvy accountants if we want the startup to hire us. Let's review turmoil. This is a noun. It represents a state of great confusion or disorder. You hear this in the news a lot. The country was in turmoil. So remember, turmoil is a noun. So to complete the sentence grammatically, you need the verb to be and the preposition in, to be in turmoil. The country was in turmoil after the election, or will be in turmoil if our supplier goes bankrupt. Now, I love to co-rule. So rule is a verb, but you're adding co in front of it. Co-rule, co-rule. This means to rule jointly with others. Now you can change the verb to many other things. For example, the siblings were co-running the family business. So they were running the business together. So this is very common with co-rule, co-run, co-own, own together, co-create, create together, co-host, host together, co-author, and in modern times, co-parent. This is the term that describes when two people who are not together romantically, they parent together, co-parent. Now, to seize. This means to take control quickly and forcibly. For example, my sister is trying to seize control of the business we co-own. Seize control sounds very aggressive. To sound more moderate, you might just say take control. This is very commonly used with authorities. For example, the police seized several illegal items. So notice in this case, you seize something. The police seized several illegal items from the warehouse. Now, this is often used in an inspirational day. One thing I say to my husband a lot, and he generally rolls his eyes, is I say, let's seize the day. Let's take control of the day. So what about you? Are you going to seize the day? If you are, put let's go, put let's go in the comments. Now, to be pushed aside, notice this is the passive voice. This means to be ignored, excluded, or treated as unimportant. For example, my ideas are always pushed aside, ignored, treated as unimportant, even though we co-run the business. We run it together. Now remember, that's the passive voice. You could use this in the active voice. I could say, we co-run the business. You can't push my ideas aside. So the subject, you're doing the action. You're ignoring my ideas. Let's keep reading the story. Facing threats from within her family, Cleopatra sought an alliance with Julius Caesar. Their relationship wasn't just romantic, it was deeply political. With his support, she secured her throne and gave birth to his son. I love how this began, facing plus noun. This is a participle phrase, and this represents being confronted with something. You can use this in an everyday context, facing deadlines. So there's a deadline here, and you're confronted with it. Facing deadlines, she worked late every night. So you can put this phrase in front of a complete clause, a complete sentence. You could also say, which is common, in the face of. So instead of facing, you can say in the face of, and then deadlines, the same clause. She works late every night. Now, to seek, you may know this. This means to try to find or obtain something. Notice the past simple is irregular. He sought, ought. He sought. He sought advice from a mentor. Or you could say,
She always seeks advice from her co-author, the person she's writing the book with, when facing writer's block. So writer's block is here. Writer's block means you can't think of what to write next. You can't think of how to continue or even start the story. So when you're confronted by that, facing writer's block. Let's review deeply. This is an adverb. It's an intensifier, so it means very much or strongly. She was deeply moved by that speech. I'm deeply touched by my students' positive words, and this is very true. I read all the comments, and when you say positive things about how much you enjoy the lessons, it means a lot to me. I'm deeply touched. Now let's review to secure something. This means to successfully get, achieve, or make something certain or safe. This is commonly used in a business context. I finally secured an interview with Google. So yes, you could say I finally got an interview with Google, but to make it sound like there was some struggle involved and the interview is now certain, you've obtained it successfully, you can use secure to make it sound stronger. Or you can say the company secured funding for its new project. Again, it sounds more intense than simply saying got funding. Let's keep reading. After Caesar's assassination, Cleopatra formed another famous romantic and political alliance with Mark Antony. Together, they aimed to challenge Rome's dominance, but their forces were ultimately defeated. Let's review to aim to do something. This is a great expression. This means to intend or plan to do something. So aim, of course, is your verb. The company aims, because the company is it aims, and then your infinitive, to expand internationally next year. Or you could say, I aim to pass my IELTS in 3 months. Now, this would be the same as saying my goal is to pass my IELTS in 3 months. So notice here, my goal, that's a noun, that's the subject, but to aim is a verb. Let's keep reading. Refusing to be paraded through the streets of Rome as a symbol of defeat, Cleopatra made a bold choice. She is believed to have died by suicide, though the exact details remain a mystery. Let's review bold. This is a great adjective. This means showing courage or willingness to take risks. You can say it was a bold decision. So decision is your noun, bold is your adjective. It describes the decision. To start a business during a recession. Some people may say that's stupid. Other people would say that's bold, that's courageous. So bold has a positive feel. Or someone could say to you, you need to be bold. So again, bold is an adjective. Be, in this case, is the verb. You need to be bold if you want to improve your speaking skills. You need courage to get out there and share your ideas in public, raise your hand, go to meetups, make new friends. You need to be bold. Now let's review this structure. To be believed, to have, and then your past participle. First of all, this is the passive voice. In this case, it's used to express something generally thought or assumed to be true about the past. So I could say she is believed to have, and then the past participle of whatever verb you want. So in this case, I'll use write. So written is the past participle. She is believed to have written the novel in 1920. This is like saying we think she wrote the novel in 1920, but we're not certain. Absolutely, in your everyday speech, you can simply use we think she wrote the novel, but we're not certain. However, this is a more advanced expression that you will read in books, you'll hear in the news, so it's important to understand the meaning. I like this one, to remain a mystery. This is used to say that something is unknown or unexplained, a mystery. So you could say the cause of the fire remains a mystery. We don't know what caused the fire. You can conjugate that verb. You could say the cause of the fire remained a mystery until 2010. So now, because it's after 2010, it sounds like we know the cause of the fire, but we didn't know the cause of the fire for a period of time. Let's keep reading. Her death marked the end of the Egyptian Empire and the beginning of Roman rule in Egypt. Yet Cleopatra's story has continued to captivate historians, artists, and writers for centuries. Let's review to mark the end of something. This is a common expression in the news and in books. This means to signal or identify the end point. For example, the invention of the internet marked the end of traditional communication methods. Now let's review to captivate. This is a more advanced way of saying to attract and hold the attention of someone completely. So you could say the movie captivated audiences worldwide. So they didn't just watch the movie, they watched it with their absolute focus and intention. Now, hopefully you would say learning English through story is captivating. This lesson right now is captivating. Notice here though, captivating is an adjective. To be is the verb conjugated, is captivating. So right now I have your full attention, focus, and interest. Let's keep reading. Contrary to popular belief, Cleopatra wasn't just a seductress. She was a skilled strategist and a powerful leader who used every tool at her disposal. Let's review contrary to something. This is a prepositional phrase. It means opposite to or against something. Contrary to popular belief, Toronto is not the capital of Canada. Did you think that? Well, it's the opposite. It's against. So that's how you can use contrary to popular belief. Ottawa is the capital. Or you could say contrary to expectations. So going against expectations, opposite of expectations, the event was a huge success. So this sounds like people thought the event would be a failure or a disaster, but contrary to expectations, it was a success. Let's review at one's disposal. This is an idiom. I love this idiom. It means available for use whenever needed. Someone could say, we're struggling financially, even though we have the best technology at our disposal. So remember, you need to match your possessive to the subject, our disposal. Or I could say to you, you have hundreds of lessons at your disposal on my YouTube channel. You can watch them anytime. They're available to you anytime. They're at your disposal. Let's keep reading. Through ambition, charm, and intelligence, she earned a place in history. More than 2,000 years later, Cleopatra remains a figure who defied expectations and left a legacy that is nothing short of legendary. Let's look at to defy. This is a verb. It means to openly resist or challenge. In a family situation, you might say he defied, the past simple, he defied his parents' wish to become a doctor. They wanted him to become a doctor. He did not. He defied his parents. Or they defied the school's dress code by wearing bright colors. Now let's review to be nothing short of, and then whatever the adjective is, legendary. This is used to emphasize that something is truly whatever that adjective is. In this case, legendary. So hopefully you're thinking this lesson is nothing short of, notice that preposition of, extraordinary, amazing, incredible, exceptional. You can use any adjective you want and it emphasizes that. You can use this in an everyday context and say, wow, the sunset last night was, because your verb to be has to match the subject and time reference. The sunset last night was nothing short of remarkable or unforgettable. So it's emphasizing that adjective. Now that you know all the vocabulary, let's read the story from start to finish. Cleopatra's rise, fall, and lasting legacy. Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of ancient Egypt, was a ruler known for her intelligence, political savvy, and dramatic life. Born into royalty, she was determined to keep Egypt independent from Rome's growing power. She spoke several languages and positioned herself as a strong leader during a time of intense turmoil. At just 18, she began co-ruling with her brother, but soon seized control, refusing to be pushed aside. Facing threats from within her family, Cleopatra sought an alliance with Julius Caesar. The relationship wasn't just romantic, it was deeply political. With his support, she secured her throne and gave birth to his son. After Caesar's assassination, Cleopatra formed another famous romantic and political alliance with Mark Antony. Together, they aimed to challenge Rome's dominance, but their forces were ultimately defeated. Refusing to be paraded through the streets of Rome as a symbol of defeat, Cleopatra made a bold choice. She is believed to have died by suicide, though the exact details remain a mystery. Her death marked the end of the Egyptian Empire and the beginning of Roman rule in Egypt. Yet Cleopatra's story has continued to captivate historians, artists, and writers for centuries. Contrary to popular belief, Cleopatra wasn't just a seductress. She was a skilled strategist and a powerful leader who used every tool at her disposal. Through ambition, charm, and intelligence, she earned a place in history. More than 2,000 years later, Cleopatra remains a figure who defied expectations and left a legacy that is nothing short of legendary. Lost in Tokyo. Let's start the story. Anna had always dreamed of adventure. Stuck in her corporate job in Canada, her days felt a little mundane. One evening, on a whim, she booked a flight to Tokyo. It would be her first solo trip abroad. How'd you do with those missing words? Her days felt a little, did you get this one? A little mundane. Mundane. This is an adjective. Here it describes her days as being very ordinary and therefore not interesting. So you can think of it like boring. For example, doing laundry and washing dishes are just part of my mundane Sunday routine. So it's very ordinary, therefore not interesting. Or maybe you're thinking learning English felt a little mundane until I found Jennifer's channel. Hopefully you're thinking that. If you are, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now, did you get that next phrase? There were 3 missing words. One evening, on a whim, she booked a flight to Tokyo. I love this expression because it describes my personality, to do something on a whim. This is an idiom. It means to do something without a lot of thought or planning. So it's more based on emotion and feeling. Perhaps spontaneously is another word choice. You could say, I quit my job on a whim. Maybe this one isn't the most positive because you just had this feeling like you don't like your job, and without thinking about it, you quit on a whim. The next missing word, a very useful word to have in your vocabulary, it would be her first, did you get this one? Solo, solo. Her first solo trip abroad. This is also another important word. This can be used as both an adjective or adverb. It basically means alone without companions. So someone could ask you, are you giving the presentation solo? It means alone. Let's continue with the story and I'll still test your listening skills. The moment she landed, she was hit with neon lights, unfamiliar chatter, and the scent of sizzling street food. On her second day, wandering a quiet back street, she realized she was lost. Her phone was dead. No GPS, no translator, just her and the city. Did you get that first phrase? She was hit with neon lights. To be hit with something, this is figurative. It means to suddenly or forcefully experience something. When I was thinking of an example sentence for this, the first thing I thought of was Subway, the restaurant Subway, because whenever I walk into Subway, even if I just walk by, I don't even enter the store, but whenever I walk into Subway, I'm hit with the smell of fresh bread. Now, the next one, the scent of, did you get this? Sizzling street food. That's fun to say. Repeat after me. Sizzling. Sizzling. This is an adjective. It represents the sound or action of cooking food, often at a high temperature. So if you put meat on a very hot pan with oil, you'll hear that crackling noise. That would be sizzling, the sound. Listen to this example. Careful, the pan is sizzling. In this case, it's saying careful, the pan is extremely hot. Because if something is sizzling, it means it's cooking at a high temperature. Now, the next missing word, on her second day, another activity I love, wandering a quiet back street. Did you get this one? To wander, wander. This means to move aimlessly or without a clear direction, often in a leisurely or explorative way. So you're exploring. For example, I spent the afternoon wandering through the farmer's market. This is basically what I do on weekends. I go outside and I just wander around and see what happens, and I do things on a whim. Now, notice that pronunciation, wander. Don't confuse this with wonder, wonder. So repeat after me. Wander, wonder. Let's review them both together. I wondered about the cost of the items as I wandered through the market. Our next missing words, her phone was dead. Maybe you know this one. To be dead. Here, dead is an adjective. It describes the item. The verb is the verb to be. Of course, this means no longer functioning or powered. So you could say, my phone was dead, so I couldn't call an Uber. So you take your verb to be and you conjugate it, in this case, the past simple. Now you can also use the verb to die as the active verb with the same meaning. My phone died, so I couldn't call an Uber. Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson. Let's keep reading the story and testing your listening skills as well. Panic bubbled up, but before she could spiral, an elderly woman approached. Summoning all her courage, Anna smiled and said, "Train station?" The woman chuckled warmly and motioned for her to follow. Did you get that first phrasal verb, panic bubbled up. To bubble up, this is when emotions or feelings emerge suddenly and intensify. So you could use this in a positive way. In the story, it's in a negative way. The feeling of panic emerged and intensified. It bubbled up. But positively, a feeling of excitement bubbled up as the concert started. Now, continuing with our story, panic bubbled up, but before she could, did you get this one? Spiral. So to spiral. This means before negative emotions can escalate, which means become worse. And also before they can get out of control. So for example, a teacher or a friend could say to you, don't let one mistake make you spiral. If a mistake makes you spiral, it means you think negatively about that mistake, and then you think even more negatively and more and more and more until you're just very depressed. So don't let one mistake make you spiral. Now the next one, summoning all her courage. So to summon, this means to gather, so you can summon people. For example, the boss summoned the employees, told them to come into one area, so to gather, to collect, or to call forth. Now in this case, you're not summoning people, you're summoning an emotion. So you're bringing that emotion forth, you're calling it forth. For example, this will apply to you. I had to summon my courage before signing up for a public speaking class. The next missing word, the woman, chuckled warmly. This is a more natural chuckle, what I did after I pretended to chuckle. So to chuckle, this is to laugh softly. For example, she chuckled at his joke. She laughed softly. Now let's keep going and test your listening skills. They weaved through alleys lined with cherry blossoms and tiny shops for 15 minutes. Finally, the station appeared. The woman nodded, and Anna, heart swelling with gratitude, bowed respectfully. They weaved through alleys. So to weave in this context through streets means to move in and out of an area, often to avoid obstacles. So if there is an alley, which is another word for street, and there are shops, people, dogs, other items, you go and then you avoid them. So you walk like this, or drive like this, ride your bike like this. For example, she weaved through the crowded mall. So she had to walk like this to avoid the people. Now notice that pronunciation, weave, eve, weave. Don't confuse this with wave. So let's combine these together. I had to weave through the crowd just to wave goodbye to her. Now notice I included wave goodbye because wave is used for both hello and goodbye. So sometimes we say, I waved hello, but I guess you didn't see me. Or I waved goodbye, just to let you know what type of wave it is. Now the woman nodded. So to nod, notice that pronunciation in the past simple, nodded. To nod, this is of course to move the head up and down. This can be used to signal agreement, acknowledgement, or even as a greeting, as a way to say hello to someone. So for example, he nodded in approval as he read her resume. This is a very interesting body language signal to pay attention to. If you're having a conversation with someone, if you're in an interview or a first date, and the other person is nodding, that's a really great sign. The next missing word, and Anna, heart swelling with gratitude. So to swell, this means to grow in size or intensity. This is very commonly used as the adjective form. So to be swollen. I could say my fingers are swollen from the heat, so they swelled because of the heat. My fingers are swollen from the heat, so I can't get my ring off, which often happens to me. Our final part of the story, that moment of such kindness from a stranger left a mark on her. By the time she returned home, she wasn't the same. She held her head high, spoke with more ease, and embraced the unfamiliar. Sometimes you have to lose yourself to find your way. How'd you do with the listening exercise? That moment of such kindness from a stranger left a mark on her. So the idiom is to leave. Our verb is to leave, and in the story it was conjugated in the past simple left. To leave a mark on someone means to have a lasting effect or influence on someone, and this can be emotionally or psychologically. For example, I'm sure all of us have been touched by a teacher, maybe from our childhood. My teacher's words of encouragement left a mark on me. So she encouraged me when I was 10 years old, and as an adult, I still remember her words. The next missing word, she held her head high. So to hold one's head high, her head high, this is an idiom. It means to walk with confidence and pride, often while facing challenges. Because when we don't feel confident or we're disappointed, our body language naturally goes inward. So to hold your head high is a sign of confidence. For example, even though she lost the match, so she's disappointed. She lost the match. This is what people generally look like. She held her head high and congratulated the winner. Great job, great job. Now, don't confuse this with a similar idiom, which is to keep one's chin up. This is also an idiom, but this means to stay positive or remain hopeful or stay strong in difficult or challenging situations. For example, losing your job is difficult, but keep your chin up. Remain positive. The next missing word, sometimes you have to lose yourself to find your way. To lose oneself, this is figurative. Of course, if you lose your keys, you don't know where your keys are. That's literal. But in this story, it means you have to let go, release your current self, maybe say goodbye to your current self or a situation in order to discover something new about yourself. So Anna had to let go of her mundane life in order to find her confidence and find more excitement in her life. For example, traveling abroad is a great way to lose yourself. Now, don't confuse this with loose, which means not tight-fitting. It can also mean not firmly held in place. So I could look at a light fixture on the wall and say, oh, it's loose. It's not firmly held, so someone has to tighten the screw. But I would also describe this and say, my sweater is too loose. My shirt is too loose. Now, the pronunciation here, lose. That's the opposite of win, of course, or it's unable to find or locate. Don't lose your phone. Now I'll read the story in full from start to finish, and you can focus on my pronunciation. Anna had always dreamed of adventure. Stuck in her corporate job in Canada, her days felt a little mundane. One evening, on a whim, she booked a flight to Tokyo. It would be her first solo trip abroad. The moment she landed, she was hit with neon lights, unfamiliar chatter, and the scent of sizzling street food. On her second day, wandering a quiet back street, she realized she was lost. Her phone was dead. No GPS, no translator, just her and the city. Panic bubbled up, but before she could spiral, an elderly woman approached. Summoning all her courage, Anna smiled and said, "Train station?" The woman chuckled warmly and motioned for her to follow. They weaved through alleys lined with cherry blossoms and tiny shops for 15 minutes. Finally, the station appeared. The woman nodded, and Anna, heart swelling with gratitude, bowed respectfully. That moment of such kindness from a stranger left a mark on her. By the time she returned home, she wasn't the same. She held her head high, spoke with more ease, and embraced the unfamiliar. Sometimes you have to lose yourself to find your way. The job offer. Emily and Jake sat in their favorite cafe, sipping lattes and enjoying their usual Friday afternoon catch-up. Today, though, the air was filled with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. First, let's review their usual Friday afternoon catch-up. Do you know what a catch-up is? This is very commonly used. Here it's a noun, and it means a meeting or conversation where people share updates about their lives since they last spoke. For example, we had a great catch-up. Or I had a great catch-up with my mom today. So if you specify the person, you need the preposition with my mom today. Now the story used it as a noun form, which is common, but it's more common to use it as a verb, to catch up. For example, it was great catching up. Or is very common to say, we need to catch up soon. Now let's review the air was filled with. To be filled with. This means to contain a large amount of. We use this a lot in our daily lives. For example, my closet is filled with boxes of old photos. So there is a large amount of. And in our story, it's the air, which means the room they're in, the environment. The air was filled with a mix of, and then we have X and Y, A and B, 1 and 2, two things. So a combination, mixture, blend of two things, X and Y. It is possible to use this with three things, X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3, for example. You might be thinking learning English is filled with a mix of excitement and frustration. So we have a positive emotion and a negative emotion. That's normal, right? If that's normal for you, put that's right, put that's right in the comments because I know you're not alone. Now, hopefully you're also thinking my study routine contains a mix of, a combination of input, where you're learning the language, like right now, and output, where you're using the language so you can take the lesson PDF, which you can download in the comments, and then practice, write example sentence, practice speaking with your new vocabulary. Let's continue our story. You won't believe what happened yesterday, Emily began. Jake looked intrigued. What's up? Emily took a deep breath. I got a job offer completely out of the blue. That's amazing. So what's the catch? Jake asked. Let's review. Jake looked intrigued. Now for verbs, you can use to be intrigued, to look intrigued, or even to seem intrigued. And intrigued is our adjective. It means curious or fascinated by something. So we often say this when we want to learn more about something. I'm intrigued. Tell me more. Or you could say, I'm intrigued by the endless idioms in the English language. So don't be frustrated, be intrigued. Now notice this is the passive voice, to be intrigued by. You can also use the active, which is the endless idioms in the English language, intrigue me. So this is the verb to intrigue in the active voice, but it's very common in the passive. Jake looked intrigued. What's up? What's up? Oh, this is a casual way to ask what's happening, what's wrong, or what someone wants to talk about. So native speakers use what's up in many different ways, more than just a greeting, which you may be familiar with. So let's review this. There could be a knock on my door, and then the person says, "Do you have a minute to chat?" And then I reply and say, "Sure, what's up?" I'm not greeting this person. I want to know the topic of the conversation. Or how about this one? What's up with the project? What's up with the project? I'm asking about the status of the project. Let's review this idiom out of the blue. Most students know this one. It's one of the most common English idioms. This means unexpectedly, without warning. And notice that pronunciation naturally. He called me out of the blue, out of the blue. You can also use this idiom at the very beginning of the sentence, which is often done in stories or in writing. Out of the blue, he called me and offered me a job. It was unexpected. Are you wondering what the catch means when Jake asked, "What's the catch? What's the catch?" Well, the catch, this is a noun, and it's a hidden problem or disadvantage. So you'll learn what the catch is in the next part of our story. It's for a startup that's just getting off the ground. The role is great, but I'm not sure how stable it is, Emily explained, her voice tinged with doubt. Jake nodded. Taking a leap of faith is scary, especially when things aren't set in stone. But this could be a golden opportunity. So do you now understand what the catch is? Remember, this is a hidden problem or a disadvantage. So what's a disadvantage? If Emily accepts the job, it may not last long. The job itself may not last long. Because remember, they said it's getting off the ground. This is an idiom, to get off the ground, and this means to start or succeed. So, as an example, did you know, and this is from Google, I don't know how accurate this is, but only 10% of startups ever get off the ground, which means ever succeed, ever fully start. So that means 90% of startups fail. So that's the hidden problem or disadvantage in Emily's job offer. That's the catch. And just in case you're not sure, a startup, this is a young company in the initial stages of operation. Let's review her voice tinged with doubt. Notice that pronunciation, tinged. To tinge with an emotion, this means that Emily's voice contained a small or subtle amount of that emotion, in this case, doubt. You could say her voice tinged with fear when she asked her boss for a promotion. There was a small amount of fear in her voice. You can also use the noun form and say there was a tinge of fear in her voice when she asked her boss for a promotion. Let's review a leap of faith. This means that you take a risk based on belief or trust in something uncertain. That's a leap of faith. For example, he took a leap of faith by moving to a foreign country. So your verb is take, and that's what you need to conjugate. So here in our story, Jake said, taking a leap of faith is scary, especially when things aren't set in stone. Do you know what this means? To be set in stone. This means fixed or unchangeable. You can say the agenda, something, isn't, our verb to be, isn't set in stone. Now notice this is in the negative. So if it's not set in stone, it means it can be changed or modified. But if someone says, sorry, the agenda's set in stone, they're letting you know that changes cannot be made. It's unchangeable. Let's review a golden opportunity. This is a great chance to achieve something. Maybe meeting the CEO is a golden opportunity. If the CEO knows your name, knows what you do, maybe she'll think of you when there's a promotion available. It could be a golden opportunity. So it sounds like Jake is trying to reassure Emily. Let's continue our story. True, Emily agreed, but I've got a good thing going at my current job. I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. And what if it doesn't pan out? What if I regret it? Let's review the idiom to bite off more than one can chew. Do you know this idiom? This means to take on, to accept, to take on more responsibility than one can manage. I'm sure you've done this at some time in your life. For example, I agreed to plan the conference, but I think I bit off more than I can chew. So it sounds like it's a bigger job than the person expected, or they have many other jobs, which makes it difficult. Now let's review to pan out. This is a very common phrasal verb, to pan out. This means to develop in a particular way. And that particular way is successful. Let's review this example. Your friend might say to you, I thought you were spending the summer in Greece, but it's summer and you're at home, not in Greece. So you can reply back and say, unfortunately, our trip didn't pan out. So we commonly use this in the negative. Didn't pan out. Didn't happen in a successful way. Notice how Emily said, what if I regret it? Regret it. What does the it represent? Well, if you put it in a full sentence, you need to use the gerund verb. What if I regret quitting my job? Or what if I regret accepting the new job? Both of them would work in this situation. Let's continue the story. Jake shrugged. There are no guarantees in life, but you can't live in fear. You're smart and capable. If it doesn't pan out, you'll bounce back. If you stay where you are, you might miss out on something incredible, Jake said, his enthusiasm infectious. Notice we're using pan out again in the negative. If it doesn't pan out, if it doesn't happen successfully, you'll bounce back. Do you know what this means? To bounce back. This means to recover quickly. You can use this in a situation of success and failure, but we also use this with our health. For example, he bounced back quickly after the surgery. He recovered quickly. Let's review, you might miss out on something. Ooh, to miss out on. Everyone's fear. This is when you lose a chance or opportunity. It's very common for native speakers simply to say, don't miss out, don't miss out. Now, if you use the something, you need the gerund verb because you also need the additional preposition on. Don't miss out on joining. And Jake said you might miss out on something incredible. Incredible is an adjective that means extremely good. You can say, the new job is incredible. Instead of incredible, you could say amazing, extraordinary, awesome, remarkable. All of those are synonyms. Notice how it said his enthusiasm infectious, infectious. If something is infectious, in this case a positive emotion, it could be a negative emotion, it means it has an effect on someone and it makes them want to experience it too. So Jake's positive attitude is infectious. This means Jake is positive. So now I feel more positive because it's infectious. Let's continue our story. Emily sighed, feeling lighter. I was really on the fence, but talking to you helped. You know what? I'm going to go for it. I know it's a gamble, but you're right. I'll bounce back. Jake grinned. That's the spirit. And Em, remember, I've always got your back. Let's review Emily sighed. Emily sighed. feeling lighter. So to feel lighter, this is when an emotional weight or burden has lifted. It's no longer there, so you feel lighter because that emotional weight was making you heavy. You might say, I feel lighter now that my exams are over. Or you could say, I feel lighter now that I've made a decision. And this is what happened to Emily, because remember, she said, I was really on the fence. To be on the fence, this means to be undecided, unsure what action to take. But all of that indecision can weigh you down. So you might say, we're on the fence about where to go for vacation. Someone could ask you, are you going to Greece on vacation? And you can say, we're still on the fence. So this means you haven't decided. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. But Emily is no longer on the fence because she said, I'm going to go for it. So to go for it, this means to take a risk and try something. So someone could encourage you, I could encourage you and say, you should just go for your IELTS. You should just try it. See what happens. You might pass. Or I could ask you, why haven't you scheduled your IELTS yet? You should just go for it. So we use this to encourage. Notice how Emily acknowledged it's a gamble. To be a gamble, this is something that involves risk or uncertainty. For example, moving to a new country is a gamble, but you should go for it. You should take a leap of faith and go for it. Jake grinned. That's the spirit. This is an idiom, and it's used to express encouragement or approval. If your friend tells you, I'm going to ask my boss for a promotion, you can reply back and say, that's the spirit, to encourage your friend. Or your fellow student says, I'm going to start speaking in English every day. And you can encourage your fellow classmate and say, that's the spirit. And Jake ended with something very positive. I've always got your back. Remember this, because to have someone's back, this is an idiom, and it means that you're there to support or help someone when they need it. It's a very encouraging thing to say to someone. For example, if you need help today, I've got your back. This sounds like I can call you if I need it. Now that you know all the vocabulary, let's review the story from start to finish. Emily and Jake sat in their favorite cafe, sipping lattes and enjoying their usual Friday afternoon catch-up. Today, though, the air was filled with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. You won't believe what happened yesterday, Emily began. Jake looked intrigued. What's up? Emily took a deep breath. I got a job offer, completely out of the blue. That's amazing. So what's the catch? Jake asked. It's for a startup that's just getting off the ground. The role is great, but I'm not sure how stable it is, Emily explained, her voice tinged with doubt. Jake nodded. Taking a leap of faith is scary, especially when things aren't set in stone, but this could be a golden opportunity. True, Emily agreed, but I've got a good thing going at my current job. I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. And what if it doesn't pan out? What if I regret it? Jake shrugged. There are no guarantees in life, but you can't live in fear. You're smart and capable. If it doesn't pan out, you'll bounce back. If you stay where you are, you might miss out on something incredible, Jake said, his enthusiasm infectious. Emily sighed, feeling lighter. I was really on the fence, but talking to you helped. You know what? I'm going to go for it. I know it's a gamble, but you're right. I'll bounce back. Jake grinned. That's the spirit. And remember, I've always got your back.
First, I'll read the headline. How did ancient Egyptians stack those heavy stones? Scientists float new theory. We're talking about the pyramids. Of course, ancient. Notice this pronunciation, ancient. Chint. This last part here is pronounced chint. ancient. Ancient Egyptians. Repeat after me. Ancient Egyptians. Now let's look at stack. This is a verb. How did they, ancient Egyptians, stack? So that's the verb. Now to stack is when you place one object on top of another, which is exactly what they did with the stone to build the pyramids. We commonly use this with papers, folders, books, or other flat objects you can find in your home or office. Can you stack those papers, place them one on top of the other? Now you can say into a pile. You could also say into a stack. A stack of papers is the group of papers with one placed on top of the other. Same with a pile. A pile, a stack. So notice this is a noun, a stack. And then this is the verb, to stack. So you might say, I have a stack of papers to file. So you have to take all of those papers that are in a stack and file them alphabetically or by year, for example. So in this case, stack, place them one on top of the other. Those heavy stones. Great question, isn't it? Is that something that you've ever thought about? I know I certainly have. Scientists float new theory. What does it mean to float a new theory? Now, grammatically, you need an article here, but articles and auxiliary verbs are commonly omitted from headlines. But grammatically, you need a new theory because theory is a singular countable noun. So scientists float a new theory. This verb means to introduce a new theory, suggest, or propose. Honestly, I would say that all three of these options are more common than the word float. So sometimes with the English language, you need to learn certain vocabulary in order to understand what something means. Because if you don't know what float means in this case, you might not understand the meaning of the idea. But other words may be more common or the better choices to use. So I suggest using any one of these three, but now you know that float an idea simply means to introduce an idea. Let's continue with our lesson. For years, Egyptologists. Personally, I've never seen this word before, but I understand because we use ologist, we add that to a word to mean the study of. So I understand just by the form of this word that an Egyptologist is someone who studies Egypt. Egyptologist. Now, important to note that the syllable stress is Egyptologist, ologist. So our syllable stress is here, ologist. And this is important because that pattern applies where the syllable stress is on the first O before ologist, 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 because it applies to all the words, dermatologist, psychologist, archaeologist. So just remember that syllable stress, although you probably won't use Egyptologist too much in your vocabulary. Egyptologists have hotly debated. So here, hotly is an adjective to describe how they've debated it. And you can think of hotly debated as very enthusiastic or passionate. So to put it as adverbs, you could say enthusiastically, passionately, because these are adjectives. So you can just put it into the adverb form. But in a hot debate, so that would be the adjective hot debate, hotly debated, sometimes it can get very passionate of the form of being very aggressive or angry even when you share your opinion. So just keep that in mind. Sometimes it can be used more in a negative way to show some anger involved in it. Have hotly debated how the massive pyramids of ancient Egypt were built. And I'm sure you know that massive is an alternative to the word very big or very large, but it sounds more impactful to use one word, massive, instead of saying very big or very large. Other alternatives are gigantic or even huge. Although huge is a simple word, it still has more of an impact than saying very large. Wow, huge. That sounds more dramatic than saying very large or very big. So now you have 3 alternatives that you can use, and you can use this in different contexts. We have a huge problem. We have a huge project. We have a massive stack of papers to file. Now, a team of engineers and geologists, where's that syllable stress? Well, you know, right? Geologists. So that's where our syllable stress is. Engineers and geologists brings a new theory to the table. First of all, let's look at this verb, the verb to bring, but notice there's an S on here. And you might be a little confused because we have engineers and we have geologists, which is they, the subject they. But the subject in this sentence is actually a team. A team is the subject. A team brings a new theory. And a team in American English is a collective noun. It's conjugated as the subject it. So this of tells you who represents the team, but it's not the subject. The subject is a team. And to bring a new theory to the table, in this case, to the table simply means to the discussion, whatever discussion you're having, because commonly discussions take place at boardroom tables, but you can use this expression in any case. You don't have to be seated at a table in order to use this. So, and bring simply means to introduce, suggest, propose, or as we learned previously, float, although as I said previously, it isn't the most common, and I would stick with any of the first 3. So what is this new theory that they brought to the table, that they introduced to the discussion? Well, the new theory is a hydraulic lift device that would have floated the heavy stones up using stored water. Oh, so now I understand why they used the word float in the headline, because float has another meaning in English, which means, well, it's the opposite of sink. So if I take this pen and I put it into this full cup of tea with water, will it sink or will it float? A classic experiment that little kids have fun doing, or at least I did. I had fun doing that experiment. So float means to remain on the surface of water. So they're being clever by using the word float a new theory, because the theory is that the rocks float, though these heavy stones float on water. Because remember I said to float an idea exists in English, but it isn't the most common. So they're using it simply to make a joke, which is called a pun, a play on words when you use one word in different ways. In this case, hydraulic, it relates to water. So hydraulic, hydro represents water. So hydraulic lift, it uses liquid, water or oil usually, to generate power. And this is only important to understand this article because this article talks about using water, a hydraulic lift device, to float these heavy stones up. While the theory is an ingenious solution, ingenious, repeat after me, ingenious, ingenious. This is an adjective and it's used with both people and things. I'm sure you can understand the meaning because you see the word genius in the word ingenious. So very intelligent and skillful. But you can use it to describe a thing. In this case, the hydraulic lift, to lift the heavy stones, to float the heavy stones, that's ingenious. So it's skillfully made or planned or simply uses a really intelligent method or idea. So you could say this lesson is ingenious. This method of studying, using the news and analyzing, learning the language, how it's used in a real world situation is ingenious. I certainly hope you think so. So if you do, just put the word ingenious, it will help you remember it. Put ingenious in the comments. While the theory is an ingenious solution, some Egyptologists, remember that syllable stress, Egyptologists aren't convinced. As a more widely believed theory is that the ancient Egyptians, remember this pronunciation, ancient Egyptians used ramps to put the heavy blocks in place. Notice here for the sentence structure that it's to be convinced. So convinced functions as the adjective, and then your verb is to be, which you need to conjugate with your subject. In this case, they are convinced, but it's the negative. They aren't convinced. So in this case, convinced, notice that pronunciation, a very soft T at the end, convinced. This is the adjective form, but you can also use the verb convince as an active verb form. So in this case, something or someone convinces someone. So you could say this lesson, the one you're watching right now, this lesson convinced me. Now, this is in the past simple verb. It's not an adjective form. It's conjugated in the past simple. This lesson convinced me that learning English with the news is ingenious, a very effective method. Hopefully you think that. Again, put ingenious in the comments if you do. Now, widely believed, I really like this to describe a theory or an idea or a general truth. You could also say generally accepted. A more generally accepted theory, generally accepted methodology, widely believed theory. Now, a ramp is, if these are steps, some people find it difficult to walk up steps. So there's usually on the side is a ramp. So a ramp is an elevated structure that gradually inclines. So it's easier to walk for some people up a ramp compared to steps. So in this case, they're saying some people who study Egypt, Egyptologists, aren't convinced, don't believe that the hydraulic lift is how the heavy stones were stacked. They believe, because it's more widely believed, generally accepted, that a ramp was used. What about you? Do you have an opinion on this? The theorized water treatment system. So by saying it's theorized, it means it's not proven as fact, it's just a theory. And the water treatment system represents the hydraulic lift that we talked about before. So just think of an elevator, but what's pushing the elevator up is water pressure, is pushing the elevator up, and in that elevator are the stones. That would be the water treatment system, but again, it's not a fact, it's a theory. So that's why they're saying theorized. Let's practice this pronunciation, theorize. So notice an unvoiced TH. You put your tongue between your teeth. Theorized. Theorized. The theorized water treatment system would not only allow for water control during flood events, but also would have ensured adequate water quality and quantity for both consumption, and irrigation purposes, and for transportation or construction. So they're saying this hydraulic lift, the water treatment system, had many different purposes. You could consume it, drink it. That's consumption, to consume. That's where the word comes from. For both consumption, irrigation is when you use the water for agricultural purposes, so to grow plants or to feed animals, and for transportation or construction. So here they're talking about transporting the heavy stones. Let's review an advanced grammatical structure from this section. Not only, but also. And in this case, you need not only something, which we can say is not only X represents something, but also something else, but also, and we can verbalize that as, but also Y. So listen to this example. This lesson not only improves my vocabulary, think of everything you learned already, but also improves my pronunciation. Think of the words that we've reviewed for pronunciation. So this is a more advanced way of saying this lesson improves my pronunciation and vocabulary, or vocabulary and pronunciation. It emphasizes both more. So it's a more advanced way of saying that, and it's when you want to add more emphasis to the points. So you don't always want to add that emphasis. So use this when you want to add that emphasis, and it's a more advanced sentence structure. And if you agree with this point, that this lesson not only improves your vocabulary, but also improves your pronunciation, put yes, 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 put yes, yes, yes. So I know you like this lesson and I'll keep making them. So put yes, yes, yes in the comments. The authors pointed to several prior studies that found the Sahara Desert saw more regular rainfall thousands of years ago than it does today. So they're saying thousands of years ago, there was more water in the desert. So this was possible to have this hydraulic lift system, this water treatment system. Let's review this expression to point to, and notice that someone points to something, and it's used to say to direct your attention towards something, but that something is evidence or support. So this evidence or support is these prior studies with information how there was more rain in the past, and this supports the theory of the hydraulic lift. The landscape would instead have resembled a savanna, which could support more plant life than arid desert conditions. Now, since we focused on pronunciation already, let's keep doing that. Notice here, desert. So you want that Z sound, that buzzing like a bee. Z, desert, desert. And let's compare this against chocolate or sweets at the end of a meal, which is, of course, say it out loud, dessert, dessert, dessert. Desert, sand, dessert, sweets. Desert, sand, desserts, sweet. So remember that pronunciation difference. However, there is debate on when exactly the climate conditions were wetter. Notice here the sentence structure is there is debate and debate on. So we need that preposition on. One of the ways that you know if you're fluent or your fluency is high is if you can take a sentence and change it and use a different sentence structure. For example, the structure something to be debated is commonly used. So you can say, however, when exactly the climate conditions were wetter is hotly debated. So all of this represents the something that is debated. And all of this as a subject is it. So that's why we have the verb to be as is, because it is debated. And if you wanted, you could add an adverb, the one we learned before: hotly, passionately, enthusiastically, but sometimes even angrily, is hotly debated. Let's continue. On the other hand, this is an excellent phrase to have in your vocabulary when you're having a debate, when you're sharing your opinion on something, or even when you're doing something simple like talking about a project report, or even talking about your vacation or your weekend. So let's see how you can use this in a more everyday situation, like talking about a vacation. You could say visiting Disney was amazing, and then you can provide 1 to 3 reasons why it was amazing. So these are 3 positive reasons, because amazing is positive. But then you can say on the other hand, and you have to list something negative. On the other hand, the wait lines were so long. That could be a negative. So this is how you can use the structure for even something simple like your vacation or your weekend. On the other hand, and don't forget the, and make sure it's the right preposition. You're not adding an S when you don't need it. On the other hand, remember those words exactly. On the other hand, and notice you have a comma before you state your point. Experts debate. So here debate is being used as a verb. Experts debate whether there would have been enough constant rainfall to fill up the structures that would have supported the hydraulic lift. Remember, that's the elevator that is powered by water, such as the dry moat. So this is an example of one of the structures that needed to be filled up. A giant channel. Notice the pronunciation here, channel, not sh, channel. And before we learned 3 other adjectives that mean very big, very large. Do you remember what those 3 are? It was only a few minutes ago. One of the best ways to permanently remember is to repeat information. We had, do I remember? We had massive, gigantic, and do you remember this small word that has a big meaning? Huge. Massive, gigantic, huge, giant. So now you have 4 you can add to your vocabulary. A giant channel that surrounds the pyramids and nearby structures that the authors believe collected water that helped power the elevator when in use. The study authors agreed that it's very unlikely that the system was filled with water permanently, and argue it's more probable that flash floods of the time could have supplied enough water to support the hydraulic lift during construction of the pyramid. Let's look at this and argue. In this case, argue means to state their theory or their position, but argue is often used with couples or even friends or colleagues to have a discussion in a negative way, to talk to each other with anger or frustration. But in this case, they argue. It means they're stating their theory. So the word argue is being used in very different ways, because if I say my parents always argue, instantly there's negativity in that, because to argue, when parents argue, it sounds like there's yelling, there's fighting, there's screaming, it's negative. But in this case, the scientists argue This means to present reasons or evidence to support whatever belief they have. And it's more probable. Probable talks about probability, how likely something is. So they're saying it's more likely, it's more probable that flash floods. So a flash flood is a flood that happens instantly. However, this is also a great word to have in your vocabulary because without even reading any more, just because they use however, I know they're going to introduce a point that contradicts or contrasts what they just said. However, there is still more research needed to know exactly how much rainfall and flooding likely occurred during this time, the authors noted in the study. So in this case, they're saying that flash floods, this is what is likely or probable. That's what they're arguing. That's what they're saying and using evidence or reasons to support it. But they're saying that more research is needed, which is a contrast to their last point because they're saying flash floods are very likely. More research is needed to determine if flash floods were the cause. However, so this is a very important word to have in your vocabulary. And here the authors noted in the study, this is a more advanced or academic way of saying the authors said in the study, the authors noted in the study. And that's the end of our article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. How did ancient Egyptians stack those heavy stones? Scientists float new theory. For years, Egyptologists have hotly debated how the massive pyramids of ancient Egypt were built. Now, a team of engineers and geologists brings a new theory to the table, a hydraulic lift device that would have floated the heavy stones up using stored water. While the theory is an ingenious solution, some Egyptologists aren't convinced, as a more widely believed theory is that the ancient Egyptians used ramps to put the heavy blocks in place. The theorized water treatment system would not only allow for water control during flood events, but also would have ensured adequate water quality and quantity for both consumption and irrigation purposes and for transportation or construction. The authors pointed to several prior studies that found the Sahara Desert saw more regular rainfall thousands of years ago than it does today. The landscape would instead have resembled a savanna, which could support more plant life than arid desert conditions. However, there is debate on when exactly the climate conditions were wetter. On the other hand, experts debate whether there would have been enough constant rainfall to fill up the structures that would have supported the hydraulic lift, such as the dry moat, a giant channel that surrounds the pyramids and nearby structures, that the authors believe collected water that helped power the elevator when in use. The study authors agreed that it's very unlikely that the system was filled with water permanently and argue it's more probable that flash floods of the time could have supplied enough water to support the hydraulic lift during construction of the pyramid. However, there is still more research needed to know exactly how much rainfall and flooding likely occurred during this time, the authors noted in the study. Our headline, Scientists May Have Solved Mystery Behind Egypt's Pyramids. Now, there is one article missing in this headline that's required grammatically. Do you know where that article should go? Scientists may have solved the mystery, because mystery is a noun, a singular countable noun. So it requires an article, the, because it's a specific mystery. A would be any mystery. Now notice here, Egypt's pyramids. Pyramids is a noun. It's in plural, so the article is optional. But here we have a possessive. Possessives replace articles. Remember, though, that adjectives do not replace articles. So here, if you said Egyptian, Egyptian is an adjective. Egypt is the noun, and adding the apostrophe S makes it a possessive noun. Egypt's pyramids. The pyramids belong to Egypt, but Egyptian is an adjective, Egyptian pyramids. So in this case, the is required. The pyramids, specific, the Egyptian pyramids. Notice another very important word, may. This is important because may is a modal verb of possibility. So when they say Egyptians may have solved, this is just one possibility. Another possibility is that they have not solved. So this is not conclusive. It's not a fact. It's just a possibility. So if I ask you to subscribe to my channel and you say, Jennifer, I may subscribe, this isn't the best news. It's not the worst news, but it's not the best news. If you say, I will subscribe, then that's good news because will is a commitment. You use this to say, I commit, I promise. So if you want to show your support to me and my channel because you enjoy these lessons, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's continue and learn about this mystery. Scientists believe they may have solved the mystery. Notice the mystery because now we're in the body of the article. So all the grammar requirements like articles, auxiliary verbs are required, whereas in the headline, they can be omitted. They may have solved the potential because of this modal of potential, may have solved the mystery of how 31 pyramids, including the world famous Giza complex, were built. Notice this, we have were, but then we have the world famous Giza complex, which is just one, the complex. So why is it were? Well, remember that is actually being conjugated with pyramids. This is the subject of the sentence that the verb is being conjugated with. The pyramids were built. This additional information, notice that it's between commas. It means it can be removed from the sentence and the sentence is still grammatically correct. So this part is not the subject of the sentence, it's pyramids. 31 pyramids were built in Egypt more than 4,000 years ago. Let's review these two sentences. I solved the problem. What verb tense is this? Very simple, right? I solved the problem. This is the past simple. It's a completed past action. Because you use the past simple, it sounds like a fact. There is no doubt about this. I solved the problem. This happened. It's a fact. But if you say I may, this is our modal verb. And then notice we have this perfect construction. I may have solved the problem. This is the possibility of a past action. I may have solved the problem. I may have passed the exam, for example. If you want to show some doubt, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. So this is a great construction to practice and to compare against the past simple, which sounds like a fact. A research team has discovered, now notice team is our collective noun. So a team is made up of many individuals, but is conjugated as third person singular in American English. A research team, a research group, for example, has discovered. What verb tense is this? It's the present perfect. It's a completed past action with the result in the present. The result in the present is now you know how the pyramids were built. Maybe, because may have. A research team has discovered that the pyramids, because they're specific pyramids. If you were talking about pyramids in general, you don't need an article. You could say pyramids are beautiful. This is pyramids in general. Any pyramid in the world. Pyramids in general
are beautiful. The pyramids in Egypt, the Egyptian pyramids are beautiful. So in that case, you use the article because it's specific pyramids. Remember that a possessive noun replaces an article. So in this last one, Egypt's pyramids, you don't need an article, are beautiful. That the pyramids are likely to have been built. Another word of possibility, likely to have been built. Again, this means that this is just a maybe, but likely sounds like 80%. Whereas maybe is more 50-50. I'll likely go to the party is 80%. Maybe I'll go, I may go is more 50-50. So the pyramids are likely to have been built along a long lost ancient branch of the Nile River. For many years, archaeologists, repeat after me, archaeologists, eologist, archaeologists, archaeologists. Archaeologists have thought, notice again our present perfect, because if it's for many years, it means it started in the past and continues until now. For many years, archaeologists have thought that ancient Egyptians must have used a nearby waterway to transport materials, such as the stone blocks needed to build the pyramids on the river. We have another modal of possibility in the perfect construction. Must have used, must have used. This is still a possibility, so it is not a fact. It's a possibility, but it's a strong degree of possibility, maybe 85, 90, 95% possible. Let's look at a realistic example. Maybe I could say to you, you must have passed the test. You studied for months. So I'm saying there's a strong possibility, 80, 90, 95%, because you studied for months. Now, I could use may. You may have passed the test. If I use may, it's less likely, maybe 50-50. So I would probably change my next part. You studied a fair amount, because in this case, there's an equal possibility that you'll fail the test. So this is, again, a useful construction to practice. Up until now, nobody was certain of the location, the shape, the size, or proximity of this mega waterway to the actual pyramid's site. Let's look at this time reference, up until now. Perhaps you're more familiar with simply until now. If you're not, don't worry. It simply means from the past to this moment in time. Up until now, adding this word up is the exact same thing. It does not change the meaning. It sounds a little more conversational, a little more informal, but the meaning is the same. So you can say, up until now, I've been using my old laptop. So this is from the past until this time that I'm saying these words, up until now. You could say, until now, I didn't realize how much faster newer models are. Again, this entire past period, and it extends to the moment I'm saying these words. Again, they're the same time reference. There's no difference in meaning. This one is slightly more conversational. Let's continue. In a cross-continental effort, cross-continental means it spans continents. So it goes from one continent to another. You hear this a lot with cross-country, cross-city, cross-neighborhoods. You can have any geographical area. In a cross-continental effort, now notice here, cross-continental functions as an adjective because you have in an effort and then what type of effort. So this gives you more information about the noun. And then you always modify your article with what's directly in front of it. So if you didn't have this word, it would be an effort because this is a vowel sound. But now your article matches with the adjective. In a cross-continental effort, the group of researchers used radar satellite imagery to map the river branch, which they believe was buried. Notice this pronunciation. Don't look at the spelling because it doesn't have this sound. It's the same as a strawberry, berry, airy, buried, and then you just add a D at the end. Buried, buried, was buried by a major, oh, what about this? How do you pronounce this? Say it. Drought, out. Out. So leave, out, out. It's that sound, out, and then with a drought, drought. And of course, a drought is a long period of no water, no rain. Drought and sandstorms thousands of years ago. Believe is another word that suggests this isn't fact, it's possibility. They believe, they think was buried by a major drought, but they don't know for sure. Otherwise, the wording would be different. They could say which they know, which they are certain was buried. So the word choice you use is important because it conveys a lot of information. It shares a lot of information. So in this case, we know this is just a possibility, is not presented as fact at this point. The team was able to penetrate the sand surface and produce images of hidden features by using the radar technology. Remember that team is a collective noun in American English, so it's conjugated as third person singular. The team was able. You could also say the researchers, which is clearly plural. You have the S here. The researchers, in this case, it's they were able. What if I said the team of researchers? The team of researchers. In this case, do you need was or were? What do you think? Was or were? Put your answer in the comments or say it out loud now. The answer is the team of researchers. What do you think? Team of researchers was, because it's the team that the verb is being conjugated with, not of researchers. This is additional information. It's the team. The team was. The team of researchers was able to penetrate the sand surface and produce images of hidden features by using the radar technology. Let's continue. Among those features, so remember these hidden features that they were able to produce. Among those features were, how do you say this? Say it out loud. Were buried, like a strawberry, buried rivers. Among those features were buried rivers, so rivers that were below the surface, buried rivers and ancient structures running at the foothills of where the vast majority of the ancient Egyptian pyramids lie. So this is under the surface of the current pyramids, which are, of course, visible above the surface. The waterway could have been used for the transportation of heavier blocks, equipment, and people. So this is the waterway they found buried underneath, and they used this radar technology to produce. But again, we have these words of possibility. Could have been used. Could have been used. Now, the use of all of the past is because, of course, this takes place in the past. That's why everything is expressed in the past. And then they're using modals of possibility because, of course, they're not saying they know the mystery of the pyramids. They have a theory. They have some information. It's not fact at this point. It's possibility. Could, in terms of possibility, is used to say there's one possibility. This is one possibility, but there are other options.
So it sounds like a lower level of possibility compared to may, which was medium, and then must, which was the highest. The discovery of this extinct river branch helps explain the high pyramid density. So the high pyramid density means the high number of pyramids in a certain area. And the area is between Giza and Gist. I'm not sure how to say this. I'll call it Gist. I don't know where this is. And generally they provide information when it's not common knowledge. Perhaps you know what Gist is. I don't. So thankfully they tell us it's the site of Middle Kingdom. Oh, how do you say this? Burials. Burials. So a burial is with deceased people, part of the funeral process. Burial, burial, bury, burial. So apparently Gist is the site where deceased people in the Middle Kingdom were placed underground, were buried in what is now an inhospitable area of the Saharan desert. In this context, inhospitable, repeat after me, inhospitable, hospitable. Inhospitable means not suitable for humans to live in. So the conditions are not suitable for humans to live in. This has a different meaning in the context of guests. So visitors to your home. If you are inhospitable, it means you're not welcoming, you're not friendly, you're not generous, you're not warm to visitors in your home. So we only use this with visitors in your home. So for example, if I don't cook dinner, your family will think I'm inhospitable. So it's used as an adjective to describe me not being generous or welcoming to the visitors in my home. So you don't want to be inhospitable most of the time. Let's continue. The river branches proximity to the pyramid complexes. So here, proximity means how close it is. So it's saying that the river branches being close to the complex of the pyramids suggests that it was active and operational during the construction phase of these pyramids. And this is the evidence they have to suggest that they've solved the mystery of how the pyramids were built. But again, they don't have concrete evidence, so they can't present it as facts, which is why we saw all the modals of possibility. And that's the end of the article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and you can focus on my pronunciation. Scientists may have solved mystery behind Egypt's pyramids. Scientists believe they may have solved the mystery of how 31 pyramids, including the world-famous Giza complex, were built in Egypt more than 4,000 years ago. A research team has discovered that the pyramids are likely to have been built along a long-lost ancient branch of the Nile River. For many years, archaeologists have thought that ancient Egyptians must have used a nearby waterway to transport materials such as the stone blocks needed to build the pyramids on the river. Up until now, nobody was certain of the location, the shape, the size, or proximity of this mega waterway to the actual pyramid site. In a cross-continental effort, the group of researchers used radar satellite imagery to map the river branch, which they believe was buried by a major drought and sandstorms thousands of years ago. The team was able to penetrate the sand surface and produce images of hidden features by using the radar technology. Among those features were buried rivers and ancient structures running at the foothills of where the vast majority of the ancient Egyptian pyramids lie. The waterway could have been used for the transportation of heavier blocks, equipment, and people. The discovery of this extinct river branch helps explain the high pyramid density between Giza and Gist, the site of Middle Kingdom burials, in what is now an inhospitable area of the Saharan desert. The river branch's proximity to the pyramid complexes suggests that it was active and operational during the construction phase of these pyramids.
Our headline, it might be time to reparent yourself. Here's how to get started. Notice here, this is our modal of probability, might. So it's saying something could happen, but also could not happen. It's just a probability or a possibility. It might be, now after modals, you use your base verb. It might be time to reparent. Now notice here, this word is in quotes, a single quote, which means it's not a universally accepted term. Now the term is reparent. Without this the verb is to parent. You might be more familiar with parent as a noun. She's his parents, his mom and dad. So parents together, mom and dad. A parent could be a mom or a dad, a parent. But here it's to parent. Now, when you add re before a verb, it means to do it again. I need to re-watch this lesson because I learned so much. So that would be your verb to mean watch again. Using parent as a verb, you might say it's hard to parent a teenager. So this is your verb to parent. Now, said a different way, but the meaning is the same. You can say it's hard to be a parent. So in this case, a parent means a mom or dad. It's the noun, and the verb is be, to be a parent. And then you would add the preposition to a teenager. So these two sentences have the same meaning. It's just one uses the verb form and one uses the noun form. So to reparent means to parent again, but in this context, it isn't your child, your teenager, it's yourself. So that's the topic of this article. And the next part, here's how to get started. So this is commonly used to provide instructions. Here's how to learn English with the news. Here's how to download this lesson or this PDF, for example. So that would be to provide an instruction. Here is as a contraction. Here's how, and then your infinitive. You can also use a subject and a verb. So equally, I could say, here's how you can download the PDF. So this one, the first one, here's how to download, just sounds more natural. It's not directed at a specific person, it's to anyone. But in this case, the you is the more royal you, which means anyone as well. And this is our modal verb, and then you can download. So download is a verb as well, but it's modal plus base verb. Coming back to the headline, here's how to get started. Now, of course, you could simply say, here's how to start, because you can use start as a verb. But in this case, get is your main verb, and then started is being used in the participle form. But using get started instead of start, it has the same meaning, but get started is more conversational. It also sounds more friendly, more encouraging, whereas here's how to start, it sounds more direct, a little more formal. But here's how to get started, it sounds friendly and encouraging. I could ask you, are you ready to get started? And then you can say, I'm ready. Jennifer, I'm ready. So if you're ready, put I'm ready. Put that in the comments, because this was just the headline. So let's get started with the main article. Okay, here we go. If you spend much time on mental health Instagram or therapy talk, you might have come across talk of how to reparent yourself or your inner child.
So here again, reparent, you have it in a double quote. I don't know why they had it in a single quote here and a double quote. They both are saying that this concept of parenting again, adding re, is not universally accepted. So it's not an official term. So if you spend much time on mental health Instagram, this is a noun. If you were to use a verb, you need a gerund verb because you spend time doing something. So if you spend much time scrolling on mental health Instagram, now maybe you talk about this in the negative and say, I don't spend much time. Now still your verb in ing, reading articles on TikTok. And you don't have to use the word time. If you said, I spend all weekend, but this represents time, right? So this is still a gerund expression. I spent, this is the past simple of to spend. I spent all weekend watching, the verb in ing, watching JForrest English lessons. I'm so happy to hear that. Hopefully you did. So if you spend much time on mental health Instagram or scrolling on, this is not required here, but if you were to use a verb, scrolling on mental health Instagram or therapy talk, you might have. What is this? This is a contraction. Now, contractions are not slang. Contractions are legitimate words. They're in the dictionary. They perhaps are more informal, but they're also widely used and preferred by native speakers in most contexts. So this is the contraction of might have, because you might have come across. So that's the sentence structure there. You might have come across. So if you come across something, in this case, the something is talk of how to reparent yourself. So talk of just represents people sharing information. So maybe it was an article, maybe it was a video, maybe it was a GIF, whatever that information is. And if you come across that information, it means you see it, but you weren't purposely looking for it. So you were just looking for updates on what your friends were doing, or you were just killing time while you were waiting for your tea to finish steeping. And then you're scrolling on TikTok or Instagram and you see an article on reparenting yourself, but you weren't purposely looking for that. So that is come across. Let's continue. Maybe you rolled your eyes. So I don't know if I did it very well, but so we roll our eyes in frustration, disgust, annoyance. So if your friend, your spouse, your boss does something that annoys you or frustrates you, you go like this. But hopefully they don't see you doing that because they could get upset because they know what that means. Maybe you rolled your eyes and kept scrolling. So this is suggesting that if you came across some article about reparenting, you might think like, oh, this is dumb, or I don't need this. This is a waste of time. So it's suggesting you thought of it negatively when you first came across it. So that's important that they included it here. Maybe you rolled your eyes. Now this is in the past simple because it's at that time when you saw the article, when you came across the article. And notice eyes is always plural because we have two, and it's also possessive. So to whoever the subject is. In this case, the subject is you. So that's why it's your eyes. But maybe it's she rolled her eyes at my joke. So she didn't think my joke was very funny. She rolled her eyes. So again, maybe you rolled your eyes and kept scrolling. So you just ignored this article on reparenting yourself and you kept scrolling. But if the concept intrigues you, so if something intrigues you, it means it causes you to have curiosity about it. You want to learn more about it. You're fascinated by it. Here, it's the active verb to intrigue. So something, the concept intrigues someone, and then you have to conjugate your verb. But if the concept intrigued you, so in the past simple, at that time. But this verb is commonly used in the passive voice because we want to put the focus more on ourselves. For example, I was intrigued. So your verb, of course, is the verb to be. This is always in the ED form. I was intrigued by that article on reparenting I came across on TikTok. So if you want to focus more on you experiencing the emotion rather than the something causing the emotion. So it's very commonly used that way. But if the concept intrigues you, if you were intrigued by the concept, there's good reason. Reparenting is actually a helpful framework. Okay, so notice they use this word actually. Why did they do that? I'm asking this because many students use actually incorrectly. Actually is not used to emphasize something. It's used to correct a false assumption or to emphasize the correct information when someone is thinking something different. So for the easiest explanation is someone might say, oh, you stayed home last night, right? They assume the information and you say, actually, I worked. So you use actually to correct that assumption. Now, remember, the assumption is that this article on reparenting is going to be annoying or disgusting or cause some sort of negative feeling inside of you. That's why you rolled your eyes at it. So that's what they're correcting. They're saying is actually a helpful framework because the assumption is that it wouldn't be helpful for whatever reason. Reparenting is actually a helpful framework that a growing number of therapists use with their clients.
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson.
Imagine a 3-year-old is on a swing set. A swing set. This is a swing, so you have the seat the child sits on, and then there's 2 ropes or 2 chains, and then a swing set is just 1, 2, or 3 swings within a metal or wooden frame. So you see these at parks or even in people's backyards. So a swing set. Now imagine this is in the imperative. The imperative is just the base verb and it's used to provide instructions or orders. So if I say download the free PDF, I'm providing that to you as an instruction. Download the PDF. Imagine a 3-year-old. So I want you to do this. Imagine, create that image in your mind. Now, a 3-year-old, this represents a noun form because this is a child who is 3 years old. Now this 3-year-old, this is the adjective, so it doesn't take an S. That's why you don't have an S here. But if you say, imagine a child who is 3 years old on a swing set, then you would have the S. So let's continue. Imagine a 3-year-old child is on a swing set and tries to jump off, but falls. They scrape their knee. So if you scrape your knee, it means that you cause some bruising or bleeding on your knee. So kids, they commonly get a lot of scrapes. A scratch would be more of a like one vertical line, or it could be a horizontal line, where a scrape is more of, I guess it's a larger area. They scrape their knee and naturally start crying. So here, this naturally is used to say this is a normal reaction for a child. So you can use this in other situations. I saw her at the party and naturally I said hello. Or he told a rude joke and naturally I rolled my eyes because that's a normal thing to do in that situation, in my opinion. So that's how you can use naturally to almost justify the action by saying that's the normal thing to do in that situation. So I could say, when you speak in English, you will naturally make mistakes, to let you know that's the normal thing to happen. So here's that example so you can see how to write it out. He told a rude joke and naturally I rolled my eyes. Now remember, information between two commas can be removed from the sentence. So if I remove this naturally, he told a rude joke and I rolled my eyes. It's still grammatically correct, which is what needs to happen. And if you add it back, it just gives more information. It makes it sound like I think my action was justified, the normal, natural thing to do in that situation. So let's review this again. They scrape their knee and naturally start crying for their caregiver. Now here they're using caregiver to be more inclusive because sometimes children do not have a mother or father, which is a parent, in this situation or with them for a large part of their development as a child. It may be a nanny, a babysitter, an older sibling, a grandparent, a family friend. So it could be any number of other people who also care for the child. So that's what the word caregiver represents, is just more inclusive. The way their parent or caregiver reacts in this situation. So here again, like I said, they're being inclusive, parent, and then many children have alternative situations. So caregiver is more broad. The way their parent or caregiver reacts in this situation or any distressing event in childhood is crucial. So crucial means extremely important. So if your boss says it's crucial, notice that pronunciation, crucial that you finish the report before you leave today, I wouldn't leave without finishing that report because I know it's not just important, it's crucial. It's extremely important. Let's continue. When a kid is freaking out, oh, this is a really good phrasal verb. It's to freak out. And notice here it's in the present continuous because it's taking place now. The kid is freaking out right now. To freak out is to have a strong, intense emotional reaction. But that reaction can be positive or negative. So you could say she freaked out when she won the award. So she started, oh my God, I won, and started crying uncontrollably. But again, she's very happy, but it's a very strong, intense, happy, positive emotional reaction. She could freak out when she lost the award. So she starts crying in upset, sadness, anger, frustration. So it can be positive or negative. So when a kid is freaking out, in this case, it probably sounds negative because they talked about scraping their knee after they fell off a swing set. For a child, that can be very traumatic. So when a kid is freaking out, it's because they don't have the brain development to calm down. Ooh, to calm down is if your emotional reaction is up here, you want to bring that emotional reaction and your emotional state lower and lower and lower until it's more neutral. So in this example, if you have this crucial report, but you must leave work at 6 o'clock and it's 5:30, you're not done the report, you might start freaking out, becoming really upset, and then your coworker tells you to calm down. You need to calm down. You need to calm down. So that's how you could use all three of these. Freak out and calm down, they go hand in hand. They're the perfect pair. So they need their caregiver, says Ariel Armas, PhD. Ideally, the caregiver would come to their aid. So to their aid means if you come to someone's aid, it means you provide support, you provide help. That might be to help someone finish a report. So you can come to your coworker's aid and help them finish the report. Or it can also be used if someone is injured. So you provide help or support if a child is crying because they're injured because they scraped their knee. So ideally, the caregiver would come to their aid, would help them, and soothe the child. So to soothe someone, you might need to soothe your best friend, your mother, father, your boss. You could soothe anyone. You try to make them feel better and also help them calm down. So maybe you rub the child's back, you kiss the child, you hug the child. So those would all be ways you would soothe the child. In this context, maybe you just tell them, it's okay, everything will be fine. How about I get you some water? So that could be how you soothe an adult. A good replacement word would be comfort, and comfort someone, the child. Now notice the pronunciation is soothe. You have the voiced th, soothe, soothe. And it's a long oo sound, soothe. Soothe the child in this scenario. Teaching them how to calm down, so reduce their emotional reaction, how to calm down, and that they are worthy of being cared for. So notice, to be worthy of, and then something, you could say worthy of love, worthy of support, or worthy of doing something. In this case, receiving something, being cared for. A good replacement for worthy is the verb deserve. The sentence structure would be that they deserve care, so a noun. If you wanted to use a verb, you would use the infinitive, and it makes sense to use the passive voice, that they deserve to be cared for, because they're receiving the action, not doing the action. That they deserve care, to be cared for, that they are worthy of care, of being cared for. And of course, both of these, deserve or worthy, it means that the care is rightfully theirs. Let's continue. But if the caregiver doesn't help, it may have lasting effects. So lasting here, it's being used as an adjective. It means effects that last a long time. So you can use lasting as an adjective to make it a lot shorter rather than saying it may have effects that last a long time. These wounds from caregivers. Now notice here, in this context, they're talking about an emotional wound. A wound is an area of your skin or anywhere on your body that is damaged. So maybe there is a cut, a scrape, you hurt it in some way, it's bleeding, maybe it's infected. It can be minor or it can be serious. So that would be a wound, but in this context, they're talking about emotional wounds. So you can't see it visibly, but it's damage on your inside, basically. So these emotional wounds, but they're not using that word. It's just implied based on the context. These wounds from caregivers can show up in all your adult relationships. So in this case, can show up, it means can appear, can be visible in. Not just the romantic or platonic ones, but your work or acquaintance relationships as well. So if you have a platonic relationship, this means that you have a relationship with someone of the opposite sex, but it is not romantic. So it would be, I have a relationship with a man and we're good friends. We spend a lot of time together, but it's not romantic in any way. So maybe it's a childhood friend and I view him more like a brother or a cousin or a family member. So that would be platonic. But your work or acquaintance. So notice the pronunciation. This can be difficult. Acquaintance. An acquaintance means that you know someone, but not well enough to call them your friend. So I would say I'm acquaintances with one of my neighbors. I know them, I know their names, I say hello, but I don't really know anything about their lives. We don't socialize together. So they're my neighbors, they're my acquaintances, but they're not my friends. So this part is saying these emotional wounds from caregivers can impact all your relationships, close ones, romantic ones, casual ones, all your relationships. Let's continue. If your caregiver didn't show up for you, so in this case, show up, it does mean appear, like we have it here. But if you show up for someone, it means more that you appear in their life consistently as someone they can rely on, depend on, someone who supports them. So it's a similar but additional meaning than simply the phrasal verb show up, to show up for someone. Another phrase that's very commonly used is if your caregiver wasn't there for you. So you may know this one. You might say, oh, my husband's always there for me. My sister's always there for me. Or I'm always there for you. So we use this to say, I will always provide support in whatever way you need that support. So to be there for someone, that's the expression to be there for someone. And in this one, it's to show up for someone. This one is probably the more commonly used one, but this one is certainly common as well. If your caregiver didn't show up for you when you needed them, you might believe your needs are not important or worth tending to. Okay, so notice worth is a gerund verb. So the verb that follows is in the ing form. So remember before we saw worthy of, and then you would have your verb in ing. And it was to be worthy of. So you could say your needs are not important or are not worthy of tending to. So in this case, it's to be worth tending to. And the phrasal verb tend to, here it's in the ing form as we discussed because of worth, but to tend to means to look after or care for. So notice here, if you use look, it's look after, to look after, or to care for. So here, just to be consistent, I'll put this in the ing form because I had that in. Worth looking after, worth caring for. Now, we commonly use the phrasal verb to tend to with something living. So you can tend to your child, tend to your pets. And we also commonly use this with plants because, of course, they're living. So you will hear, if I don't tend to my plants, they'll die. That's an obvious statement. But you might hear someone say, my garden needs tending to. So my garden needs care, and my care, my attention, that's what it would mean here. So we use tend to specifically with something living. Okay, so you might believe your needs are not important or worth tending to, taking care of, or looking after, even if your logical mind can realize external factors were to blame. So were to blame, these external factors, this sounds like as an adult, you understand that maybe your parent didn't show up for you when you fell off the swing set for many different reasons. it isn't something overly negative. So it's saying even if your logical mind can realize that external factors were to blame. So to blame were the reason why your caregiver didn't show up for you in your time of need. This can cause you to have anxiety. So the fact that caregivers didn't open up for you or didn't show up for you, so that is this can cause you to have anxiety in relationships and not set boundaries. So if you set boundaries, it means you identify what actions or behaviors you will allow and not allow. So in a workplace context, maybe your boundary is the noun, and then set means to establish, to put in place. So maybe your boss always last minute asks you to stay late. But you have to set a boundary and let your boss know that if you need to stay late, they have to tell you in advance, because you have to make arrangements for someone to pick up your kids or water your plants or whatever it might be. So you need to set that boundary and say, I leave work at 6 o'clock unless I get 24 hours notice. So that's my rule. That would be setting a boundary. Okay. So establish, and you can establish these in your personal life, your workplace life, with friends, family, whatever that might be. So this can cause you to have anxiety in relationships and not set boundaries and instead act as a people pleaser. So a people pleaser, this is a noun. So it describes someone. So you might say, she is a people pleaser, or my friend is a people pleaser, or I'm a people pleaser. A people pleaser is someone who doesn't want to do something, but says yes because they know it will make the other person happy, even if it causes problems in their own lives. So if your friend says, can I stay in your house? And it would actually be very difficult for you to have your friend in your house, but you say yes because it will make your friend happy, even though it causes you a lot of stress. That is a people pleaser. So it's not a positive thing, because it sounds positive to want to say yes to people and make them happy, but it's calling someone a people pleaser is it's a problem. It's something that they should stop doing, or at least try to reduce. So let's review this again. Act as a people pleaser because seeing others happy makes you feel safe emotionally. Now here they added emotionally. Now remember here when they were talking about wounds, they didn't add emotionally. So emotional wounds, because emotional is an adjective, it describes the wounds. But in this case, it is safe emotionally, so it's an adverb. Let's continue. The result, you may need to reparent yourself. So everything we just read provides the reason why you may need to reparent yourself, which means to parent yourself again. So here, which simply means, so they explain what they mean by parent yourself again, reparent yourself, which simply means you give yourself what you didn't receive from your caregiver as a child. So that situation where the caregiver didn't show up for the kid when they scraped their knee, you can give yourself that support or love you wanted at that time. Whether it's providing yourself emotional validation or preparing the kinds of meals you are never offered. Learning how to reparent yourself can help heal childhood wounds. So here they described what type of wounds. So childhood wounds. They could also add emotional. So heal emotional childhood wounds. Because again, in the context of this article, I understand that it's emotional wounds. But if I just saw these 3 words, heal childhood wounds, I might assume assume, without knowing the context, I might assume they're talking about an injury that you had as a child, okay? So you could add the word emotional to describe what type of childhood wounds, to heal emotional childhood wounds and set you up for a healthier, more emotionally stable existence as an adult. Okay, so here, set you up for something. This is a really great expression. It simply means to prepare you. So hopefully you're thinking, watching JForrest English lessons. Now my verb is set. You conjugate this. In this case, it's conjugated with watching, which is a gerund expression, which is conjugated as it as the subject. So that's why we have this s here. The past simple of set, to set, is set. Okay, so this is the past simple. It has to be the past simple because if it were the present simple, it would not be grammatically correct because you need this s. So watching JForrest English lessons sets me up for success, prepares me for success. Success is a noun. You can also use this expression with the infinitive. Watching JForrest English lessons set me up, so this is the past simple, is a completed past action, to succeed. So to succeed, this is the verb form, and then for, and then success is the noun. So I'll just write this as a noun so you remember. Noun. And then this is a past and it's also a verb. So the verb is to succeed. So you remember that. So for something, in this case success, for success, to succeed, the infinitive. So in this case it was for something, a healthier, more emotionally stable. So stable means you're not overly freaking out about something. You're just in a more calm, stable existence as an adult. That's the end of the article. What I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish and you can focus on my pronunciation. It might be time to reparent yourself. Here's how to get started. If you spend much time on mental health Instagram or therapy talk, you might have come across talk of how to reparent yourself or your inner child. Maybe you rolled your eyes and kept scrolling. But if the concept intrigues you, there's good reason. Reparenting is actually a helpful framework that a growing number of therapists use with their clients. Imagine a 3-year-old is on a swing set and tries to jump off but falls. They scrape their knee and naturally start crying for their caregiver. The way their parent or caregiver reacts in this situation or any distressing event in childhood is crucial. When a kid is freaking out, it's because they don't have the brain development to calm down. So they need their caregiver, says Ariel Armas, PhD. Ideally, the caregiver would come to their aid and soothe the child in this scenario, teaching them how to calm down and that they are worthy of being cared for. But if the caregiver doesn't help, it may have lasting effects. These wounds from caregivers can show up in all your adult relationships, not just the romantic or platonic ones, but your work or acquaintance relationships as well. If your caregiver didn't show up for you when you needed them, you might believe your needs are not important or worth tending to, even if your logical mind can realize external factors were to blame. This can cause you to have anxiety in relationships or not set boundaries and instead act as a people pleaser because seeing others happy makes you feel safe emotionally. The result, you may need to reparent yourself, which simply means you give yourself what you didn't receive from your caregiver as a child. Whether it's providing yourself emotional validation or preparing the kinds of meals you were never offered, learning how to reparent yourself can help heal childhood wounds and set you up for a healthier, more emotionally stable existence as an adult.
Our headline, your coffee habit could be linked to healthier aging, study finds. So of course, we're talking about coffee. So your coffee habit represents your habit or routine of how frequently you drink coffee. So it could include drinking a lot of coffee, or even not drinking coffee at all is still your coffee habit. Now, could be linked to. Here, notice we have to be linked to. So we have one thing, your coffee habit, and then to be linked to something else, healthier aging. It means these two things, your coffee habit and healthy aging, are connected or related in some way. Now, could is a modal of probability or possibility. So this means there is a possibility, but it's not guaranteed. And healthier aging, the word aging means getting older, but we don't use this with babies or toddlers or kids. We really use this to refer to adults getting older. So you could say, Jennifer, you're aging so well, which means although I'm getting older, I still look young. So you could use that as a compliment to someone. She's aging well. And then not so positively, she isn't aging well, or she's aging poorly, to use a negative adverb. In the headline, aging is a noun. It's a something. But in the examples I gave, I'm using the verb to age conjugated in the present continuous because it's taking place now. So Jennifer, you're aging so well. I'm in the process of doing this. That's why it's in the present continuous. So the verb is to age. The structure to be linked to is very commonly used, especially in more formal English. So here's an example. Having a consistent study habit. So using a habit, in this case, a study habit. So this is item one or thing one. And then to be conjugated with our gerund expression, third person singular. This is always in the ed form, linked. Notice that pronunciation of the T, linked. So this ed forms a T sound, linked to, but then when I pronounce this to, you don't really hear that first T because I have the T here, linked to, and then something else, better results. This is a noun. If you wanted to use a verb, it would be the gerund because to is part of the expression, so it's a preposition. So what could we add for a verb in the gerund? Having a consistent study habit is linked to getting better results, more simply, achieving, attaining. You can use something more formal as well, but it would be in the ing. But you can also use a noun and just say better results. So this is optional. And hopefully you think that watching my videos, studying with me, learning with me is linked to better results with your English fluency. So if you do, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's continue with the article. Want to reach older age with a sharp mind and healthy body? What do you notice about this question? Maybe the beginning part, want to reach older age. This is something that native speakers commonly do, specifically in more informal contexts. But as you can see, this is a more formal context and they're doing it. They're dropping the auxiliary verb, which is there for grammar, but not for understanding for a native speaker. So we know this is a question form even without the auxiliary verb. So what would be the auxiliary verb? Well, and you would have to add the subject as well. Do you want to reach an older age? Do you want to reach an older age? So I might say to you, want to have dinner tonight? Want to have dinner tonight? Instead of do you want to have dinner tonight? That's very common if I send a quick text message or even in spoken English as well. Just remember that as this is informal English, it's acceptable to use with your friends and casual situations, but in a more professional situation, it may not be appropriate. It depends on many things. So to be safe, you can always include the auxiliary and the subject if you are not sure and form the full question. Do you want to reach older age with a sharp mind. So here, sharp is the adjective and it's used positively. If you have a sharp mind, it means you're able to think quickly, form your thoughts clearly, and it's another way of saying you still have all your mental abilities, even though you're older, and generally they tend to decline. So it's saying you're still maintaining your mental abilities as you age. This is commonly used as a compliment to someone of any age, and you can say, wow, you're sharp. So if I ask you a mental math question, what's 23 times 12, and you're able to answer it instantly or very quickly, be like, wow, you're sharp. Or if someone asks a question in a meeting and you are able to answer it very quickly and it's a complicated question, someone might say, wow, you're sharp. So it's a compliment that you can use to describe someone. So here, in both cases, it's an adjective. In this case, it's being used with aging, as you age. So a sharp mind and healthy body. Part of the answer may be, so again, our modal of possibility. Remember, with modals, you always use the base verb, which is why you see be. May be in your coffee cup. Oh, the secret is in your coffee cup. That's clever. So you can say, that's sharp if someone said this very quickly as an idea, in your coffee cup, according to new research. So notice here, according to, this preposition is required with to, and you can use it with someone, according to Dr. Sharma, or something like this new research is a something. Women who drank 1 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee per day in their 50s were more likely to reach older age free from major chronic diseases. Okay, let's review this part. Notice women, of course, is the irregular plural, 1 woman, 2 women. So notice the pronunciation is similar, but the vowel is different. So although the spelling is the same at the beginning, that's actually where the sound difference is the most pronounced. So woman, woman, but here in the plural is we, So it's that unstressed women, women. Women who drank 1 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee. So notice here, cups has the plural, but coffee does not. So 1 to 3, because this is plural, 3 cups of caffeinated coffee. Caffeinated, of course, it's the adjective that describes the coffee. It's coffee with caffeine, which is one of the reasons people love coffee, because of the caffeine. So caffeinated coffee. The opposite is decaffeinated. Notice that strong D pronunciation, decaffeinated. But native speakers generally shorten this to simply decaf. So if you go into a restaurant, you can say, I'll have decaf, and they know you want decaffeinated coffee. You don't even have to specify coffee. It's assumed. I'll have decaf. So maybe this is a little vague. You might say, I'll have a small decaf. Now it's more specific because they know you want what size you want. So I'll have a small decaf. You don't have to say coffee. They know what you mean. Now, if someone offers you a coffee, if you're at a friend's house or even in a workplace setting in a meeting, and they say, would you like a coffee? And you can say, oh, do you have decaf? Do you have decaf? Because the standard coffee is caffeinated. So you might have to clarify, do you have decaf? Decaf. So this is that long E, decaf. Women who drink 1 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee per day, so this per means every day, per day, in their 50s. So this describes their age. So women in their 50s. So from 50 to 59 years old is in their 50s, Were, because we're talking about women, that's why we need were, plural, more likely to reach older age free from major chronic diseases. If you're free from something, then it means you do not have it. Let's review this. These women who drink 1 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee per day in their 50s were more likely to reach older age free from major chronic diseases. Now we'll continue. And with good cognitive, physical, and mental health. So these represent the major categories of health, said lead study author Dr. Sarah Madavi. The women were surveyed in middle age and followed for 30 years to understand the rates of death and disease. So in middle age, I don't know if there is a precise term. If you assume that the average life expectancy is 100, which is quite high, middle age would be 50. So although technically it's probably younger, most people consider, in North America at least, people in their 50s to be around middle age. So in middle age, notice that preposition, in middle age. So the women were surveyed in their 50s could be a replacement to in middle age. And remember, if you add that S, it means the entire decade from 50 to 59. But the study could also be more precise and define what they mean by middle age. In middle age and followed for 30 years to understand the rates of death and disease. So their rates of means how likely were these women? Out of the women, how many had diseases? So that would be the rate of disease. And then they would calculate it as a percentage to determine it. In studies, it's very common to talk about likelihood. Likelihood is the noun, but written in sentence form, you would say how likely someone is, and then whatever it is. How likely my students are to become fluent by learning English with the news, for example. In this case, if I were to replace what I highlighted, I would say how likely the women were to die or develop disease, if I try to replicate this as closely as I can. Let's keep going. The effects were found in caffeinated coffee in particular. So in particular, they're emphasizing caffeinated coffee. So they want to make this sound like this is more important than other factors. So you could also use the word especially in caffeinated coffee. In particular, generally comes before or after the clause it's modifying, but especially I would put it after the main verb. The effects were found especially in caffeinated coffee, according to the research. And we already talked about this preposition, according to. And notice effect, this is the noun form. So you can have a singular or plural, the effects. Let's continue. The same link. Notice here we have link, which is a noun. You can think of it as the same connection, the same relationship, because before we saw it as to be linked. So A is linked to B. Coffee is linked to decreased disease. For example, studying is linked to better results. So the link is seeing it as a noun form. The same link between coffee and aging well. The same link was not found for tea or decaffeinated coffee, or decaf if you are in the real world talking to native speakers, or decaffeinated coffee. So they're saying there was no connection between tea and aging or decaffeinated coffee and aging in the sense of how likely they were to die or develop disease. And drinking more cola, so cola is short for Coca-Cola, Coke, Pepsi, those style of products, and drinking more cola or other caffeinated sodas such as 7-Up Orange Crush, Mountain Dew, whatever the other non-cola sodas are that are caffeinated, so contain caffeine, was tied to a lower chance of healthy aging. Okay. So tied to, you could replace tied with linked to. So tie, if my arms are tied, they're connected. So it's the same meaning. Linked, tied, connected. Linked is the standard term in more formal writing. Tied is a little more casual, a little more everyday. Was tied to a lower chance of healthy aging. So this is negative. Healthy sounds positive, right? But a lower chance means that your chance of aging in a healthy way is lower. So this is negative. So drinking more soda was tied to, connected to a decline in healthy aging. And remember, it's to be tied or linked, and you need that preposition to. So here it's our verb to be conjugated in the past simple. The study is observational. So here, this meaning, so they're going to define what an observational study is because it's not common knowledge. The study is observational, meaning it is limited in its ability to examine direct cause and effect. So in studies, they often talk about cause, what caused something, the reason for something, and effect. So the noun form, cause and effect. The new research can only show that a behavior and an outcome are more likely to occur together. So this defines what an observational study is. Now, in the context of this article, what's the behavior that they're talking about? Well, think of the routine, the habit. Behaviors are things we do. So in this case, it was the women who drank 1 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee. That's the behavior. Just like for you, it might be having a consistent study routine. That's the behavior. So all behavior, all because it's any, so it's general. The examples I gave were specific, which is why I used the article the. All behavior, such as drinking 1 to 3 cups of coffee per day, and an outcome. So an outcome, think result. What happens because of the behavior. In this case, it's the lower, how the rates of death and disease, and they suggested they were lower. So healthier aging, that's the outcome. And the outcome for your consistent study routine, the behavior, the outcome is better results, more confidence, faster fluency. Hopefully that's the outcome. So this part is important because they're basically saying that women who drank 1 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee, there were outcomes such as better aging, better mental, cognitive, physical abilities, but they only occurred together. We can't say that one caused the other. So it's an important point, especially in the research world, or if you're trying to understand the impact of this study. Researchers did take that into account. So notice here, did take. Do you understand why this is written this way grammatically? Because we have did, which is used in the past simple for negatives and questions. But this isn't a negative and it's not a question. So this is the emphatic past simple. The regular past simple, of course, would be researchers took that into account because the expression is to take something, in this case, the fact that the study was observational, to take something into account, which means to consider it, to consider it. So this would be the standard past simple. Did take is the emphatic past simple, which means they're simply emphasizing this point. So it sounds a little bit stronger than simply saying researchers took that into account. Researchers did take that into account. They want to emphasize this. So let's look at an example using to take into account, which means to consider, and the emphatic past simple. Maybe your boss or colleague is upset with you because you provided an estimate for the cost of something, but the estimate wasn't accurate. It was too low and you paid more for the service or the item. So your boss says you should have taken the product cost into account. You should have considered the product cost. So here, to take something, the product cost, into account. Now, this is written in you should have taken. You should have taken. So this is just your third form of the verb take. Now, you can use the emphatic past simple because this is written, this dialogue takes place in the past. So you would use the past simple, but you can use the emphatic past simple to clarify a belief. Your boss believes you didn't take the product costs into account, a belief or an assumption. So you can use this to clarify and respond back to your boss and say, we did take it into account. And because it's the emphatic, you might emphasize this word more than the others. We did take it into account. And this it represents the something, the product cost. So we did consider the product cost. So you have did and then the base verb in the emphatic past simple. It's a very useful sentence structure to understand. Let's review this again. Researchers did take that into account and adjusted for other factors. So adjusted, they changed or modified, adjusted for other factors that could link, connect. This is the verb form because we have modal of possibility and then base verb that could link coffee drinking. So this is, remember, item one, thing one, and item two, thing two, and you connect them together. So item one is coffee drinking and item two is healthy aging. So that could connect these two together. So they adjusted for other factors. So they, in this case, actually adjusted for something. Excuse me, before when I explained adjusted, I didn't see this for. If you adjust something, it means you make changes or modifications. For example, we need to adjust the budget. We need to change or modify the budget. But when you adjust for something, there's a very different meaning. If you adjust for in the context of this study, it means you account for. Now, to be honest, in a more everyday use, just the verb adjusted would be way more commonly used in my vocabulary and in anyone's vocabulary. A researcher would definitely use adjust for, which means more account for. So almost the similar meaning as consider. So let me explain the meaning of this simply. Researchers did take that into account and adjusted for other factors that could link coffee drinking and healthy aging. So these are the other factors that they adjusted for. So they looked at lifestyle, demographics, and other dietary differences. So how could you adjust for lifestyle? Well, if one of the women exercise every day and another woman doesn't exercise, they need to adjust or modify or change the results based on that, because the fact that one exercises and one doesn't could impact the results. But again, knowing this isn't that important in your everyday vocabulary, but adjust is definitely helpful. But it is still possible there is another variable at play. So if something is at play, it means another variable could still influence the study, could still be the reason why there was a link, a connection between drinking coffee, caffeinated coffee, and aging well, healthy aging. So there could be some other factor that's affecting that. So that's at play, in existence, still the reason why. This expression at play is very common and is often used in the sports world, because in the sports world, it's all about results and there are many things affecting results. So you could say, we thought his poor performance was because of his arm injury, but there are other factors at play. So maybe it's his sleep, his level of stress, his motivation, his family situation, his diet. So those could be the factors. And then at play means influencing his results, affecting his results. Variables, factors, those are two common words to come before at play, something at play. You could also just say things more commonly, but there are other things at play, other issues at play. So that is a common expression that you'll see. Let's continue. But the link, you've seen this a lot now. Repetition is so important for memorization. So the link, of course, this is a noun. Nouns are easy to identify when they have articles. So the connection, the relationship, the article the is here because it's a specific one. But the link between coffee and healthy aging, remember we need two things and then we need to connect them together or tie them. We saw that, to be tied to as well. Connect, link, tie them together. But the link between coffee and healthy aging isn't surprising. It is consistent with prior research. So prior means previous. Research previously done, research already completed. It is consistent with prior research. This suggests that there was a previous study and it showed the same link or connection as this study. Moderate coffee drinking has previously been linked. So this previously is because they used prior. Has previously been linked. So here we still have to be linked. We just have it in the present perfect. Has been linked. So to be has been linked to lower risks of chronic diseases. And then they're giving you examples of chronic diseases like type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Let's look at this word moderate. Moderate is right in the middle. So it modifies coffee drinking. So it means not too much and not too little. I don't know what moderate coffee drinking is, to be honest, because I don't know what the average amount of coffee drunk is. Do you? What would be moderate for you? In the middle, not too little, not too much. So if it were on the lower end, you could say light coffee drinking. So that would be drinking a small amount of coffee. Light coffee drinking, moderate coffee drinking, and then you could have the higher end, heavy coffee drinking. You could say heavy coffee drinking. And you could replace coffee drinking for other things, light exercise, moderate exercise, heavy exercise, for example. Even with workload, the amount of work you have, we use the term workload. You can say, oh, this week I have a light workload. Next week I have a moderate workload. Last week I had a heavy workload. So if you had to guess the number of cups of coffee that represent moderate coffee drinking, what number would you choose? Put it in the comments. I'm curious because I honestly do not know. So put it in the comments. What number represents moderate coffee drinking? And what about you? Would you describe your coffee drinking as light, moderate, or heavy? Mine is definitely light. I drink 1 cup per day. Okay, now our final paragraph. Does this mean you should take up a coffee habit if you don't have one already? Okay, so here, a coffee habit, we already talked about this, but your routine or your behavior when it comes to drinking coffee. But it says if you don't have one already. So it suggests if you currently do not drink coffee, then you do not have a coffee habit. So should you take up a coffee habit? If you take up something such as a habit, it means you start it, you do it, you begin it as your routine. So if I take up jogging, I don't just jog once, I do it as a regular part of my routine. So maybe you want to take up piano or take up guitar or take up gardening, or in this case, take up a coffee habit. And notice here, you can use a noun such as guitar. This is a noun. But if you use the verb, you're going to use the gerund verb. You're going to see it as an in-progress action. So take up jogging, take up gardening, take up drinking coffee. But a coffee habit, this is a noun because we have a habit. What type of habit? A coffee habit. So that's a noun. So you can use a noun or a gerund. Does this mean you should take up a coffee habit if you don't have one already? Not necessarily. So not necessarily means maybe yes, maybe no. It's unclear, uncertain. Now here's the reason why. Coffee may support longevity. This is the concept of living longer. The study of living longer is referred to as longevity. Notice the pronunciation, longevity. So coffee may support living longer, longevity. Coffee may support longevity, but it's not a universal prescription. So if it were a universal prescription, it means every single person, regardless of age, demographics, lifestyle, health, everyone should do it. But they're saying it's not a universal prescription. So maybe there are certain people that shouldn't drink coffee for some reason. A simple way of saying this would be, but it's not for everyone. Some people may benefit. Some people may actually see negative effects, so it's not for everyone. And that's the end of the article. So I'll read the article again from start to finish, and you can focus on my pronunciation. Your coffee habit could be linked to healthier aging, study finds. Want to reach older age with a sharp mind and healthy body? Part of the answer may be in your coffee cup, according to new research. Women who drank 1 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee per day in their 50s were more likely to reach older age free from major chronic diseases and with good cognitive, physical, and mental health, said lead study author Dr. Sarah Madavi. The women were surveyed in middle age and followed for 30 years to understand their rates of death and disease. The effects were found in caffeinated coffee in particular, according to the research. The same link was not found for tea or decaffeinated coffee, and drinking more cola or other caffeinated sodas was tied to a lower chance of healthy aging. The study is observational, meaning it is limited in its ability to examine direct cause and effect. The new research can only show that a behavior and an outcome are more likely to occur together. Researchers did take that into account and adjusted for other factors that could link coffee drinking and healthy aging, such as lifestyle, demographics, and other dietary differences. But it is still possible there is another variable at play, Madavi said. But the link between coffee and healthy aging isn't surprising. It is consistent with prior research. Moderate coffee drinking has previously been linked to lower risks of chronic diseases like type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Does this mean you should take up a coffee habit if you don't have one already? Not necessarily. Coffee may support longevity, but it's not a universal prescription. First, I'll read the headline. What's all the hype about green coffee? Let's talk about this word, the hype. You might be wondering what this is. Hype is a noun, and it is to repeatedly advertise or discuss something in a way that creates a lot of positive expectation. So let's look at this example here. There's so much hype about the new James Bond movie. Notice you can have hype about something like this article, hype about green coffee. You can also use the preposition surrounding, the hype surrounding the new James Bond movie. They're the exact same. So if there's a lot of hype about the new James Bond movie, it means everywhere you look, you see an advertisement for the new movie. Or people are discussing it. Oh, I can't wait to see the new movie. I heard the new movie's really great. I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to it. And it creates this positive expectation. So apparently that's what's happening now with green coffee. So if I hear what's all the hype about green coffee, it sounds to me like a lot of people are talking about how amazing green coffee is. If you go into coffee shops or stores, they're selling and advertising the green coffee. That's the hype. Let's continue and find out what the hype's all about. Green coffee beans are coming back stronger than a 90s trend. Now, a trend is something that is popular, extremely popular for a specific period of time. So think back to the 90s, if you can, and think about what were the hairstyles, the clothing styles, what were the trends in the 90s. Now, this article is suggesting that 90s trends are coming back. Coming back, this is, of course, another way of saying returning. So now you see hairstyles from the 90s or clothing from the 90s right now. Have you noticed that? And they're saying that green coffee beans are coming back stronger than a 90s trend. So they're even more popular than 90s trends, which are also apparently returning. But it also sounds like in the past, green coffee beans were popular. Maybe they were trendy, a trend, then they weren't popular. And now because they're coming back, it means they're returning to popularity. Let's continue. You might wonder why you keep seeing green coffee beans or raw coffee beans everywhere and what it means. What about you? Have you seen green coffee beans everywhere? I personally haven't. But maybe now I will start seeing them everywhere. Let's take a look here. You might wonder. You can also say you might be wondering. You might be wondering. And both of them are grammatically correct. So if you say you might be wondering, the emphasis is on right now. Right now, you might be wondering. You might wonder why. This sounds like more in general, but ultimately they are both grammatically correct. Personally, I would use this one in this context because I feel like the emphasis should be on right now because it's not in general you wonder this, is right now as you're reading this article. But just remember that that's just a personal preference. Both of them are grammatically correct and it's just how you want the person to interpret it. Let's continue. Wait, are people really drinking raw, unroasted coffee beans? Yes, and even better, this unroasted coffee beverage is easy to make at home. Okay, let's stop here. Let's talk about this phrase, even better. This is used when you want to emphasize that what comes next is better than what was previously said, although they're both good. So this is a great way to really emphasize something because you have one positive thing, then you say even better, and then you list another positive thing, and you're putting more emphasis on the second positive thing. For example, the promotion comes with a raise, that's positive, and even better, I can work from home. So this tells the person that you actually value working from home more so than a raise, which means more money. Maybe because you have young children at home and it's way easier for you to work from home, and that is a better scenario than just getting a little bit more money. So, and even better. The and is optional. You can say and even better or just even better. And even better, this unroasted coffee beverage is easy to make at home. And even better, this unroasted coffee beverage is easy to make at home and comes with loads of health benefits. Loads is another way of saying a lot of or many health benefits. Just be careful with that of, because if you use many, you don't need of, but a lot of, loads of. I have loads of emails to read, for example. The only thing better than a new trend is a new trend that is good for your body. So they're saying it's positive that we have a new trend, and it's even better to use this again. So the second point is stronger, and it's even better that the new trend is good for your body. Green coffee beans are regular coffee beans that have not been roasted. So here you finally learn what green coffee beans are, have not been roasted. So you could also say that have not been roasted, or you can say that are unroasted, You could also say raw, are regular coffee beans that are raw, are unroasted, that have not been roasted. They taste like a mix between herbal tea and coffee. So if you have a mix between, it means some of the taste is herbal tea and some of the taste is coffee. That would be a mix between. And they're using between because they're specifying the two items. Let's continue. Now we come to the benefits, the loads of health benefits. Chronic inflammation is a key factor in arthritis, cancer, diabetes, and autoimmune diseases. First, let's talk about a key factor. Here, key means important. Now, factor is a situation that has influence. So here, the factor is chronic inflammation. Chronic, when describing a health condition, a health problem, chronic means that it continues for a long time. So inflammation, not just temporarily, it's chronic inflammation. It's always there, and it was there years ago, and most likely it's going to be there years in the future as well. That's chronic. Chronic inflammation is a key factor in, and then the specific health conditions: arthritis, cancer, diabetes, and autoimmune diseases. Treating inflammation. So notice you treat an illness. If you treat an illness, it means you want to reduce it. You want to improve the health of the person by reducing the illness or the symptoms. That's treating the symptoms. Treating inflammation can prevent and treat life-threatening diseases and makes for a more comfortable quality of life. Let's talk about this verb right here, and makes for a more comfortable quality of life. Why do you think that this verb has an S on it? Do you know? Why does this verb have an S on it? It's because when you have this and, you need to go back because the subject of the sentence is how you would conjugate the verb that comes after and. So this verb that comes after and relates back to treating inflammation. So this, treating inflammation, this is the subject of the sentence because this is our first verb. Now, can is a modal verb, so you don't conjugate it. That's why there's not cans, because you don't conjugate it. It's a modal verb. But treating inflammation makes for a more comfortable quality of life. That alone is a complete sentence. So this, treating inflammation, this as a subject is it. It makes for a more comfortable quality of life. I made those notes for you. Now let's continue. Raw, unroasted coffee beans. So here we see the raw coffee beans, unroasted coffee beans. Those are the green beans. Raw, unroasted coffee beans have both antioxidant and anti-inflammatory. Notice how you say the word anti and then you say the next word. So oxidant, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory. Antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties that can benefit our bodies in the long and short term. So long term, there's no set definition for what length of time that is, but maybe that could be 6 months, 1 year, but it could also be 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. So it can be in the near future or in the later future. And short term, there's also no specific time for that. It could be 1 week, 1 month, 6 months, 1 year. It just depends on the context. So let's look at this sentence. What are your short-term and long-term goals? Very common question. Now, in this case, short-term is an adjective, and that's why you see it with this dash. It describes what the goal is. It gives more information. So when I hear a short-term goal, I think about right now. I want this to happen now, tomorrow, next week, and maybe up to a year. But you could have a different definition of a short-term goal. And when I hear long-term goal, I think maybe in 5 years or in 10 years. It could even be longer. But again, you might have a slightly different definition because they're not specific. But notice here, in the long term, in the short term, this is a phrase, and that's why you don't see the dashes between. This is just a spelling issue. There's nothing different with pronunciation, but because this is an adjective, that's why you see it with the dash. So that's in the long and short term. And it's very common to discuss both long term and short term with your health and also with things like goals and priorities. So those are the health benefits. Now you're probably wondering, how can you make green coffee? So let's look at the directions. Gently rinse 1 cup of green coffee beans, then place in a pot. Now notice for directions, I'll ask you before I tell you, what verb tense is being used here? Gently is not a verb tense. Gently is an adverb. So we can ignore the word gently and we can look at the verb. And what verb tense is being used and why? It's the imperative. The imperative verb tense is the verb tense we use with directions. Now, you need to know that for the imperative, you don't have a subject and you use the base verb. So in this first step, you have 2 verbs, both in the imperative. Rinse 1 cup of green coffee beans, gently rinse, place in a pot. Place in a pot. Okay, so we have our 1 cup of rinsed green coffee beans in a pot. Pour, this is our verb, pour, in the imperative, pour 3 cups of water over the unroasted coffee beans and bring to a boil. This is our verb in the imperative. Bring to a boil. When you bring something to a boil, it means once it starts boiling, that is the point at which you brought it to a boil. So the point when it starts boiling, that's bring to a boil. Simmer, this is our next verb, the verb to simmer, for 12 minutes over medium heat. When you simmer something, it means you cook it at a lower temperature. So you bring it to a boil, it starts boiling, and then you immediately turn the heat down. You turn it down to medium and you let it simmer. So you just let it cook for 12 minutes at a lower temperature. Pour, again, pour, the verb in the imperative. Pour the liquid. So the liquid, because here you have the water and the coffee beans. So just pour the liquid into a cup and drink immediately. So pour the liquid into a cup and so drink immediately. This is our other verb in this sentence that's in the imperative. And drink immediately, I guess immediately because they don't want you to drink it cold. That's probably why they said immediately. So now you have the directions, very simple, to make green coffee. So you can give it a shot. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. This is a great expression. It means try it. So remember I said, so now you have the instructions. You can try it. You can give it a shot. So put this in the comments, give it a shot, give it a shot. And you can let me know also if you are going to give it a shot. So put that in the comments, give it a shot. So that is the article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish and this time focus on my pronunciation. Let's do that now. What's all the hype about green coffee? Green coffee beans are coming back stronger than a 90s trend. You might wonder why you keep seeing green coffee beans or raw coffee beans everywhere and what it means. Wait, are people really drinking raw, unroasted coffee beans? Yes. And even better, this unroasted coffee beverage is easy to make at home and comes with loads of health benefits. The only thing better than a new trend is a new trend that is good for your body. Green coffee beans are regular coffee beans that have not been roasted. They taste like a mix between herbal tea and coffee. Chronic inflammation is a key factor in arthritis, cancer, diabetes, and autoimmune diseases. Treating inflammation can prevent and treat life-threatening diseases and makes for a more comfortable quality of life. Raw, unroasted coffee beans have both antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties that can benefit our bodies in the long and short term. Directions. Gently rinse 1 cup of green coffee beans, then place in a pot. Pour 3 cups of water over the unroasted coffee beans and bring to a boil. Simmer for 12 minutes over medium heat. Pour the liquid into a cup and drink immediately.
Now I have green coffee beans right here because my husband roasts his own coffee. So here's some of the coffee that my husband roasted. So how about I follow the directions and make a cup of green coffee for the very first time. As you can see, I just brought the water to a boil. Now I'm going to reduce the heat and let it simmer for 12 minutes. And here is the green coffee. This is the very first time I'm going to drink this, and honestly, I'm not really looking forward to it because it did not smell very good when I was making it. But here it goes. Oh my, that is not good. Oh my goodness, I don't want to have another sip of that. It's really strong, extremely strong. It definitely does have a herbal taste to it. So I see the mix between herbal tea and coffee, but that's not very pleasant. You can try it for yourself, but I don't think I'm going to drink any more green coffee.
First, I'll read the headline. Can you teach people to have empathy? Right off the bat, let's define empathy and compare this to sympathy, a question I commonly receive from students. Notice grammatically, empathy and sympathy are both nouns. You can have, possess, so this is the verb to have empathy, to have sympathy. Empathy is when you understand and share someone else's feelings. Sympathy is simply when you feel bad for someone. For example, I'm so sorry you lost your job. That's awful. I feel bad for you. Compare that to, I'm so sorry you lost your job. The exact same beginning, but you might say something like, I understand how difficult that is. Maybe because I lost my job last year, or my husband, my brother, my father, my friend, my roommate lost their job. So I have a deeper understanding of those feelings. So it's a subtle but important difference. Empathy, sympathy. You may remember that I said right off the bat, let's define and compare empathy and sympathy. This is a very commonly used expression right off the bat. It means at the very beginning. You can use it in meetings, in social conversations. If you're telling your friend about a vacation, you could say right off the bat, it was the best vacation I had. So you're letting your friend know at the very beginning. Or since we're at the very beginning of this lesson, you might say or think to yourself, right off the bat, this is a great lesson. We're only a few minutes in and you've learned a lot already. What do you think? Do you agree right off the bat, this is a great lesson? If you do, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's continue. Have you ever had that feeling when your friend is going through a hard time and you can almost feel their pain? Now let's take a look at this. To go through a hard time. In this context, to go through, the verb is go. It's conjugated in the present continuous, is going through, but the verb is go. So to go through means experience. So you could say, have you ever had that feeling when your friend is experiencing a hard time? But we only use go through to mean experience when it's used with a negative adjective. So a hard time, a difficult time, a terrible time, any other negative adjective. You can start with hard time or difficult time, challenging time, and then you can add on and learn more adjectives to express your ideas in different ways. For example, you could say, we went through a turbulent time after the fire. Turbulent means there was a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion. Turbulent. We went through a turbulent time after the fire. Now remember, go through, go is your verb, so you conjugate this. In this case, it's the past simple went. But remember, we only use this with negative adjectives. If you say we had an amazing time on vacation, you use to have an X time. X represents the adjective, and you can use a positive or a negative adjective with this. And in this case, the verb have means experience. You could say we had a terrible time on vacation, but you can only use go through with a negative adjective. Let's keep reading. That's one aspect of an amazing power we have, empathy. So remember, empathy is about feeling and understanding what someone else is going through. Now, generally, we use this with negative situations, which is why I used what someone is going through, because the adjective choice would be negative. Empathy is the ability to feel and understand other people's emotions and perspectives. So now we have a definition, but you already knew this. Let's review perspective. This is a way of thinking or considering situations. And we'll review this because it's very common to use instead of asking for someone's opinion. You probably are familiar with the question, what's your opinion on this? You could also say, what's your perspective on this? What's your way of thinking about this or considering this? Now, to answer using these two words, notice the difference in preposition. In my opinion, from my perspective. So remember this because this is a very powerful word choice for your IELTS, for meetings, for job interviews, or for more formal situations. From my perspective. But you must use the preposition from. In my opinion, from my perspective, and then you can state your thoughts, your ideas, your opinion, or perspective. At times like that, remember that represents when someone you know is going through something. Remember, to go through something is to experience something negative, only negative. At times like that, empathy might come on without you doing anything to make it happen. Do you know what come on means in this context? When something comes on, in this case, empathy comes on, it means it happens, occurs, or starts suddenly and automatically. For example, the heat just came on. So I'm in this room now, I have a thermostat, and I don't do anything to control the heat. It comes on automatically. It comes on suddenly when the temperature drops below a certain degree. So the heat just came on. That would be a very everyday use of this expression, and you can use it with the air conditioning, of course. But also, a migraine came on in the middle of an important meeting. So a migraine happened suddenly and automatically in the sense that you didn't do anything to create it. It just came on. A migraine came on in the middle of an important meeting. So it can be used for an emotion. You can feel a certain emotion suddenly and automatically, something like heat, or something like an illness or symptom like a migraine. So in this case, empathy might come on, happen, without you doing anything to make it happen. But did you know that empathy is actually a skill you can learn and that it's really useful in myriad ways? Let's review myriad and notice the pronunciation. There is no A sound. It's id, myriad, myriad. This means large in number or a great variety. So you can learn how to use empathy or develop empathy in a large number of ways, or there's a great variety of ways you can learn this skill, as they call it, empathy as a skill. Now, notice here they used did you know? Did you know? That is optional. Often native speakers use that in writing, but we omit it. We don't use it in speaking. That isn't a rule, it's a guideline. But if you're ever wondering, do I need that? Do I not need it? Just use it because it's correct. It's just optional. So I could say, did you know I have myriad videos? A large number of videos, or it could be a small number, but within that smaller number, there's a great variety. So it could be either. Did you know I have myriad videos on my channel to help you become fluent? And in this case, there are both a large number and a great variety. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, so you can watch the myriad videos on my channel to help you become fluent. And notice here, it's optional. Did you know that? Or did you know I have. So did you know you add this before a clause? A clause is a subject, verb, and then the rest of the sentence, the object. Now, the rest of the article, they'll talk about these myriad ways. The first, listening. Listening is a key part of empathy. Do you know what key means in this context? Of course, we're not talking about your house or your car keys. Listening is a key part of empathy. In this case, key means important part of empathy. This is frequently used in the structure to be key. For example, listening is key. Listening is very important. Depending on the context, it could be listening is the most important. So it can be important, very important, or the most important, depending on context. Listening is key. Listening is a key part, important part of empathy. Tuning in so you really understand. Let's take a look at tuning in. This is a phrasal verb, to tune in. In this context, tune in means to pay close attention to or to focus on. So when your friend is talking, you should tune in, pay close attention, focus on your friend so you really understand. Try to listen with your whole self to concentrate 100% and to hear what's behind the words. To check you've really understood and to show the other person you're listening, it can be powerful to reflect back what someone's telling you. Let's take a look at this. What's behind the words? So your job is to hear what's behind the words. This means to understand the meaning, motivation, or intention behind the words. So imagine your friend says to you, I lost my job, but I'm fine. So you want to understand, well, your friend says, I'm fine, but how does your friend truly feel? What is the intention by saying that? Is this true? So you want to understand what's behind the words, the true feeling, the motivation, or the meaning. We use this a lot in different situations. For example, you could ask someone, what's behind your decision to quit? Or to move, or even to learn English. What's behind your decision? What's motivating you? What's the true reason? So they want to know the true reason. So this is a very common question that you can be asked in different situations, including professional and social situations. What's behind your decision to do something? And then the person wants you to be more honest, more truthful about why you're doing something. Let's continue to the next point of building empathy. Read stories. When we read stories, a character's emotions can feel real. Tuning in to these emotions can help us learn about others' lives, perspectives, and feelings. So here we already learned what tune in means. Do you remember what it means? It means to pay close attention to or to focus on. Hopefully you're tuning in to my words right now. And remember, you tune in to something or someone. So tuning into my words or tuning in to me as I'm teaching you all the vocabulary from this lesson. Now notice here, tune is in the gerund form. Tuning. Do you know why? Notice it's at the beginning of a sentence. When we use the gerund at the beginning of sentences, it's to make general statements. Let's compare these two sentences. Tuning in. So this is the gerund. It starts the sentence. Tuning in when others speak is key, is important, or the most important to building empathy. So notice here, is key to, and then you need the gerund for this expression as well, is key to doing something. In this case, building empathy. But this is a general statement. Tuning in when others speak is key to building empathy. But compare that to Tune in when I speak to you. In this case, what verb tense is this? It's the imperative, which is used for instructions or orders. And students often confuse these. So make sure you're using the gerund to start when you're making general statements, and the imperative, which uses the base verb to start when you're providing an instruction or an order. Tune in when I speak to you. And you already know what perspectives is, so it's great to have that repetition because then it gives you more opportunities to remember and practice this vocabulary. So perspectives, as we learned before, a way of thinking or considering situations. And it's in my opinion, but from my perspective. Did you remember that? If not, that's okay because you just need to repeat it. In my opinion, from my perspective, all without having to leave your chair. So this means all represents you can learn about others' lives, perspectives, feelings without leaving your chair. So all is the various points that were mentioned before. Let's continue. Get curious. Replace judgment with curiosity. So this is the next thing that you can do, or perhaps you should do, to build empathy. Remember that get means become. So it's from that transition from not curious to curious. And notice the verb tense. What verb tense is this? We just talked about it. It's not the gerund. It's the imperative. It's the base verb because this article is providing this as an instruction to you. Get curious. That's the advice to you. Now, to talk about this transition, you might say, I get confused when I read the news because there are so many expressions and words that you don't understand. So get is to talk about that transition from not confused when you first started reading, not confused, to confused. But then we use to be, I'm confused, to talk about your current state. So I get confused, I am confused. And don't worry, that's why I'm here to help you read the news easily. So get curious, replace judgment. Again, this is that imperative because it's the base verb to start the sentence. That's how I identify it. It's the base verb that starts the sentence and it's an instruction. Replace judgment with curiosity. This is what the article wants you to do. We can sometimes slip very easily into judging other people. What do you notice about the verb slip? Is it a regular verb? What is it? It's actually a phrasal verb, but it can be difficult to identify phrasal verbs when the preposition is separated from the verb. In this context, slip into means to gradually enter a bad condition. So you might understand from this example, some fear the economy is slipping into a recession. So the economy is entering a recession, which is a bad condition, but is doing it gradually, which means slowly, slipping into. So we can sometimes slip very easily into judging other people. So we start judging other people. Oh, you shouldn't do that. Why is that person doing that? Look what they're doing. Look what they're wearing. So judging. But we do it gradually. So we don't notice we're doing it, but then gradually more and more, and it's a bad condition and we slip into it. We can sometimes slip very easily into judging other people, especially people outside our normal in-groups. An in-group in this case just represents the people you normally socialize with. That would be your in-group, the people who are within your normal circle, your normal social circle. We use the term social circle to represent the people. It can be friends, family, coworkers, neighbors. Your social circle is the people you normally socialize with on a day-to-day basis. Your social circle. Try to notice when you're judging someone without really knowing them. and replace judgment with curiosity about their lives and their feelings. So notice here, you replace something, judgment, with something else. As advice, I could say, on your IELTS, you should replace basic vocabulary with more advanced vocabulary. Like, for example, saying she went through a hard time, she went through a turbulent time. So you can replace hard with turbulent. And this article suggests that you should replace judgment with curiosity about their lives and feelings, especially if they're very different from you or if you disagree with them. Like any new skill, it can take time to master developing your empathy skills. So don't go too fast. The main thing is to be authentic. Let's review how like is being used in this context. Like any new skill, like means similar to learning, similar to, and then whatever the action is, in this case, learning, mastering, developing, practicing, whatever the action might be. Similar to learning any new skill in the same way as learning any new skill. So like means similar to or in the same way as. So notice the difference here. In the same way as, you need all of these words, or you need similar to, or you can just use the one word like. Let's look at this example. Like learning to walk. So remember, similar to, in the same way as. And then the action is learning to walk. Like learning to walk, improving your speaking skills takes a lot of practice, repetition, and patience. Now notice here, my verb is take, and look at how it's conjugated. It has that S. Do you know why? You might be confused because you see the skills and you think, well, skills is plural, and we only add an S with he, she, it. This is an area that's confusing in English because you have to ask yourself, what is this verb being conjugated with? And with gerund statements, the entire gerund statement, which is improving your speaking skills, all of this is the subject of the statement, of the sentence, and this is conjugated as it. So gerund statements are conjugated as third person singular. You can think of it as it or this. This takes, it takes, which is why you add that S, even though the last thing you see was plural. That doesn't matter because it's conjugated as a gerund statement. Improving your speaking skills takes a lot of practice, repetition, and patience, like learning to walk, in the same way as, similar to. Like any new skill, it can take time to master developing. So notice here, we have to master doing something. You could also just say to master something. So you can use master plus a noun or master plus a gerund because it's master doing something. Let's look at these two examples. She mastered. This is in the ED because your verb is to master. So in the past simple, mastered. She mastered something. Public speaking. This is a noun. It's a something. But you can use the gerund. She mastered speaking in public. So the exact same thing is just the different sentence structure because if you have a noun or if you start with a verb, it needs to be the gerund verb. So that's why it's master developing your empathy skills. So don't go too fast. Take it slow is another way of saying this. Don't go too fast. Another expression is take it slow. Take it slow. And in this case, the it represents whatever the action is. Take developing your empathy skills slow. But because we already said that, we replace it with it. Take it slow. The main thing is to be authentic. To be authentic. Authentic means genuine, sincere, or true to yourself. So don't try to act fake or don't try to give people fake empathy. Just develop it in a way that seems true to you and how you learn, how you feel, and offer it when it is genuine or sincere. And right here, we can practice an expression that we learned before, which is something is key. So instead of saying the main thing is to be authentic, we can replace that and say being authentic is key. So notice here, we have be authentic, and then I have my be in the gerund verb because it's talking about it as the action. Being authentic is key. So previously we learned to be key. Being authentic is key. You're not required to use that. And if you don't understand that change, that's okay. Just practice this a few more times and you can review my explanation of how to use is key as well. And then just take it step by step and you can work on these more advanced ways to change your sentence structure as you feel more comfortable. And that's the end of our article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish and you can focus on my pronunciation. Can you teach people to have empathy? Have you ever had that feeling when your friend is going through a hard time and you can almost feel their pain? That's one aspect of an amazing power we have, empathy. Empathy is the ability to feel and understand other people's emotions and perspectives. At times like that, empathy might come on without you doing anything to make it happen. But did you know that empathy is actually a skill you can learn and that it's really useful in myriad ways? Listening is a key part of empathy. Tuning in so you really understand. Try to listen with your whole self to concentrate 100% and to hear what's behind the words. To check you've really understood and to show the other person you're listening. It can be powerful to reflect back what someone's telling you. Read stories. When we read stories, a character's emotions can feel real. Tuning into these emotions can help us learn about others' lives, perspectives, and feelings, all without having to leave your chair. Get curious. Replace judgment with curiosity. We can sometimes slip very easily into judging other people, especially people outside our normal in-groups. Try to notice when you're judging someone without really knowing them and replace judgment with curiosity about their lives and their feelings, especially if they're very different from you or if you disagree with them. Like any new skill, it can take time to master developing your empathy skills. So don't go too fast. The main thing is to be authentic. First, I'll read the headline. Is it true that an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Is this a proverb that exists in your language? This is a proverb that exists in English to encourage you to eat apples or just healthy food in general. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. That's why here in the subheader, it's a tale as old as time, because proverbs have been told for years and years and years. So that's a tale, a story, as old as time. So that represents the proverb, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Now notice this question here. Is it true? That is optional grammatically in this sentence. You can say, is it true? An apple a day keeps the doctor away without that, and it's still grammatically correct. The phrase, is it true, is used to confirm that something you heard or read is true. So for example, let's say someone wrote in the comment, Jennifer, why are you quitting YouTube? You could reply back and say, is it true? Is it true you're quitting YouTube? Remember, you can add that optionally. So you can say, is it true that, but it's not required. Is it true you're quitting YouTube? So you add, is it true, these three words, and then subject, verb, object. So here our verb is in the present continuous because it sounds like it is an action in progress. So the action of me quitting YouTube is not complete, so that's why it isn't in the past simple, but you could. So what's the past simple of the verb to quit? It's quit. Not quitted, that doesn't exist. It's quit. So is it true you quit YouTube? That would be the past simple, so it's a completed action. Whereas this one, it's in progress. But you want to know if the comment you read is true. And if you find out that potentially bad news, like me quitting YouTube, if you think that's bad news, you won't have these free lessons anymore, but you find out it isn't true, it isn't accurate, you can use the expression, oh, what a relief, what a relief. So you only need these 3 words, but if you want to turn it into the full sentence, you could say, what a relief that you're not quitting YouTube. But again, here, that is optional. What a relief you're not quitting YouTube. So you just put that action, you're quitting YouTube, and you just make it negative. And just to be clear, I'm not quitting YouTube. So if you think this is positive news, put what a relief, put what a relief in the comments. Let's review the final sentence here. But does the fruit being apples, but does the fruit really live up to its healthy hype? This is a great expression, to live up to its hype or the hype. This expression means to meet or exceed expectations. So you eat an apple and you have the expectation that it's healthy. So if the apple lives up to the hype, it means you feel healthy. Now, it could also exceed the expectation. You feel really happy, happier than you expected. So let's say there's a new movie and there's all this hype. There's all these commercials or posts saying this movie is amazing. Now, so that's your expectation. The movie is amazing. If you watch the movie and it's amazing, it lives up to the hype. If it isn't amazing, then it doesn't live up to the hype. So you make it negative. For example, the movie was good, but remember, your expectation was amazing. The movie was good, but it didn't live up to the hype. The hype, again, is just another word for expectation. So that's what this means, and it is very commonly used in an everyday context, so I recommend adding that to your vocabulary. So now you know the headline. We'll find out if the proverb, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, lives up to the hype. Surprisingly, perhaps, Dr. Emily Leeming, a dietitian at King's College London, thinks this age-old saying, what's the age-old saying? The proverb, an apple a day keeps a doctor away. That's the tale as old as time. The age-old saying, the proverb, isn't entirely off the mark. So she thinks it isn't entirely off the mark. So what do you think? Does it live up to the hype in her opinion, in the doctor's opinion? To understand how the doctor feels about this proverb, you need to understand what off the mark means. So the mark could represent the situation. And then if it's off the mark, it means it's inaccurate or incorrect. The opposite, on the mark, means accurate or correct. So here, she said, isn't entirely off the mark. So it sounds like she believes there are positive benefits of an apple a day keeps the doctor away. But because she uses isn't entirely, it sounds like part of it is on, but some of it may be off. So we can't say definitively it lives up to the hype, but it sounds like there's something positive about it. Another great expression to mean on the mark, and one I think is very commonly used, is spot on. Now notice all 3 of these use the verb to be. So our budget was off the mark. So we created a budget for how much the project would cost, but it wasn't accurate. It wasn't correct. Our budget was off the mark. Our budget was on the mark. Our budget was accurate, correct. Our budget was spot on, spot on. To me, this means 100% accurate or correct. So it sounds more precise than just saying on the mark. Spot on means we said 1,500 and the exact cost was 1,500. Spot on.
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson.
Apples are a rich source of phytonutrients that are important for your immune system, like vitamin C and antioxidants. So here they're giving you examples of phytonutrients. To be honest, I'm not sure what phytonutrients are, but it sounds like these are two examples of them. Now notice here it uses apples with the plural. Why is that? This is an important grammatical concept and one I see even my most advanced students make mistakes with. When you have the plural noun, you're talking about the entire category. So not just one specific apple or an apple in general. So if you use an article, an apple, you're making it singular. You're talking about one. But here we're talking about the category. So we use the plural, and because it's not specific, we don't use an article. Let's review rich. Of course, you know rich can mean money. She's rich. She has a lot of money. Rich in this context and as an adjective means a high concentration or a high amount. I guess a high amount of wealth describes someone who is rich, so perhaps that definition still remains. A rich source, a high concentration, high amount of these phytonutrients. And notice that pronunciation, phyto, like phone, but this is a I, phyto. So thinking about this definition, this adjective is very commonly used to describe food. This chocolate cake is rich. So it means it has a high concentration, high amount of the main ingredient, which in this case is chocolate. Now, keep in mind though, this isn't a positive or a negative thing. It depends on your specific taste buds if this is positive or negative. So for you, would this be a positive thing for this chocolate cake to have a high concentration, high intensity of chocolate? Or would it be more of a negative thing? Maybe it's too sweet, too strong. So you can decide which emoji represents you. Bring it on. You like that rich flavor or a little too rich for you. Share your choice in the comments just for fun. So apples are a rich source of phytonutrients that are important for your immune system, like vitamin C and antioxidants, she says, she being the doctor. Vitamin C helps your body to produce antibodies and your immune cells to travel to sites of infection. Okay, so this is the role of antibodies. Now notice here, helps your body to produce. This is probably the structure that you're very common with, you're most common with. However, a lot of times students ask me when the to is omitted. Helps your body produce. And they want to know why not to produce? Do you know the answer? Both are grammatically correct. In American English, which I speak and therefore teach, it's more common to omit to because both are accepted grammatically. So the structure in American English that's used mainly is help someone or something do something. So not to do, which is here. So helps your body. This is the something to do, to produce. But in American English, we just use the base verb, produce. But if you're already comfortable using it with the infinitive, then keep doing that. Just understand when you see it without, this is the structure, it's grammatically correct, and it's common in American English. And remember, when we have this and, you use the same grammar as before. So that's why we have something to do something. If this were an American article, it would be, and help your immune cells travel to sites of infection. While antioxidants can reduce excess inflammation, helping you bounce back faster if you get sick. Now, interesting here, because the author did not use the to. Generally, if you use it, you would be consistent in your grammatical use of it. So because this author used it here, stylistically, it would make more sense to also use it here and say, helping you to bounce back faster. Now, let's talk about bounce back. Do you know what this means? To bounce back faster in this case. This means to recover quickly from illness or a setback. So here, this is the context of an illness. So if you get sick or you have an injury even, someone could say, oh, you'll bounce back. Or you could say, oh, I broke my leg, but I bounced back quickly. So I recovered quickly. Now, you can also use this for a setback, so a challenge or difficulty. For example, the company quickly bounced back after filing for bankruptcy. So this is the setback, the challenge or difficulty, but they quickly recovered. So here, bounce is our verb, so you need to conjugate that. In this case, it's in the past simple. Let's continue. More than that. So more than all of the points that were just raised, more than that. So another way that you're probably familiar with is saying moreover, or simply saying also or in addition. Here are some synonyms for you. More than that, the fruit, again, apples. The fruit is particularly good for gut health. Particularly is another way of saying especially. So you're emphasizing this one thing that is good for gut health. Now let's review good for. Apples are good for you. Apples are beneficial for you. They produce benefits. Now, you probably are familiar with, she's good at making apple pies. She is good at. So to be good at, and notice here your gerund verb, to be good at doing something means to be highly skilled, to possess the skill or ability. But keep in mind that I don't know if apple pie has the same benefits as apples in general. Maybe they do. You'll have to ask the doctor. Let's continue. Given that 70% of your immune cells live in your gut, we use given that when you want to say that you're considering or taking into account a fact or a condition or a situation. So this is the fact or consideration. 70% of your immune cells live in your gut. So this is what we're considering, given that, considering. Often a synonym would be because, and in this case it works. Sometimes it doesn't work, but in general, that's an easy way to think of it as because. So given this piece of information, a healthy gut microbiome is an important part of supporting your immune system. Now, you could reverse these and say a healthy gut is important because 70% of your immune cells live in your gut. So you could change that order and therefore use because, and it would be the common way to say that. So in the other case, you can use given that or considering the fact that, says Leeming, our doctor in this article. She says, so she being Li Ming, the doctor, she says apples, again, the general category. She says apples support this system in two ways. First, just one apple contains 100 million microbes, which have been shown to contribute to your gut microbiome, helping it to break down. So again, this is where in American English, it would just be helping it break down food. So to break down food is when you have something solid, like the solid piece of meat you ate, and then to dissolve it, to turn that solid into many smaller parts. But we also do this with a problem or something that sounds very difficult, like learning English, learning an entire language, or learning English grammar, even learning English phrasal verbs. Well, break it down. First learn separable phrasal verbs, then learn inseparable, then learn the most common academic. So take the whole part of learning phrasal verbs and make it into smaller pieces that are easier to manage. So you could say, let's break down phrasal verbs and focus on separable phrasal verbs. So take the whole and make it into smaller parts. Let's continue. So it was to break down food and make phytonutrients available to the body to use. Second, an average apple contains around 4, what does this represent? 4 grams of fiber. This is a fuel source for the good bacteria in your gut, which help regulate immune response. Okay, so notice here, again, the author used which help and then base verb. So again, if you do use the infinitive, it would be best practice to always use the infinitive, because generally I don't change from one to the other. I always use the base verb. So that's would be my recommendation to you, which help to regulate, because that's what was used previously, or just use all base verb to help, which help regulate. Now, since we're here, looking back at this part, why do you think this is in the plural form? Which help. They help. Which help. So what's our subject? Our subject is the good bacteria in your gut, but good is an adjective. An adjective in your gut is a adverb. So here we just have bacteria. Bacteria is plural. That's why it's they. So bacteria, they help. The singular is bacterium, but it's rare to focus on one just because there are millions or trillions or how many number of them there are. So it's commonly just used as the plural, bacteria. For an even higher fiber fruit, try pomegranate, kiwi, or raspberries. So notice this is in parentheses, meaning it's additional information. So if you also have these types of fruit, then you could be getting a great source of fiber. Of course, Li Ming says no one food can stop you from getting sick. So stop you from, you could also say prevent you from getting sick. In this structure, we have a subject, you, from, and then we have our gerund verb, which is very commonly used. You, and then the thing is sick. But you could take this and turn it into a noun, which in this case, it could be illness or sickness you could use as well. Illness, I think, is more common. No one food can prevent illness, can stop illness, because illness is a something. No one food can prevent you from getting sick. So both of these structures are very commonly used. A variety of different types of fruit and vegetables provides a range of nutrients and other antioxidants for your health. Let's take a look here, because notice our verb is to provide, but it has the S on it, which means it's conjugated in third person singular in the present simple. But why is that? What is the subject? Because here I see fruit and vegetables, that would be they. I see types, that would also be they, but those aren't the subjects. The subject is a variety, a variety. This just describes the variety, but the variety itself is the subject and it's singular. I know that because it has a, so that is our singular article. A variety provides a range. So when you use a variety, you will have a plural noun that describes the variety, but the verb is conjugated with a variety, which is singular. It provides. It provides a range of nutrients and other antioxidants for your health, she says. Regularly eat whole grains, beans, nuts, and seeds, as they are particularly, so here's our word again, that means especially, so emphasizing high in fiber, so emphasizing these, particularly high in fiber, helping you to reach, so again, now you know in American English, it would be helping you reach 30 grams of fiber a day, which I guess is the recommended amount. Now notice here we have regularly, which is our adverb of frequency, but our sentence is in the imperative. It starts with the base verb, eat whole grains. So imagine a doctor is speaking to you and you ask your doctor, oh, what can I do to get more fiber? And your doctor will communicate this as an instruction using the imperative, which is the base verb. Eat whole grains, beans, nuts. And then, of course, the adverb just tells you how frequently you should eat whole grains, beans, nuts. Regularly. So more often than not. How often is regularly? It sounds like it's a routine part. I don't know, perhaps 4 to 5, 6, 7 times. You'll have to confirm with your doctor. Let's continue. How long will it take for tweaks to your diet to have a positive impact on your gut microbiome? So tweaks represent small changes. So adding in some beans or nuts or an apple a day, small changes, tweaks. This verb is commonly used in a workplace situation because your boss could ask you to make some tweaks to the budget, tweaks to the presentation, tweaks to the report, some small changes. And just like you would use the verb make with changes, you could say, I made a few changes. I made a few tweaks. So if you want to use the word changes, you might say, I made a few minor changes. Minor changes, because tweaks means small changes. So this would have the same meaning. I made a few tweaks. I made a few minor changes. So remember, you use the verb make and then you conjugate that verb accordingly. So here it's something for tweaks, for small changes to your diet to have a positive impact on your gut microbiome, as little as 3 days. Says Leeming. As little as, notice both of this emphasizes the small amount. You could also say in only 3 days. That would be correct. As little as 3 days, to me, this sounds stronger. It sounds like it's more emphasized. So if you want to emphasize the smallness of an amount or quantity, you could use as little as. And that's the end of our article. So now I'll read the article again, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. Is it true that an apple a day keeps the doctor away? It's a tale as old as time, but does the fruit really live up to its healthy hype? Surprisingly, perhaps, Dr. Emily Leeming, a dietitian at King's College London, thinks this age-old saying isn't entirely off the mark. Apples are a rich source of phytonutrients that are important for your immune system, like vitamin C and antioxidants, she says. Vitamin C helps your body to produce antibodies and your immune cells to travel to sites of infection, while antioxidants can reduce excess inflammation, helping you bounce back faster if you get sick. More than that, the fruit is particularly good for gut health. Given that 70% of your immune cells live in your gut, a healthy gut microbiome is an important part of supporting your immune system, says Leeming. She says apples support this system in 2 ways. First, just one apple contains 100 million microbes, which have been shown to contribute to your gut microbiome, helping it to break down food and make phytonutrients available to the body to use. Second, an average apple contains around 4 grams of fiber. This is a fuel source for the good bacteria in your gut, which help regulate immune response. For an even higher fiber fruit, try pomegranate, kiwi, or raspberries. Of course, Leeming says, no one food can stop you from getting sick. A variety of different types of fruit and vegetables provides a range of nutrients and other antioxidants for your health, she says. Regularly eat whole grains, beans, nuts, and seeds, as they are particularly high in fiber, helping you to reach 30 grams of fiber a day. How long will it take for tweaks to your diet to have a positive impact on your gut microbiome? As little as 3 days, says Leeming. First, I'll read the headline, which is a question: why do parrots talk? I chose this article because I was curious, why do parrots talk? And I decided to turn this into a lesson for you. Now, let me share some alternatives to I don't know, because someone could ask you, why do parrots talk? You could say, I don't know. But you could also say, I have no clue. I haven't the faintest idea. Or my personal favorite, beats me. Why do parrots talk? Beats me. So 3 alternative ways to say, I don't know. Put this one in the comments. Beats me. Put that in the comments so you practice this one. Let's continue on and find out why parrots talk. Of all the creatures on Earth, only 2 can produce human language. Humans, us, and birds. Of the few birds that can imitate human speech, parrots are the best at it. Notice here they used few birds. Few birds and a few birds are not the same. So let's look at these sentences. There are few birds that can speak. There are a few birds that can speak. So the only difference is including this article, but it changes the meaning, because when we just use few, there's a focus on the lack, so not many. But when we focus on a few, it sounds more positive because there are some. So few, lack, a few focuses on some. Of the few birds, so lack of birds, of the few birds that can imitate human speech, parrots are the best at it. They give TED Talks. I've never seen a parrot give a TED Talk. Have you? They give TED Talks, speak multiple languages, and even front heavy metal bands. So here, this front heavy metal bands, it means they are the leader of that band. As funny as that sounds to imagine that a parrot is the leader of a heavy metal band, this vocabulary is specific to bands. So why can parrots talk when our closer primate relatives cannot? Good question. So our closer primate relatives, those would be apes, monkeys, chimpanzees. Now notice here, cannot. Notice that it's spelled as one word. Native speakers turn this into the contraction can't. But we'll use the non-contracted form, which is cannot, one word. We'll use the non-contracted form if we want to emphasize it. You cannot go to the party. It sounds stronger than saying you can't go to the party. You cannot go to the party. So that's when native speakers use cannot and can't in our everyday speech. Let's continue. Parrots are vocal learners, meaning they grasp sounds by hearing and then imitating them. So grasp means understand. Let's review these examples. I'm sorry, I didn't grasp your explanation. So grasp is a verb. As a language learner, this is something you've probably said before. And then you could say, can you explain it another way? Because I didn't grasp it. Or you could say, I didn't grasp the meaning of the movie. Now, keep in mind, that doesn't mean I didn't understand the words of the movie. I understood the words, but I don't comprehend the meaning of it. And same with the explanation. It doesn't mean that you didn't necessarily know the vocabulary or the words. It's you heard the words, but you're not sure of the meaning. So more of a deeper understanding, a comprehension. Although several other bird species can discern and repeat sounds, parrots are the pros. Pros, this is great. She's a pro. She's a professional. So pro is short for professional. And here, because it's plural, and the plural of one professional is two professionals, that's why you have the S to make it plural. Native speakers frequently use this to compliment someone, to say, you're a pro, to be a pro. So a, because it's a noun, a pro. And then here, my example, a real pro. So it's just emphasizing it, making it stronger. So try this out. You can say, Jennifer, you're a real pro. Put that in the comments. And what you're saying is, your videos are very professional. Your teaching skills are very professional. So it's a way of complimenting me in this case. So thank you very much. Jennifer, you're a real pro. Put that in the comments to practice that. Okay, here, discern. When you discern something, it means you can recognize it, you can distinguish it. We generally use this with our senses. So if the room was very dark, I might not be able to recognize objects. So I see there's an object, but I can't discern it. I can't recognize it. I don't know what it is because it's too dark. So they can discern the sounds. They can recognize and repeat sounds. Very impressive for a bird, for a parrot. Any bird that's a vocal learner has a part of the brain devoted to this, called the song system. But in parrots, the song system has two layers: an inner core, common to all avian vocal learners. Avian is another word for bird species. So all bird vocal learners, the category of birds, avian, all avian vocal learners, and an outer shell, which is unique to parrots. Some think that this recently discovered shell is what allows parrots to be such expert mimickers. Oh, mimicking. Children do this so well. When you mimic someone, we'll just imagine a parrot. You say, hello, how are you? I've never had a conversation with a parrot. Hello, how are you? And then the bird says, hello, how are you? That was embarrassing. So that's mimicking. Children do this all the time. Young girls, we see our mothers putting on makeup and we sit beside them and we brush our hair and we put on imaginary makeup. And I'm sure young boys mimic their fathers as well by pretending to saw something or do something else. So mimic is another word for imitate. Notice here grammatically that this is a noun. A mimicker is someone who mimics, does the verb, the action of mimicking. Just like a learner, you is someone who learns. So in this case, they're using it as a noun. And I just thought of another everyday example, comedians. Comedians are excellent mimickers. Often they mimic celebrities or politicians in a humorous way. And that's a large part of comedy, is mimicking other well-known people. Maybe you do this just to make your friends or your family laugh. Let's continue. But why do they copy, mimic? That will be another word, copy, mimic. But why do they copy human speech? Beats me. Remember that expression? Beats me. What else? There were two other ones. I have no clue. I haven't the faintest idea. Beats me. My favorite. Peer pressure. Oh, it turns out. Do you know what peer pressure is? Well, your peers are the people in your specific group. So if you're in school, that's your group, and your peers are all the other students. If you're in an English class, your peers are all the other students. So it's the other people in your group. If you're part of a sports team, all those other people on the team are your peers. So when those people pressure you, peer pressure, it turns out parrots naturally try to fit in. Do you know what this means? When you try to fit in, you try to act like your peers. You dress like them, you watch the same movies as them, you listen to the same music as them, because the more similarities you have, the more likely you are to get along and be friends. Now, of course, we all want to fit in. So if it's your first day at school, at work, at a new hobby, you want to find commonalities and similarities. You want to fit in. So parrots want to do that as well. Parrots naturally try to fit in, be it among other parrots, their peers, or other people. Interesting. I added all the notes for you to review. Remember, you can download the PDF in the description. Let's continue. In the wild, parrots use their vocal prowess to share important information and fit in. So here we have that sense of belonging with their peers, their group, with the flock. Oh, so here, a group of parrots is called a flock of birds, a flock of parrots. Prowess, that's a fun word to say, prowess. That means great ability or skill, and in this case, they're limiting it to vocal prowess. So parrots have great ability and skill when it comes to their vocals. So for a singer, you could say, for example, Adele, the singer Adele, she has incredible vocal prowess. If you don't know Adele, listen to the song Someone Like You. You will be blown away by her vocal prowess, her vocal skill. Let's continue. Pet parrots have all the essential conditions for picking up language. See this phrasal verb, picking up language. When you pick up a language or you pick up a skill, it means you learn that skill, but without consciously studying. So you're just exposed to the language or the skill, and from that exposure, you learn it. You pick up new vocabulary all the time. So you're not sitting at your desk and consciously studying. Maybe you're walking down the street and you hear a conversation in English and you learn a word. You picked up that word. So it's a great way to learn. And apparently that's how parrots learn. Well, of course, they're not sitting down in a classroom and learning English. They just pick it up by imitating, mimicking their owners. So what are these essential conditions for picking up language? Time, inspiration, and mental ability. Wild parrots, on the other hand, lack the needed close proximity to speech. So wild parrots, they can't pick up the language. They can't imitate people because they're not close enough to people. And I love this. on the other hand. On the other hand. So this is used to show a contrast. We have one point with pet parrots learning language, picking up language, but then we're going to have a contrast. On the other hand, wild parrots aren't learning the language. Let's review this. It's a little bit long because you need to have a positive before you use on the other hand and then transition to a negative. However, it can be reversed. You can start with a negative on the other hand and then mention a positive. So here's a positive. Owning a pet parrot is amazing. I love the company and admiring the beauty of my pet. On the other hand, so even before you say anything, I know it's going to be negative because that's what this means. On the other hand, it wakes me up every morning at 4 a.m. with its vocal prowess. Okay, now you don't have to, but you can start the positive with on the one hand and then transition to on the other hand. On the one hand, on the other hand. You don't need this part, it's optional, but you can include it. So that will make you sound very advanced when you're expressing a contrast. On the other hand, lack the needed close proximity to speech. Yes, that was the wild parrots. Let's continue. The question is, do these precocious birds know what they're saying? Ooh. Precocious is an adjective meaning showing advanced mental ability, especially for the age, or in this case, the species. But we commonly use this with children. You might say the precocious child easily picks up languages. So the child has advanced mental ability for that child's age compared to that child's peers. And the child easily picks up, learns without consciously trying, picks up languages. The question is, do these precocious birds know what they're saying? Again, what are those three ways to say, I don't know? Beats me. I have no clue. I haven't the faintest idea. For parrots, words may have some associations, but not complex meanings. Parrots may associate saying, how are you, when someone enters a room, but they likely don't understand that it is a question of one's well-being. So every time someone enters the room, it's common to say hello. So a parrot understands when you enter a room, say hello. But the parrot doesn't necessarily know this is a polite way to greet someone. It just knows new person arrives, say hello. Interesting. I learned a lot today about parrots. I hope you did as well. And of course, more importantly, I hope you learned a lot of advanced vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation. So now let me read the article in full from start to finish so you can focus on my pronunciation. Let's do that now. Why do parrots talk? Of all the creatures on Earth, only two can produce human language, humans and birds. Of the few birds that can imitate human speech, parrots are the best at it. They give TED Talks, speak multiple languages, and even front heavy metal bands. So why can parrots talk when our closer primate relatives cannot? Parrots are vocal learners, meaning they grasp sounds by hearing and then imitating them. Although several other bird species can discern and repeat sounds, parrots are the pros. Any bird that's a vocal learner has a part of their brain devoted to this, called the song system. But in parrots, the song system has two layers, an inner core, common to all avian vocal learners, and an outer shell, which is unique to parrots. Some think that this recently discovered shell is what allows parrots to be such expert mimickers. But why do they copy human speech? Peer pressure, it turns out. Parrots naturally try to fit in, be it among other parents or other people. In the wild, parents use their vocal prowess to share important information and fit in with the flock. Pet parents have all the essential conditions for picking up language: time, inspiration, and mental ability. Wild parrots, on the other hand, lack the needed close proximity to speech. The question is, do these precocious birds know what they're saying? For parrots, words may have some associations, but not complex meanings. Parrots may associate saying, "How are you?" when someone enters a room, but they likely don't understand that it is a question of one's well-being. Our headline, the country that measures happiness. Any idea which country this could be? Well, let's find out. On the eastern edge of the Himalayas, nestled between India and Tibet, lies the tiny nation of Bhutan. So Bhutan is the country that measures happiness. And notice they described it as the tiny nation of Bhutan. Tiny means extremely small. And let's review nestled. First of all, notice this pronunciation of the ED. This is the past participle of the verb to nestle, but here it's to be nestled, nestled. And it functions as an adjective in this case, nestled, old. So a soft D, old, nestled. And this means to be securely or comfortably placed in a location. It's used more in a literary sense. It sounds very poetic. You might hear this in a real estate listing to make a location sound desirable. For example, the cottage is nestled, to be nestled. So this stays in the ED form, nestled. And then to be, this is your verb, you conjugate. The cottage is nestled between a river and a valley. So this isn't everyday speech, it's more poetic, more literary. So again, maybe you're reading a book or an article and it says the baby was sleeping soundly, nestled in her mother's arms. So carefully, securely, comfortably placed in her mother's arms. So you will see this a lot, but more in a literary, poetic sense. Let's continue. Fiercely proud and protective of its traditions, Bhutan has been closed to outside influences for centuries. So notice how this information here describes Bhutan. Now, all of this can be removed from the sentence and the sentence would still be grammatically correct. So this is a great way that you as a speaker can sound more advanced, or you can make more of an impact. You can be more descriptive by adding information at the beginning of your sentence. So here the two adjectives are proud. Adding fiercely intensifies it, means strongly, extremely, fiercely proud and protective of its traditions. So the adjectives are proud and protective. Thinking about that structure, you could say, I would say, hardworking and determined. My students never give up on their dreams. So this is the complete sentence. My students never give up on their dreams. Now I'm just giving more information about who my students are, simply using the adjectives hardworking and determined. Or how about this? Enthusiastic and motivated. My students eagerly await. So eagerly describes how they're waiting. It means with enthusiasm, eagerly await my new lessons. And await is a more poetic way than saying wait for. You could say wait for. Notice if you use wait, you have to use the present preposition for. You wait for something, but you just await something. So await my new lessons. And this is a little more literary since I'm communicating this in a more literary way. Now, I'm sure you're hardworking and determined and enthusiastic and motivated and you eagerly await my new lessons. So put that's me, put that's me in the comments. So, and you can practice using this more advanced literary sentence structure. Okay, let's continue. The nation has decided to take a unique approach to westernization, creating a concept known as the Gross National Happiness Index. So you may be familiar with the GDP, the gross domestic product. So this is the Gross National Happiness Index. Don't be fooled by the name. Remember, the name is the Gross National Happiness Index. Don't be fooled by the name. So this is in the imperative in the negative. So the imperative uses the base verb only, and it's used to give an instruction. Both of these examples are in the imperative. Subscribe so you're notified every time I post a new lesson. I'm giving you an instruction. So please do that now. Subscribe. Subscribe. It's very common for YouTubers to say, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, but that is also in the imperative because it starts with the base verb, hit the subscribe button. So here's the example in the imperative. Now, I can add please in front of my sentence to sound more polite, especially if you're giving an instruction to someone. Please support my channel by liking this video, and please do that. It truly does support this channel. Now, support is the base verb in the imperative. This is just additional information to sound more polite. So this is in the imperative negative. Don't be fooled by the name. So in this case, fooled, notice that pronunciation, ooled, fooled, fooled. That's another way of saying tricked or deceived by the name. So don't be fooled. Now here, notice with tricked, it's a soft T sound, tricked, but this is a soft D sound, fooled, and deceived. This is also a soft D sound. Don't be fooled by the name. So you can be tricked, fooled, or deceived by something because it's the passive form. If it were active, you would say the name tricked me or fooled me or deceived me. This is not just a measure of how much people smile and laughed. So this is why you shouldn't be fooled, tricked, or deceived. It's not just a measure of how much. So how much is the quantity? How much time, how much money, quantity. You could also say how often people smile. How often is the frequency? How much, quantity, how often, frequency. It's a holistic approach to sustainable development that gives as much weight to human flourishing as it does wealth. So human flourishing, to flourish means that you are performing well, you're functioning well. So if you're flourishing, that could be your sense of overall development and satisfaction, that measure of happiness, as it does wealth. Now here, as much weight. So if you give weight to something, a measure, it means that you value it. So how much value you give to flourishing as a person, that indicator of happiness, compared to wealth. In an everyday context, I could say students need to give as much weight. You could also say as much importance to pronunciation as grammar. Now you can have as something, so I could just say as wealth, or you can say as they do. So the subject is they because it's students. In this case, it is talking about it's a holistic development, okay? So here, they is the subject, and then do is the auxiliary verb that matches the subject. They do grammar. But you could simply say as grammar. So if you value grammar this much, if you think grammar is this important, well then how much you value pronunciation should be the same. That would be as much weight, as much importance. Let's continue. The Center for Bhutan and GNH, so Gross National Happiness Studies, is responsible for administering the Gross National Happiness Surveys. So notice here, to be responsible for, and then because for is a preposition, you need the gerund verb in ing, or you could also say to be responsible for something such as the surveys. And of course you need to conjugate your verb to be. So here it is because all of this is conjugated as it, third person singular. It is. But let's say it were two people. You could say they are responsible for the surveys. So you can have responsible for gerund or noun. They measure 9 key areas of happiness every 5 years. Psychological well-being, health, education, good governance, ecology, time use, community, vitality, culture, and living standards. So these are the 9 key areas, and key in this case means important, the ones you want to focus on, important areas, key areas. Let's continue. According to officials, so notice this preposition, according to someone. No, the someone could be a company, it could be a something, according to the company, according to the government, which is, of course, made up of individuals, but you can focus more on a something, a company, or the individuals. So officials, these are the people who work for a specific institution. This is often used with government officials. So according to officials, if a government policy doesn't result in the well-being of Bhutanese, that policy will never be approved in the country. So again, this is officials, government officials in Bhutan saying this. Let's review this preposition here, result in something. So to result in something, you're talking about the cause and the effect. So this is the effect here, the result in the well-being of Bhutanese. Now you can also use lead to. So if a government policy doesn't create, result in, lead to, so notice that preposition change, lead to the well-being of Bhutanese. So here I gave an everyday example. We increased our prices, we raised our prices, you could say, and it resulted in a lot of complaints. So this was the cause and the effect. Now, you could also say lead to, but the past simple is led. And then remember, your preposition choice is to. Now, it's very common to also use raise, so I'll put that here. We raised our prices. Let's continue. But Bhutan is not the happiest country in the world. So notice but is used to introduce a contrast. So a contrast would either be a negative to a positive or a positive to a negative. So here, this is all very positive about this focus on well-being and happiness. Now they're introducing a negative, so it'll be a contrast. But Bhutan is not the happiest country in the world. It actually ranks 95th out of 156 countries. So here, notice 95th. So this is a voiced or unvoiced th, fifth, out of. So this is when you have that comparison, out of. So this is its number and this is the total number. And to rank is for your position. So that's your score basically. And here actually is used to clarify information. I hear students use the word actually incorrectly because they think it's more to introduce information, but it's only used to introduce a clarifying point. So let's say I've been talking about this conference at work for quite a while, and one day you just asked me, so when is the conference? Now I want to clarify information. So I can say, actually, it was canceled. I can certainly just say, it was canceled, but actually introduces that there is a miscommunication or something needs to be clarified because you believe the conference is taking place, but new information is that the conference was canceled, but you don't have that information. So that's how you can use actually. Actually, it was canceled. So remember that actually is only used to clarify information, not simply to introduce information. Let's continue. Much of that has to do with the nation's poverty. So much of that, that being its score, its rank being 95th out of 156 countries. So much of that has to do with the nation's poverty and the challenges of bringing economic and social equity to a predominantly agricultural society. So predominantly means that agriculture is the main part of the society. There are other areas, but they are small in comparison to agriculture. So that's how you can use predominantly. You could say our clients are predominantly from the US. That means the majority of them, 80, 85, 90. Now, if you use actually, it means you're clarifying. So someone could say to you, oh, so are you going to Europe for your clients? So they assume your clients are in Europe. And then you could say, actually, to clarify, actually, our clients are predominantly from the US. So no, we're not going to Europe for that conference. Let's continue. What sets Bhutan apart from other countries is that their vision is to value well-being and community metrics as highly as economic metrics. Okay, let's talk about this. What sets Bhutan apart? So you can use a something like a country. You can use a someone as well. This is a very useful phrase. It means what makes Bhutan unique or different. So unlike other countries. So unlike other countries, unique or different. Now, I could say what sets my lessons apart, because you need a something here. So what sets my lessons, I could use me as well and say what sets me apart is the focus on real world English. So here, this would be what sets my lessons or what sets me. Now, you only need to use from if you include the others, if you specify the others. So in this case, it's from other countries. Now, in my context, it would be from other teachers or from other channels. And there's an S because there's more than one here. But if you don't include this part, then you don't need the from. So what sets my lessons apart is the focus on real world English. Now, in a job interview, it's a very common question to be asked, what sets you apart? What sets you apart? Now, again, if you use the someone else, the other noun, you would use from. What sets you apart from the other candidates? So you need to talk about why you're unique, why you're different, why you're unlike the other candidates. What makes you special? So that's a great phrase to have in your vocabulary. And what sets Bhutan apart is that their vision is to value well-being and community metrics. So a metric is a source of measurement. So a metric would be how they measure well-being, the different points. So that would just be a measurement. To value well-being and community measurements, metrics, as highly as, so as much as, because you can have a high ranking or weight or importance, remember that word weight, or a low. So that's why it's as highly as, but you could also use as much as economic metrics. So again, measures. Let's continue. The World Bank calls Bhutan a developmental success story. with decreasing levels of extreme poverty and improvements in gender equality, as well as a stable political and economic environment. Now, in the news, in media, in movies, everyone loves a success story. So here it's a story. What kind of story? A success story. So said a different way, it'd be a story of success, but it's more common to use success as the adjective to describe the story. But what type of success story? A developmental success story. So how Bhutan is developing as a country. So they are successful in their development. So that's a success story. And then these are the examples of the success. So it shows why it's a developmental success story. To give an example, you could say, after years of hard work, Ellie's Bakery became a real success story. So a success story, when people talk about success of a regular person who started a business, they instantly think of Ali and his bakery. Now, because this is a noun, a story, a success story, you use real as the intensifier, a real success story. Now, you could simply say Ali's Bakery is a success. You can absolutely say that. It's just very common to use a success story. And again, media, news, movies, they love success stories. Now, because it's a success story, you might ask yourself, what sets Ali's Bakery apart? Now, because I didn't identify the competitors, I didn't use that additional preposition. What was the additional preposition? From other bakeries in this case, because the bakeries are the competitors. You could also say from other businesses. You could say that as well. What sets Ali's Bakery apart? That's a great question to ponder. And that's the end of the article. So I will read the article from start to finish, and you can focus on my pronunciation. The country that measures happiness. On the eastern edge of the Himalayas, nestled between India and Tibet, lies the tiny nation of Bhutan. Fiercely proud and protective of its traditions, Bhutan has been closed to outside influences for centuries. The nation has decided to take a unique approach to westernization, creating a concept known as the Gross National Happiness Index. Don't be fooled by the name. This is not just a measure of how much people smile and laugh. It's a holistic approach to sustainable development that gives as much weight to human flourishing as it does wealth. The Center for Bhutan and GNH Studies is responsible for administering the Gross National Happiness Surveys. They measure 9 key areas of happiness every 5 years: psychological well-being, health, education, good governance, ecology, time use, community vitality, culture, and living standards. According to officials, if a government policy doesn't result in the well-being of Bhutanese, that policy will never be approved in the country. But Bhutan is not the happiest country in the world. It actually ranks 95th out of 156 countries in the World Happiness Report. Much of that has to do with the nation's poverty and the challenges of bringing economic and social equity to a predominantly agricultural society. What sets Bhutan apart from other countries is that their vision is to value well-being and community metrics as highly as economic metrics. The World Bank calls Bhutan a developmental success story with decreasing levels of extreme poverty and improvements in gender equality, as well as a stable political and economic environment. First, I'll read the headline. A 69-year-old monk who scientists call the world's happiest man says the secret to being happy takes just 15 minutes a day. Do you have 15 minutes a day? Well, you can become the world's happiest person as well. Maybe. Let's see in this article. So first of all, notice a 69-year-old. This functions as an adjective because if you remove it, it's a monk who scientists call. Now we're giving more information. You could use a nationality, a British monk, perhaps. Now here they're using an age, a 69-year-old. We don't modify adjectives by making them singular or plural. That's why there's no S. So a 69-year-old monk who scientists call the world's happiest man says the secret to being. Notice this, because it's the secret to something. The secret to learning English is, what do you think? The secret to learning, the secret to becoming a confident English speaker is, maybe the secret to learning English is to watch, notice that infinitive, to watch a JForrest English video a day, because that's about 15 minutes a day. So if you practice 15 minutes a day, well, then you'll be confident. What do you think? If you agree, put that's right, Jennifer, that's right, put that's right in the comments. And you are going to learn what you can do in just 15 minutes a day to become the world's happiest person. Now let's continue. Who is the happiest man in the world? If you Google it, the name Matthew Ricard pops up. What do you notice about how this word is being used? What part of speech is this? Of course, you know Google as a noun. You use Google. But in this case, it's being used as a verb, which native speakers love doing. Do you know who the happiest man in the world is? Do you know who the best YouTube English teacher is? Just Google it. Google it. So I'm using that as a verb in the imperative. Now, if you use Google as the noun, you would say just look up, and here your verb is to look up, the phrasal verb. Just look up the answer on Google. Now remember, Google is being used as a verb, so in the past simple, you would need that ed. I Googled it. I searched for the answer on Google. You can look up information on Google, you can search for information on Google, or you can just Google it, which makes you sound like a native speaker. Now, also, to make you sound like a native speaker, you can learn and use more phrasal verbs like this one, pop up. The name Matthew Ricard pops up. To pop up, this is our phrasal verb. This means to appear suddenly or unexpectedly. For example, I was watching a JForrest English video and my boss popped up. So your boss appeared, but you weren't expecting your boss. And you were doing something you shouldn't have been doing. You should have been working, but instead you were watching my video. Thank you very much. Because remember, this is a verb, so this is in the past simple. My boss popped up. And isn't that always the case? Someone pops up when you least expect them to and when you definitely don't want them to. Let's continue. Matthew Ricard, 69, here they're saying his age, 69, is a Tibetan Buddhist monk originally from France who has been called the world's happiest man. We already know this information. It was summarized in the headline and they're just stating it in a different way. That's because he participated in a 12-year brain study on meditation and compassion led by a neuroscientist from the University of Wisconsin. Notice this pronunciation, Wisconsin, Wisconsin. Richard Davidson. So this is the neuroscientist who led the 12-year brain study. We have another adjective. Again, we know it's an adjective. For one, it comes before the noun, which is study or brain study. You could consider brain to be another adjective which tells you what type of study. And I also know it's an adjective because there's no S on the noun year, because adjectives don't take a singular or plural form. And notice this preposition. When you learn a new word like to participate, you should always learn how to use it in a full sentence because you participate in something. For example, I would love to participate in, because this is something, in the Finally Fluent Academy, which is a course that I offer. Now, you could say, I would love to participate in the conference, in the meeting, in the course, or whatever else you're participating in. But that preposition in is part of the verb to participate in something. Davidson, remember, he's the neuroscientist who led this study. Davidson hooked up Ricard's head to 256 sensors. Hook up is another phrasal verb, very useful because it means to link or connect. Now, the verb is hook, so that's what you conjugate here in the past simple, and then the preposition is up. But remember, just like participate in, you need to understand the full grammar to be able to use this, because you hook something up to something else, and you link something to something else, you connect something to something else. So this preposition to is very important. Now, we use this a lot with technology. Where should we hook up the modem? Where should we connect the modem? Oh, maybe hook it up right here. This is a great spot, or hook it up over there. And you can use this with a lot of electronic devices. Davidson hooked up Ricard's head to 256 sensors and found that when Ricard was meditating on compassion, his mind was unusually light. Ricard, who says he sometimes meditates for entire days without getting bored, admits he's a generally happy person. Let's look at this, without getting bored. Let's review to get bored. You could also say to become bored. Native speakers prefer get, but you can also say become. In this case, getting, it's used in the ing form because without is a preposition and we use the gerund verb after prepositions. To get or become bored, this means that you lose interest. So he can meditate for entire days without losing interest, without getting bored, without becoming bored. Now, I could say, I hope you don't get bored in this lesson. I hope you don't lose interest. Now, get refers to the transition from not bored to bored. Interested to not interested. That's how we use get or become. Now, to talk about your current state, just use the verb to be bored. But hopefully you say, don't worry, Jennifer, I'm not bored, bored, bored. I'm not bored. To be as a contraction, and then you're negative. I'm not bored. Hopefully you would say that. But you could also be honest and say, this lesson is boring. So notice here, the structure is to be boring, to be boring. And this means not interesting. Now, if something is boring, not interesting, then you will be bored, okay? I'm bored. This lesson is boring, so the result, I'm bored. So to be bored describes your current state because something or someone, hopefully not me or my lesson, is boring. So hopefully you would say this. Please reassure me. Put this in the comments. I'm not bored. I'm not bored. And if you are bored, please be honest and let me know, what can I do to make this lesson less boring, so therefore more interesting? Okay. He admits he's a generally happy person. So generally happy, by using generally, it acknowledges that sometimes he's not happy, but mostly he is happy. Generally happy person. Although he feels his happiest man title is a media-driven overstatement. An overstatement means that something is exaggerated. The way it's stated is more than the truth. It exceeds the truth. You are the world's happiest man. Really? am I really the world's happiest man, or does that exceed the reality? Is that exaggerated? He says it's a media-driven overstatement. So media-driven means driven by the media. And if it's driven by the media, it means it's influenced by the media. It only exists because of articles like this, headlines like this, who say he's the world's happiest man. The media created this. Here's his advice for how to be happy. All right, we've come to his advice, so pay close attention. This is the interesting part. You shouldn't be bored right now. Stop thinking me, me, me. Me, me, me. Notice how it's me and not I. Stop thinking I, because the subject is I. I want to, I need to, I like this, I don't like this, I'm bored. But the expression in English uses me. Here's how you could use this in a real context, because native speakers do use this. It was supposed to be a group brainstorming session, but Richard talked the entire time. It was me, me, me. Now notice, when you say me, 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 you probably say it with a little bit of an attitude because it's a negative thing. Oh, it was me, me, me the whole time. But even though the person is saying me, 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 he's actually talking about Richard. So it's imagining that Richard was saying me, me, me. It's all about me, but I'm Richard. So even though we vocalize it as me, 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 we're often referring to another person. And this just means yourself. So stop thinking about yourself, or in the context of Richard, he should stop thinking about himself. It's not all me, me, me. All right, so that's the first thing. Stop thinking me, me, me. Stop thinking about yourself. What do you think about that? That's the secret to being happy. To Ricard, the answer comes down to altruism. Notice the pronunciation here. We have the word truism. Put that together, truism. Truism. That's a truism. That's something that is true. And then you add altruism, altruism. Altruism, this is the noun, and it's when you're more focused on others than yourself. The adjective would be altruistic, but the noun is altruism. So the answer comes down to altruism. Notice how something, the answer comes down to. When something comes down to something, it means that it's the most important factor or consideration. So he's saying that altruism is the most important factor or consideration of being happy. Now, you could say successfully learning English. This is the first something. Successfully learning English comes down to, I have comes because this is conjugated as it. It or this. So gerund statements are always conjugated as it or this in the singular. This, it, comes down to. Now you can have two things, a noun, motivation, or you can have a gerund verb, being motivated. And I honestly believe this is true, because if you have a strong enough motivation, you will do what it takes to successfully learn English. But if you're not that committed, then you just won't put in the time and effort that's required. But that's my personal opinion. The reason why altruism is so important to happiness, the reason is because thinking about yourself, me, about yourself and how to make things better for yourself all the time is exhausting, stressful, and ultimately leads to unhappiness. Interesting perspective. Notice how I just said, interesting perspective. You could say, like I did, interesting perspective. The full sentence would be that is what you just said. That's an interesting perspective. That's an interesting point. That's an interesting opinion. And you can add on or simply say, I've never thought about it like that before.
I've never thought about it like that before, which is a very common thing to say when learning, hearing, receiving new information. If you want to be happy, which of course we all do, if you want to be happy, Ricard says you should strive to be benevolent, which will not only make you feel better, but it will also make others like you better. The verb strive means to try really hard. Strive to be benevolent. Try really hard to be benevolent. And when you're benevolent, you're kind, you have goodwill towards others, you have this desire to help others. It's similar to altruism, but altruism is entirely focused on others, but they are quite similar. Strive to be benevolent, which will not only make you feel better, but it will also make others like you better. Well, of course, if you're kind to others, they'll like you better. If you have a desire to help others, they'll like you better. That makes sense, right? Would you agree? That's not to say you should let other people take advantage of you. Ricard warns, but you should generally strive to be kind within reason. So again, generally, this means most of the time, but of course there may be situations where you're not benevolent. You are thinking me, but generally you should strive to be kind within reason. Within reason is saying that you'll act in a way that's sensible or practical. So someone might say, we'll do everything we can to help you within reason. They're saying, well, I'm not going to break a law to help you. I'm not going to spend millions of dollars or maybe even hundreds of dollars to help you. It has to be reasonable, a reasonable amount of help. But we'll do everything we can to help you within reason. Okay, so how does one train their mind to be happier? The ultimate question. Are you ready for it? Just spend 15 continuous minutes a day thinking happy thoughts. Well, how simple is that? You have 15 minutes a day and you can think happy thoughts, right? Now, continuous means without stopping. So don't think happy thoughts for 3 minutes and then go back to being stressed and overwhelmed and, oh, I'm never going to learn English. My English is terrible. Are those happy thoughts? No, they're not. So don't think 3 minutes of happy thoughts, 7 minutes of unhappy thoughts, 3 more minutes of happy thoughts. It means 15 continuous minutes. Set your timer for 15 minutes and only think happy thoughts. That would be continuous. What do you think? If the secret to being happy truly is spending 15 continuous minutes a day thinking happy thoughts, is that something that you can do? If it is, put that's doable. This is how a native speaker would say, I can do that. That's doable. So if your boss asks you, can you finish this by 5 p.m.? Yep, that's doable. That's doable. I can do that. I have the ability to do that. So what do you think? Is this doable? Put that's doable, I can do it, that's doable. Put that in the comments. And now you have the secret to happiness. How awesome is that? Now what I'll do is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. A 69-year-old monk, who scientists call the world's happiest man, says the secret to being happy takes just 15 minutes a day. Who is the happiest man in the world? If you Google it, the name Mathieu Ricard pops up. Mathieu Ricard, 69, is a Tibetan Buddhist monk originally from France who has been called the world's happiest man. That's because he participated in a 12-year brain study on meditation and compassion led by a neuroscientist from the University of Wisconsin, Richard Davidson. Davidson hooked up Ricard's head to 256 sensors and found that when Ricard was meditating on compassion, his mind was unusually light. Ricard, who says he sometimes meditates for entire days without getting bored, admits he's a generally happy person, although he feels his happiest man title is a media-driven overstatement.
Here's his advice for how to be happy. Stop thinking me, me, me. To Ricard, the answer comes down to altruism. The reason is because thinking about yourself and how to make things better for yourself all the time is exhausting, stressful, and ultimately leads to unhappiness. If you want to be happy, Ricard says you should strive to be benevolent, which will not only make you feel better, but it will also make others like you better. That's not to say you should let other people take advantage of you, Ricard warns, but you should generally strive to be kind within reason. Okay, so how does one train their mind to be happier? Just spend 15 continuous minutes a day thinking happy thoughts. Here's the headline: Zoo comes clean that their pandas are painted dogs. So here are the panda dogs. What do you think? Cute or just weird? You can share your choice in the comments. Do you know what it means to come clean? To come clean? Zoo comes clean. This is an idiom that means to admit the truth, but usually after first hiding it. We generally use this with the statement, I need to come clean. I need to come clean with you. And then you would admit whatever the truth is that you didn't want me to know. Maybe you would say, I need to come clean with you, Jennifer. I haven't subscribed to your channel. So that's the truth you want to admit. It doesn't have to be something devastating. It could be something small and simple like that, but you feel bad about it because maybe you said, oh yeah, I subscribed, but then, oh, I need to come clean with you. I haven't subscribed. If that describes you, well, then make sure you describe. So the zoo comes clean that their pandas are painted dogs. The zoo admits, but they were first hiding it. Now let's continue and learn about these panda dogs. A Chinese zoo has admitted, so you could replace this with has come clean. Now remember, come is the verb, so you would conjugate it. Here it's in the present simple with the S because the zoo is the subject, it. Here it's in the infinitive, to come, because it follows the first verb. So you need to conjugate it. So here it would be in what verb tense? The present perfect. A Chinese zoo has admitted, has come clean, that the pandas in their exhibits were in fact painted dogs. Now notice this in fact, and notice it's between two commas. Because it's between two commas, it tells me that I can delete this part, I can remove it, and the sentence will still be grammatically correct. Pandas in their exhibits were painted dogs. In fact, is there to emphasize the factual truth of this. So here I have a complete sentence. Learning English with the news, what you're doing right now, is a great method. Now, if I want to emphasize this, simply make it sound stronger, I can add in fact, and I'll add it after the verb to be, because I want to emphasize that the existence of this. So the verb to be is in fact, and notice I separate it between commas to show that I can remove this information entirely and the sentence is still grammatically correct. So now it sounds more emphasized, more dramatic. Learning English with the news is, in fact, a great method. Do you agree with that? If you do, then put that's right, put that's right in the comments so I know that you enjoy this method. According to the New York Post, now notice here, it's according to someone or something. The New York Post is a media outlet. So you could say according to the journalist, according to Jennifer, according to the New York Post. But don't forget that preposition to, according to. According to the New York Post, visitors at the Shanwei Zoo realized they were being bamboozled. Oh, bamboozled. Have you ever heard this word before? We're being bamboozled. This has the same meaning as being tricked or being deceived. And just make sure you know this is done on purpose. This isn't accidentally sharing information that isn't correct. You're doing this on purpose to deceive someone. Bamboozled. Now, bamboozled isn't the most common word. Tricked or deceived would be more commonly used. Perhaps this article chose to use it because pandas eat bamboo, and bamboozled, you hear the word bamboo. Perhaps you can use it, but it's not the most common. So you could say she was bamboozled into telling them her credit card number. Again, it would be more common to say she was tricked into, she was deceived into telling them her credit card number. Now notice, what type of sentence is this? An active or a passive? She's receiving it. She's not doing it. She's not the one tricking. She's the one receiving the trick, the bamboozle. As an active sentence, what would we say? Well, we need to find our subject. We have them. So they bamboozled. That would be just the past simple of the word. They bamboozled her into telling them her credit card number. So just this first part of the sentence would change. This is commonly used in the active to talk about receiving the action. Bamboozled when the so-called pandas. Do you know why they added the word so-called in front of pandas? The so-called pandas. When you add so-called before a noun, it adds skepticism or doubt, disbelief, or it sounds like that noun is being misrepresented. So there's misrepresentation of the noun. They're claiming that they're pandas, but they're so-called pandas. They're not actually pandas, so there's a misrepresentation. Going back to our bamboozled example, I wrote here, I was bamboozled by the so-called volunteer. So maybe someone knocked at my door and said, I'm a volunteer and I'm raising money for an animal shelter. Would you like to donate? Sure, I'd love to. Here's my credit card information. Now, this person claims they're a volunteer, but they are not. So it was a misrepresentation. And you can use this if you're not sure. So it's more you want to add some doubt. I was bamboozled by the so-called volunteer. So let's come back to the article. Visitors at the zoo realized they were being bamboozled, tricked, or deceived on purpose when the so-called pandas began panting and barking. You probably know what barking is. Ruff, 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 ruff. Pandas don't bark, as far as I know. And panting. So that's what dogs do to cool themselves. But people can do that too. We generally don't do it in the same way that dogs do, but it is possible to pant if you're, for example, running a marathon or just after running a marathon. You might collapse at the finish line and start panting because you're so hot. Hopefully you also don't stop barking. Pandas are native to China and an international symbol of the country. This should be easy for you to understand the meaning because you know about your native language or understanding native speakers. So native in this context means originally from, are native to China. So you can talk about animals or plants or other things as being native to a country. So what about your country? What animal or plant is native to your country and would be well known to many other people? Perhaps from Canada, geese, Canadian geese. Geese are native to Canada. Beavers are native to Canada. Moose are native to Canada. Those might be animals that people think of when they think of Canada. Maple trees, that's an easy one. Maple trees are native to Canada. So share one example from your country just to help everyone also learn about your country at the same time. For the sentence structure, notice we have the something. Now, because we're not talking about just one A panda, we're talking about the category, pandas in general, trees in general, maple trees in general, geese or moose in general. Moose is the plural noun, moose in general. So that's why we have the verb to be, are, and then native to, don't forget this too, and then include your country name. You could include your city or province or specific part of the country as well. So share that in the comments.
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson.
After visitors publicized the ruse. Okay, first look at this word, but listen to my pronunciation. Ruse. Z. So notice the sound is a z, z, a z. Ruse. Ruse. And what is a ruse? A ruse, remember that z, z, a ruse is a trick. It's something that someone does in order to deceive someone. Let's look at this example. The so-called volunteer, remember going back, the so-called volunteer asked for a glass of water, but it was a ruse to get my personal information. So remember that volunteer knocked on my door to get donations for an animal shelter. But again, it was a ruse. It was a trick. There is no animal shelter. He's not a volunteer, a so-called volunteer. And then he said, oh, could I have a glass of water? I'm really thirsty. So I go to get a glass of water, but then I leave him at my front door and he sees my purse and is able to get my personal information. So it was a ruse. After visitors publicized, so this means they made it publicly known. So to publicize something, to make it publicly known. It's not only used in a negative context. You can publicize something and make it known for a positive reason. In this case, though, it's negative. They publicized the ruse on social media. The organizers admitted, came clean, remember? Came clean, admitted they'd painted 2 chow chows. So now this is an explanation of what a chow chow is if you don't know. A fluffy dog breed represents the type of dog. So the name of this dog is chow chow. A fluffy dog breed originally from northern China. So originally from, what could you replace this with? Native to northern China. Now, because this information is between 2 dashes, similar to when we saw in fact between 2 commas, you can remove all this information and the sentence is grammatically correct. So I could say the organizers admitted, came clean, they'd painted 2 chow chows with black and white panda markings. So they painted the dogs with these markings. The markings are just the patterns on the panda's face, how they have black under their eyes. That would be called the markings. Since then being it was publicized on social media, the ruse was publicized on social media. Since then, visitors have demanded their money back for false advertising. If the visitors are demanding their money back, it means that they're demanding a refund. A refund. I'm sharing that because we only use this term, a refund, if money is paid for a product or service, and then that product or service is returned or found that you didn't receive the product or service you wanted. So that would be a refund. But in other cases, you wouldn't say refund. You would say, I want my money back, or I am demanding my money back to sound stronger. Demand sounds stronger than simply saying I want. I want my money back. I demand my money back. Demand sounds a lot stronger than want. So let's say you gave your friend $20. You lent your friend $20. When you lend someone money, it means you give them money temporarily with the expectation that they will return the money in the future. So you could say to your friend, I lent you $20 weeks ago. I want my money back. So in this case, it's not a refund. You can't use that term. I want my money back. Now, you could also say you need to pay me back. In this case, when you return money that someone lent you, gave you temporarily, that is to pay someone back when you return it. You need to pay me back. And notice that lent is the past simple of the verb to lend. So the verb is to lend, and in the past simple, lent. Let's continue. This isn't the first time a Chinese zoo has misled visitors with claims of housing real pandas. So if you house an animal at the zoo, it simply means that that animal lives at the zoo. But this isn't the first time a Chinese zoo has misled. Our verb here is to mislead. It's conjugated in the present perfect, has misled. So this is the third form. And it's in the present perfect because we have this isn't the first time. This is a time reference that tells you you need the present perfect. Now, using mislead, this means to cause someone to believe something that isn't true. For example, the advertisement showed the hotel had a pool and a spa. So you saw this beautiful advertisement for this hotel. There was this gorgeous spa, this luxurious pool, but then you got there and there was no pool, or it was tiny and dirty and not what you expected. So you can say it was misleading. The advertisement was misleading. So here, to be, the verb be is the main verb conjugated in the past simple. It was misleading. It misled us. So this is the active sentence. The advertisement in the past simple misled us. Or you could state, we were misled. This is the passive. We were misled. And then you could add on, what would you add on? By the ad, if you wanted to include who is misleading. We were misled. We were misled. This isn't the first time a Chinese zoo has misled visitors with claims of housing real pandas. In May, NBC News reported that a zoo in Jiangsu province had also painted chow chows. Remember, this is a type of dog, a fluffy dog native to northern China, originally from. So this is the breed. Also painted chow chows. Zoo representatives initially claimed that the animals were a rare breed of panda dogs. So notice how they have initially claimed. This is the same as first said, initially claimed. Now, we already talked about breed, a type of dog, a rare breed. Adding rare as an adjective means it's uncommon or unusual. A rare breed of panda dogs. This is what the zoo initially claimed. Now, claimed, I said previously that the equivalent would be said, but said as fact. So if you claim something, you're not just saying it, you're saying this is the fact. This is the truth. So said or stated as fact. So that's what the zoo representatives initially claimed. They were a rare, uncommon, unusual breed of panda dogs. Now, rare, this is useful to remember, and the definition of it as being uncommon, unusual, that's slightly applies to the adverb of frequency, rarely. Because when you rarely do something, it means it's not part of your normal routine. It's the opposite of usually. So if you rarely do something, here's never, and then rarely would be a little bit above never. So you could say she rarely goes to the zoo. So notice we have this ES because the subject is she, and this is the present simple. And the sentence structure is subject, adverb of frequency, and then your verb conjugated with the subject. So for he, she, it, you need to remember to add that S or ES. She rarely goes to the zoo. Now, they initially claimed that they're a rare breed of panda dogs before admitting that such animals don't exist. Okay, there is no such thing as a panda dog, everyone, because they admitted it. So when you admit something, you provide the truth that you previously did not. So again, remember we could use come clean. Before coming clean that such animals don't exist. And this is conjugated in our verb ing, even when I add coming clean, because come is the verb and before is a preposition. So we need that verb with ing. Before coming clean that such animals don't exist. At the time, zoo officials told Chinese state media they had advertised them as panda dogs and did not intentionally mislead anyone. Well, we already talked about what it means to mislead, but notice how they added intentionally. So it's saying that, okay, maybe the visitors thought the panda dogs were real pandas, a rare breed, but that wasn't our intention. We didn't do that on purpose. We didn't intentionally mislead anyone. So they're admitting that yes, they shared false information, but it wasn't their intention. They didn't do it on purpose to mislead anyone. Let's continue. When journalists asked them why they invented the idea of panda dogs to cover their tracks. Ooh, I like this. To cover their tracks. If you cover your tracks, it means you hide or conceal information that can reveal a crime or simply a misdeed. It doesn't have to necessarily be overly serious like a crime. Let's review this example sentence. We need to cover our tracks so she doesn't know we were in her office. So you were in your coworker's office and you didn't have permission. Maybe you were doing something positive. Maybe you were trying to find out when her birthday is so you can plan a surprise party. It doesn't necessarily have to be negative. But if you want to cover your tracks, well, you need to hide or conceal that you entered her office. How could you do that? Well, if the light was off and then you turned it on, make sure you turn it back off. Make sure you put all the objects exactly where they were. Make sure you don't leave any garbage or anything like that. That's how you would cover your tracks. So when journalists asked them why they invented the idea of panda dogs to cover their tracks, a zoo representative explained, there are no panda bears at the zoo, and we wanted to do this as a result. Simple enough explanation. At the time, state media and the general public criticized the zoo for also mistreating the dogs. To mistreat is to treat poorly. So in this case, mistreating the dogs, not treating them very well or treating them poorly. Zoo officials defended the exhibit. If you defend something or someone, you say something positive when other people are saying something negative. So the zoo officials are saying the exhibit is a good exhibit. It is interesting. It provides value. That's how you would defend it. Zoo officials defended the exhibit being the area where you can see the panda dogs, the so-called panda dogs, saying the dogs had not been harmed. You could also say had not been mistreated. So we would take this, which is a verb, mistreating, and we would turn it into the form had not been mistreated. One official stated, "Normal people dye their hair. Dogs can dye their hair too." So remember, they dyed the dog's dye being to put color in. So the pronunciation is the same as the verb to dye. But here, to dye one's hair is to change the color of one's hair. Is also used as a noun, hair dye, hair dye. You use hair dye to dye your hair. So normal people dye their hair. Dogs can dye their hair too. So this is their statement of defense. This is how they defended themselves, justified or supported their actions, saying they weren't mistreating or harming the animals. And that's the end of this article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. Zoo comes clean that their pandas are painted dogs. A Chinese zoo has admitted that the pandas in their exhibits were, in fact, painted dogs. According to the New York Post, visitors at Shanwei Zoo realized they were being bamboozled when the so-called pandas began panting and barking. Pandas are native to China and an international symbol of the country. After visitors publicized the ruse on social media, the organizers admitted they painted two chow chows, a fluffy dog breed originally from northern China, with black and white panda markings. Since then, visitors have demanded their money back for false advertising. This isn't the first time a Chinese zoo has misled visitors with claims of housing real pandas. In May, NBC News reported that a zoo in Jiangsu province had also painted chow chows. Zoo representatives initially claimed that the animals were a rare breed of panda dogs before admitting that such animals don't exist. At the time, zoo officials told Chinese state media they had advertised them as panda dogs and did not intentionally mislead anyone. When journalists asked them why they invented the idea of panda dogs to cover their tracks, a zoo representative explained, "There are no panda bears at the zoo, and we wanted to do this as a result." At the time, state media and the general public criticized the zoo for also mistreating the dogs. Zoo officials defended the exhibit, saying the dogs had not been harmed. One official stated, "Normal people dye their hair. Dogs can dye their hair too." First, I'll read the headline, "A Brief History of Airline Food's Rapid Descent." We're talking about airline food. So here we have what you might get today. What do you think? Does this look appealing to you? If it looks appealing, so our verb is look, and then appealing is always in the ing form. It means it looks attractive or appetizing, something you want to eat. So does this look appealing? Maybe not so much. But if you're on an 8-hour flight and this is the only option available, maybe it looks pretty appealing at that moment. So a brief history. Brief means short, concise, communicated in few words. This is commonly used as a statement. You might say, "Oh, I'm going to share something with you, but I'll be brief. I'll share it in few words, quickly, concisely." This can also be used as a request. If someone asks you for a few minutes to tell you something, you say, "Okay, but please be brief." So notice it's used with the verb be. A brief history. In this case, it's an adjective. It's describing what type of history they're going to provide. A brief history of airline food's rapid descent. So descent, of course, means going down, which is interesting because the pilot will come on the speaker and say, "We have now began our descent. So we're now beginning to land the plane." So in this case, it's airline food's rapid descent, implying that at one point, airline food was appealing, but then there has been a rapid descent. It has gone down very quickly. Now let's continue with our lesson. if you took an American Airlines flight in the 1960s, so when you have a decade and then you have an S after it, it means any time from 1961 to 1969. And notice it's in the, so this is the preposition that you need, in the 60s. We sometimes use this to talk about our age or when we did something. So you could say, I was born in the 80s. You don't have to say 19 because it's implied, but you can. I was born in the 80s. I graduated in the 90s, the 70s. Now, if you want to be a little more specific, but not reveal the actual number, you can say the early 80s, the mid 1980s, or the late 1980s. Now, this is a true statement for me. So if you had to guess, would you say I was born in the early 80s, the mid 80s, or the late 80s? What do you think? Put your answer in the comments. You can guess a specific year, or you can say early, mid, or late. Put that in the comments just for fun. Why not? Now, notice how it says if you took, because this is hypothetical. Here, the structure is if, subject, past simple for the first part. If you took an American Airlines flight. American Airlines is just the name of the airline. If you took an American Airlines flight in the 1960s, you would be. So this apostrophe D represents would. So the next part is subject, would, base verb. You would be wined and dined. What does that mean? To be wined and dined, this is just a expression that we use to mean treated very well, with a high degree of service or quality. So maybe you went to a conference and you say, I was wined and dined. They treated me very well at the conference, but it generally includes the quality of food and beverages. You'd be wined and dined from the coach class menu. You would be treated very well, specifically when it comes to food and drink. Your meal began with the beef consommé and proceeded to sautéed breast of chicken in wine. So these are just examples of quality food to show how you would be wined and dined. Care for a fruit tartlet for dessert. So notice how this is being asked as an expression, because a common way to offer you something, perhaps if you're on a plane, is the flight attendant would go by and say, care for some pretzels. Now, this is the short form because the full sentence would be, would you? Would you care for some pretzels? But native speakers often drop the would you and just say, care for some water, care for a hot towel, care for a blanket, care for a pillow. Things you generally don't get anymore on a plane, but in the past you would because you were wined and dined. So I could ask you, care for some more video lessons? Would you? Would you care for some more video lessons? So you can say, yes, I would, to use the full structure. Yes, I would care for some more video lessons, which means you want more video lessons, or just to be fun, put yes, yes, yes. So if you want more video lessons, put yes, yes, yes in the comments so I know you want more lessons just like this, and then I'm happy to make them because I want to wine and dine all my students. Now remember, technically we would use that if food and beverage were present, but you know what I mean. So put yes, yes, yes in the comments. Today, if you're flying coach, you'll need to book a long distance international flight, or maybe if you're lucky, a coast to coast domestic one to receive a free meal. So notice here between the two dashes, maybe if you're lucky. So you can remove this section and it will still be grammatically correct, you'll need to book a long distance international flight or a coast to coast domestic one. And that's to receive a free meal. Now here, one replaces what word? What word does one represent? One replaces flight or a coast-to-coast domestic flight. Now, native speakers will often replace the noun with one or it, depending on the sentence, to avoid being repetitive. Let's look at this sentence. If you're flying coach, you'll need to book. What type of sentence is this? This is a conditional sentence. Most students know because of this if clause. You can also use when, if or when, and the first conditional. Now, the first conditional is usually formed with the present simple. If you fly coach. To be safe, I would use the present simple. However, this is in the present continuous. It just shows that continuation of the action. So let's look at this sentence. If you subscribe to my channel, make sure you subscribe, you'll receive amazing free video lessons. So we have if or when. If sounds like it might not happen, but when is assuming you will subscribe. But if is maybe you will, maybe you won't. If you subscribe, when you subscribe. So if, when, subject, and then the present simple. Then the next part is subject, will, base verb, which is the future simple. You'll receive amazing free video lessons. So make sure you hit subscribe. Today, if you're flying coach, if you fly coach, you'll need to book a long distance international flight. So notice the verb you use, you book a flight. Have you booked your flight yet? Let's continue. On shorter flights, you might get a choice of complimentary cookies or pretzels. I love how they say might. I have been on many short flights where they don't give you anything. You might get. So might is a modal verb. Notice our structure, might plus base verb, modal plus base verb. Might is used for possibility. It could be 50%, 60%, 80%. There is no set definition. It's just for possibility. So if you say to me, Jennifer, I might subscribe to your channel. That's not very good because that's just a possibility. There's an equal chance you might not subscribe. But if you say, Jennifer, I will subscribe, this is great news for me and for you because I share lots of free lessons to help you become fluent. And will is used for promises or commitments, but might is used for possibility. So if you want to communicate with confidence, don't say might, use will. So hopefully you say, Jennifer, I will subscribe. You might get a choice of complimentary cookies or pretzels. Now, there's actually a mistake in this part that I've highlighted, and this is a mistake that many native speakers make because there is one word that is very easily confused with another word. Do you know what the mistake is? And I hope this makes you feel better if you make these mistakes because native speakers make these mistakes. A professional writer made this mistake. Do you know what the mistake is? Put the word in the comments if you do. The mistake is with this word. And it's just a spelling mistake because in spoken English, there's no difference in the pronunciation. But in spelling, it's not spelled correctly because this word means something different. The correct spelling is with an I instead of an E. That's the only difference between these two. But complimentary with an I means free. And complimentary with an E means that it goes well with, it complements, it matches, it enhances, it goes well with. So to be fun, I can say, care for a glass of milk. I'm offering you a glass of milk. Care for a glass of milk. It would be complementary to your cookies. So you're already eating cookies and I say care for a glass of milk. It would go well with, it would enhance the flavor of, it would be complementary to your cookies and is complimentary and it's free. So you don't have to pay for it. So of course, take the glass of milk. There are no disadvantages. So that's how you could technically use both of these words in one sentence, but they do have different meanings. Remember, this is just a minor spelling issue. Pronunciation is identical. Let's continue. Airplane food has fallen a long way from the glory days. The glory days were when airline food was at its highest point, from the glory days of in-flight dining. So dining on an airplane, in-flight dining. When meals were served on white tablecloths and stewardesses scrambled eggs in the air. So the stewardess is scrambling eggs in the air, meaning the plane is in the air. Imagine that. Imagine being on a plane and there is a flight attendant. Stewardess is an outdated word because it is a gendered word. And in modern English uses, we avoid gendered words. So we don't say waitress, waiter. Now we say server for both male and female. So in the past, they said stewardesses, but now we say flight attendants, which is gender neutral, male, female. So you have a flight attendant scrambling eggs in the air, puts down a white tablecloth, and serves you a meal. That is wining and dining, which no longer takes place. Let's continue. Disappearing meals have joined a long list of pain points, inconveniences, and cutbacks that flyers endure today. Flyers represents people who fly. Now, disappearing meals, this is the subject of the sentence. And they're saying that the disappearing meals, have joined a long list. So there are many other items on a list, and these items are things that flyers, people who fly, are mad about. They're pain points. They're mad about it. They don't like it. Maybe because it's inconvenient, for example. And so disappearing meals is just one thing on that list, and it's a long list, is what this is saying. Now, cutbacks, this is when airlines try to save money by reducing how much they spend. So that would be cutbacks. And it's appropriate that they use the word endure. So the one, disappearing meals, is one of the things that flyers, people who fly, endure today. Because when you endure something, it's always used with something negative. It's when you experience something negative, you suffer through, you tolerate, but it's only used with negative things. And this is an example of something negative. But industry cost cutting, so here they're cutting costs, which could also be called a cutback, because a cutback is when there is a spending reduction, which is also cost cutting. So industry cost cutting, the airlines are spending less money on things like meals for you. Industry cost cutting isn't the only reason your tartlet is gone. Remember at the very beginning, it was care for a fruit, I think, a fruit tartlet. So a tartlet is simply a type of dessert. So you can replace this with the word dessert. So spending reduction, cost cutting, cutbacks, isn't the only reason why your dessert is gone. So why they're no longer offering you dessert on an airplane. The end of in-flight dining for many passengers. A passenger is someone who is on a plane. So you could also refer to them as a flyer, but a flyer is someone who flies. But if you're a passenger, it sounds like you are currently on the plane. So I'm a flyer. I fly frequently, but I'm not a passenger right now. I'm only a passenger when I'm on a plane, but I would describe myself as a flyer, even though I'm not currently flying. The end of in-flight dining for many passengers surprisingly rose out of big changes in government regulation, airplane design, in-flight movies, industry tax breaks. Okay, rose out of, this would be another way of saying arrived from. This is the reason why this happened. For alternatives, you could say arrived or came from, was caused by, was because we're talking about one singular thing, the end of in-flight dining. This was caused by. This was the result of big changes in government regulation, airplane design, in-flight movies, interestingly, industry tax breaks, plus heightened health and safety concerns. Airline safety protocols and regulations since September 11th have changed what types of cooking knives crews can work with in the air. Crew is another word for employees, but crew is used in very specific circumstances. It's used with transportation, so the employees on a plane. All of them collectively are referred to as the crew. The crew. Planes, boats, trains, transportation, you would refer to them as the crew. And this is also used frequently in the entertainment industry. So all the people involved in making a movie would be called the crew. But in most situations, you would just use the word employees in an office environment. You wouldn't say crew, you would say employees. Airplane galleys are smaller to allow for more passenger seats on a plane. The galley is the space on the plane where you as a passenger are not allowed to go. It's only for crew. It's for the flight attendants, or if the pilot wanted to go there, of course the pilot could. Generally, when you're waiting to use the bathroom, you can see the galley right behind the bathroom. And you've seen it. It's tiny. It's a very small space. Of course, it's not a full kitchen where they can scramble eggs for you. It's very small. Airplane galleys are smaller to allow for more passenger seats on a plane. And airlines don't serve some foods like peanuts to protect people with allergies. Meals are often smaller, blander, or non-existent. Non-existent, of course, means doesn't exist. So it's implying that you don't even get a meal. A meal is not offered to you on the plane. What does blander mean? Of course, you know what smaller means. What about blander? Meals are often blander. Do you know what this means? It means meals are often less flavorful. So if a meal doesn't have a lot of flavor in terms of simple things like salt, spices, garlic, you would say this is bland, bland. Bland means lacking in flavor. Blander is a comparative, so it means less flavorful than in the past, in the 1960s. This meal is bland. That's what you could say if you are eating a meal and it doesn't have a lot of flavor. This meal is bland. Bland is your adjective, and the verb to be, of course, you need to conjugate. Meal service was once a point of pride. To describe something as a point of pride means it was something that you were proud of. You could say, my high IELTS score is a point of pride, not price, pride, which means I'm proud of my high IELTS score, or my high IELTS score is something I'm proud of. You could also say the fact that I watch one JForrest English lesson, because of course you have already subscribed. The fact that I watch one lesson per day is a point of pride, is something I'm proud of. And you absolutely should be proud of simply making progress. The fact that you're consistent and committed, that should be a point of pride for you. Meal service, the meals you were served, meal service was once a point of pride. If it was once, it means it no longer is. I'm sure airlines know their food isn't good. Of course they know this. It's very obvious. Meal service was once a point of pride, said Henry Hartveld, who covers the travel industry for Atmosphere Research Group. I don't know what this is. Clearly, it's a group that does research. Now, the quality is so poor, you have to wonder. So to wonder, do airline executives actually have taste buds? This is a cheeky thing to say, because if you had taste buds, which means you have the ability to taste different flavors. If you had taste buds and you tried this meal, you would know it isn't very good. You would know it's very bland. So you have to wonder, do airline executives actually have taste buds? That's a very cheeky thing to say. You're probably wondering about that word I just used, cheeky. Cheeky, what does that mean? Well, to be cheeky, this means to be rude, impolite. But when you're cheeky, or you say something cheeky, to use it as an adjective, you're doing it in more of a humorous, playful, or lighthearted way. So comedians generally are cheeky. They say things that are rude, but they do it in a funny way. So if I was talking to you and you're an airline executive and I say, do you have any taste buds? That sounds rude, but I have to wonder, do you have any taste buds? That sounds more cheeky. I'm saying the same thing, but I'm trying to be more humorous, playful, lighthearted. But ultimately, I'm saying the same thing. So that's a cheeky thing to say. And that's the end of our article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. A brief history of airline food's rapid descent. If you took an American Airlines flight in the 1960s, you'd be wined and dined from the coach class menu. Your meal began with the beef consommé and proceeded to sautéed breast of chicken in wine. Care for a fruit tartlet for dessert? Today, if you're a flying coach, you'll need to book a long-distance international flight, or maybe if you're lucky, a coast-to-coast domestic one to receive a free meal. On shorter flights, you might get a choice of complimentary cookies or pretzels. Airplane food has fallen a long way from the glory days of in-flight dining when meals were served on white tablecloths and stewardesses scrambled eggs in the air. Disappearing meals have joined a long list of pain points, inconveniences, and cutbacks that flyers endure today. But industry cost-cutting isn't the only reason your tartlet is gone. The end of in-flight dining for many passengers surprisingly rose out of big changes in government regulation, airplane design, in-flight movies, industry tax breaks, plus heightened health and safety concerns. Airline safety protocols and regulations since September 11 have changed what types of cooking knives crews can work with in the air. Airplane galleys are smaller to allow for more passenger seats on a plane. and airlines don't serve some foods, like peanuts, to protect people with allergies. Meals are often smaller, blander, or non-existent. Meal service was once a point of pride, said Henry Hartfeld, who covers the travel industry for Atmosphere Research Group. Now, the quality is so poor, you have to wonder, do airline executives actually have taste buds? Let's review the headline together. 7-year-old, you see him right here in the picture, 7-year-old gets job offer from Russian IT firm. Now, this is a headline, so articles and auxiliary verbs are omitted to make the headline as short as possible, and this is accepted even in formal situations. However, if you were to write this as a sentence, a regular sentence, there are 3 articles missing. Do you know where the articles need to go grammatically? Well, let's review this together. 7-year-old. Notice how there are dashes between this, and you might notice that there's no S on year. So this is because it's an adjective and it describes the boy. Technically, the word boy is missing, or you could say boy, child, 7-year-old boy, 7-year-old child, for example. But because boy is your noun, child is your noun, 7-year-old is the adjective that describes the boy, we need an article at the very beginning. And you would say a 7-year-old boy, or a 7-year-old child. So that is one article. Do you know where the next article is needed? A 7-year-old boy gets, well, job offer is a noun. It's a something. And as the general rule, we need an article in front of nouns, singular nouns, unless it's an exception and an uncountable noun. But in this case, it is not. A job offer, because it's not a specific job offer, it's just any job offer. Now, our final article missing, from Russian IT firm. Well, here, firm, which is another way of saying company, is our noun. Russian and IT describe what type of company. But if we got rid of Russian and IT, gets a job offer from firm, from a firm. Now, we're also using a because it's not a specific firm, it's just a firm. A Russian IT firm. If we said the Russian IT firm, it would mean we were specifying a specific one. But at this point in the article, we are not. So these are the 3 articles that are missing grammatically if you were to write this as a full sentence. But remember, as a headline, it is acceptable to omit the articles and auxiliary verbs, which we don't have here, to make it as short as possible. Let's continue and learn about this job offer. A Russian software company. So notice how, because we're in the full article now, we need to add those articles and auxiliary verbs as well. So a 7-year-old, a Russian software company. And notice here they're using the word company, which we already learned is a replacement to firm. Often firm is used when consulting services are provided. For example, you hear this a lot with law firm. They offer their consulting as a service. But you could say law company, although in North America that is not common. It's almost exclusively called a law firm. Outside of a law firm, most of the time you could say firm or company like we have here, and there is no difference in meaning, and they both sound commonly used. A Russian software company has invited a 7-year-old coding prodigy. So remember, this is an adjective that describes, in this case, coding prodigy, but you could replace this with the word boy who is a coding prodigy, boy who is 7 years old. So you would add that as if you were using it to describe his age, a boy who is 7 years old. But in this case, it's an adjective, so we don't add that S. Let's continue. To join its management team. All right, 7 years old, and he has a job offer for a management position. As soon as he is old enough to take up paid employment. In this case, if you take up paid employment, it means you accept it. You accept it. But we also use the phrasal verb to take up with hobbies and activities to mean you start doing that hobby or activity. So in this case, you could think of it as to start doing that job. So if you take up coding as a hobby, you start learning or doing coding. And of course, remember, take is your verb, so you need to conjugate that. If you say, I took up coding, of course, that's in the past simple. You started coding as a new hobby or activity. Sergei from the Russian city of St. Petersburg has built a name for himself. Often we replace built a name with made, has made a name for himself, uploading videos that explain how to write software since he was 5. And if you build or make a name for yourself, you would need to change this depending on who the subject is. It means you become well known for something, so you're regarded as an expert. So hopefully I could say Jennifer has built, has made. Remember, both verbs are possible. This is conjugated in the present perfect, so that's why you have the third form of the verb. You could put this in the past simple as well. Jennifer has built a name for herself as a great teacher. Do you agree with that? If you do, put that's right in the comments. Now, I could put this in the present continuous to say it's an action in progress. Jennifer is making, Jennifer is building a name for herself as a great teacher. So again, put that's right if you agree with this in the comments. On the strength of those videos, remember the videos are the ones he posted on YouTube of himself coding. Notice this phrase here, on the strength of, and then something, those videos. Another way of saying this would be because those videos were successful or well done, well regarded, influential, because those videos were because those videos is plural. So you could say on the strength of something. This is the more everyday way of saying it, and this sounds a little more formal. On the strength of those videos, the information security firm, so here again, they're using the word firm instead of company, but it means the same thing, firm, Pro 32. So this is the name of the company, sent him, the 7-year-old coding prodigy, the 7-year-old boy, a written job offer for the post of head of corporate training. Wow, a management position at 7 years old. In North America, the standard term would be position instead of post for the position of, but post is understood. It's just the choice in British English. For the position, for the post of, in either case, you need this of, and then you state the position or post in British English. For the position of head of corporate training. Under Russian law, Sergei, the name of the boy, the 7-year-old boy, Sergei would not be able to take up any paid role until he is 14. So notice here, this is our adjective phrase. So the age describes him as a phrase. Now, if you were to write the full form, you would say years old, and then years would have the S because it's more than one. But it's completely acceptable and extremely common to just use the number to describe age rather than saying years old. If you say years, you must also say the word old. It is not optional. You must use both words, or you can just use the number. Now notice here we have until. Now this is in the future, But notice we use the present simple. And I see a lot of mistakes with this, so let's just quickly review this. You could say, I can't get a promotion until I improve. So the present simple for your verb improve, even though that is a future action, we use it in the present simple after until. Until I improve my English. You could also use your English as the subject after until. I can't get a promotion until my English is better. So this is your present simple, is better. You could also say until my English improves, and then you would add that S because again, it's in the present simple with until when you're using it in a future reference. But Pro 32, remember, this is the name of the company, the firm, the IT company, the IT firm, but Pro 32's chief executive. So this is possessive. The chief executive belongs to Pro 32. But Pro 32's chief executive, Igor Mandik, told the BBC World Service he had spoken to Sergey's parents about finding ways to collaborate in the meantime. Okay, so what time is the meantime? Is between now, when he is 7 years old, and in the future, when he is 14 years old. So that period of time is in the meantime until he is legally allowed to work, and they're going to find ways to collaborate. So collaborate means work together. Now, it can't be in an official paid capacity because that is illegal under Russian law. So notice that preposition, illegal under Russian law. And if you want to replace collaborate with another word, remember that it's work together. The preposition that you need is together. And then in the belongs to the phrase meantime, in the meantime. So all three of these would still be together. Work together in the meantime. His father, Kirill, was surprised and said that they were really happy and looking forward to when Sergey would be able to join the company, Mr. Mandik said. Okay, so notice here, and looking forward to, this preposition to belongs to the phrase to look forward to something. Now, in this case, the something is when Sergey would be able to join the company. This is the something. If you have a verb that follows, you need your verb in the ing because this preposition belongs to the phrase to, and we use the verb in ing, the gerund, after prepositions. So with a verb, you could say, I'm looking forward to joining the company when I'm 14. So when in a future context also requires the present simple, when I am 14. And then remember, you could add years old. It's optional. And if you do, you have to add that S on years. And you must also use the word old. I'm looking forward to joining the company. I'm looking forward to meeting you. I'm looking forward to watching, seeing, hearing, listening, whatever your verb is. Now, you could also look forward to something and have a noun. I'm looking forward to your next video. Your next video. Or you could put the action, which would be watching. I'm looking forward to watching your next video. So hopefully you're thinking this right now. Wow, this is such a great way to learn English. I'm looking forward to watching your next Learn English with the News video. So if that describes you, put that's right in the comments. On his video, Sergey appears fresh-faced. So fresh-faced is an adjective that could mean youthful, or it could also mean just very energetic or fresh. For example, at the end of the day, I probably will not look fresh-faced. My makeup will be a little smeared. Maybe my eyes will have some bags under them. My hair won't be as nice. But right in the morning, right after I do my makeup, I look fresh-faced. So Hopefully I look youthful, but if not, it could still mean just fresh for the day. So he appears fresh-faced and smiling enthusiastically, speaking in Russian and sometimes in English as a 7-year-old, very talented. Sometimes in English, he goes through coding challenges step by step. Step by step. This is a great binomial pair, which a binomial pair is two words that are joined together by a preposition. In this case, the preposition is by. So if you do something step by step, it means gradually or incrementally. So right now we're going through this article step by step. We're going through it gradually and incrementally. His YouTube channel has more than 3,500. You could say 3,500 or 3,500. There's absolutely no difference. I change between them for no reason at all. Both are accepted and it does not matter what you use. So whatever is easiest for you. 3,500. There's no need to vocalize and 3,500. You don't need that and 3,500, 3,500 because 2 zeros represents 100. So I wrote down how you would say them, and notice nothing is plural here. There's no S on 100, for example, because the S is on the noun, which is subscribers. So this is where you find your S, not on the number. His YouTube channel has more than 3,500 subscribers. Interested in. So this is another expression where in is a preposition that belongs to the expression to be interested in. The auxiliary verb is not needed because the subject is not identified here. Interested in learning. So this is why our verb is in ing, because this preposition belongs to the phrase. If you were to say this as a sentence, you could say his subscribers are, because it's to be interested in. So you would add that auxiliary verb are because subscribers is plural. Are interested in learning programming languages, and then the two programming languages, Python and Unity, or who want to hear more about neural networks, which underlie many artificial intelligence tools. Let's review underlie. This is a verb, to underlie. And if you say something underlies something else, you're saying it's the foundation of that something or the basis of. You can think of it as a core part of. So let's look at learning English. You could say understanding grammar rules. This is your subject using a gerund verb, understanding grammar rules. Now, this is conjugated as it or this. This, your ability to understand grammar rules, underlies. That's why we have it in the S, because the subject as the gerund is it, third person singular, underlies the ability to speak English fluently. And that's why, in addition to learning vocabulary, you're learning it in context and you're learning the grammar of how to use it, or else you won't be able to speak the language fluently. So there's a practical example of how to use the verb to underlie. Sergey's father told the BBC that his son got into coding. So if you get into something, it means that it's when you start your interest in that subject, because we use the verb get as a transitional verb. So when you get into something, it's that transition from not being into, in the sense of not having an interest in, to being into, interested in. So that's that verb get, from not to. So someone might ask me, how did you get into teaching? How did you get into teaching? This is the same as how did you first become interested in teaching? How did you get into teaching? Sergey's father told the BBC that his son got into coding, first became interested in coding when observing his older sister learning about programming. At first, we studied the material together with the children. Okay, so this is the parent, we as the parents, we studied the material together with the children to explain the basic principles to them. After a month, our help was no longer needed. And after 2 months, it's obvious that what our time period is, so you don't have to repeat it. And after 2, Sergi was so carried away that he overtook everyone, he said. First, let's take a look at carried away. Notice here the auxiliary verb is to be. Sergi was so carried away. This is also commonly used with the verb get, again, as that transition from not carried away to carried away. What does this mean? If you get carried away by something, it means you're so overly enthusiastic, overly passionate, overly interested that you do more than needed, wanted, or expected. So if you get carried away with learning phrasal verbs, instead of studying for 1 hour, you might study for 12 hours, but then neglect all your other responsibilities because you got so carried away. So it's actually a negative thing. It means too enthusiastic or too absorbed, where all your interest, attention, time, energy goes into this one thing. This is funny because my friend just used this example with me. She told me that she took up jewelry making. So she started a new activity, hobby, which is jewelry making her own jewelry. And then she said, but I got a little carried away. So she became too passionate, too absorbed by this hobby. And she told me that she bought over 2,000 beads, which can make hundreds of bracelets. She's making bracelets. So that could make hundreds of bracelets, which she does not need to make hundreds of bracelets. So she got a little carried away. Okay, so Sergi was so carried away that he overtook everyone. Let's take a look at the verb to overtake, and then this is conjugated in the past simple, overtook. This means to surpass. So remember, Sergi and his sister, or the parents as well, were at the same level of knowledge or skill with coding, but then Sergi got carried away. He spent all of his time learning and coding, and then he overtook. So he surpassed. He moved ahead of the others in terms of skill, knowledge, or results, or all three. So this is commonly used in a competitive atmosphere. A business might say, we overtook the competition. We surpassed the competition. And most likely this could be in results. And that's the end of the article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. 7-year-old gets job offer from Russian IT firm. A Russian software company has invited a 7-year-old coding prodigy to join its management team as soon as he is old enough to take up paid employment. Sergei from the Russian city of St. Petersburg has built a name for himself, uploading videos that explain how to write software since he was 5. On the strength of those videos, the information security firm Pro32 sent him a written job offer for the post of head of corporate training. Under Russian law, Sergei would not be able to take up any paid role until he is 14. But Pro32's chief executive Igor Mandik told the BBC World Service he had spoken to Sergei's parents about finding ways to collaborate in the meantime. His father, Kirill, was surprised and said that they were really happy and looking forward to when Sergei would be able to join the company, Mr. Mandik said. On his video, Sergei appears fresh-faced and smiling enthusiastically. Speaking in Russian and sometimes in English, he goes through coding challenges step by step. His YouTube channel has more than 3,500 subscribers interested in learning programming languages, Python and Unity, or who want to hear more about neural networks, which underlie many artificial intelligence tools. Sergey's father told the BBC that his son got into coding when observing his older sister learning about programming. At first, we studied the material together with the children to explain the basic principles to them. After a month, our help was no longer needed, and after 2, Sergey was so carried away that he overtook everyone, he said. First, I'll read the headline. Pen pals of 70 years meet for first time. So these two are the pen pals, and now 70 years later, they met. So first, notice in the headline, it says meet for first time. This is actually grammatically incorrect. Do you know why? It's because there's a word missing, a small but important word, and that's the article. This is considered acceptable to do specifically in headlines. You can omit the article just to save space, but you need to say for the first time. First is an ordinal number, and we use the article the. It has to be the. It can't be for a first time. For the first time. For the first time. Now it's correct when we add that. Pen pals of 70 years meet for the first time. So let's hear about their story. Now, first of all, do you know what a pen pal is? To be honest, I'm not sure if this is something that's popular anymore, but when you have a pen pal, it's when you and someone else, usually in another country, another part of the world, decide to become friends, and your friendship consists of you writing to each other. So of course, 70 years ago, writing would take place by sending a letter to the other person. Now, obviously, you can have a pen pal online. In the past, I know it was quite common to have pen pals for language learning purposes. I personally had a pen pal, someone from Africa, when I was learning French and he was learning English, and I wrote to him in French and he wrote to me in English, and we actually met in Canada. So that was a very interesting experience for me. So I have met a pen pal that I had. What about you? Have you ever had a pen pal? Have you met your pen pal? Do you still have a pen pal? Share that in the comments. So that's the definition of pen pal if you weren't aware. I added that definition of pen pal here for you. Let's continue. A pair of 80-year-old pen pals. So notice here, a pair, well, of course, that means two. So 1, 2, this is a pair of women, a pair of pens, a pair of apples. It doesn't matter what, but it means two. A pair of 80-year-old. This is an adjective to describe the pen pals. As an adjective, they don't take singular or plural forms, which is why you don't see an S on years. And remember that adjectives are always optional in English. So if I remove the adjective, the sentence would still be correct. A pair of pen pals. So it's still correct without the adjective, and it just describes who the pen pals are. So a pair, remember, that equals two. A pair of 80-year-old pen pals who have been writing to each other since 1955. Of course, we need our what verb tense? Because I have since 1955, what verb tense? Well, of course, the present perfect. In this case, the present perfect continuous, because the action started in the past and continues until now. They're still writing to each other. So that's why we have the present perfect. And since is a keyword for the present perfect. And in this case, it's just in the continuous form because it shows the continuation of the action. A pair of 80-year-old pen pals who have been writing to each other since 1955 have finally fulfilled their lifelong wish to meet in person. So it's been their lifelong wish. I think you can understand what lifelong means, but this is an adjective to describe the wish, and it's something that the person has been wanting to do for their entire life. You can have a lifelong wish. You can also have a lifelong dream, desire, or goal. For example, it's my lifelong dream to go to Disneyland. I don't know why I chose that. It was just the first thing that popped into my head. And then notice here they say, have finally fulfilled their lifelong wish. When you fulfill it, it means you achieve it. They've done it. So you could add, I hope I fulfill it soon. Patsy Gregory from Lancashire, which is in the UK. I'm not sure where, to be honest. If you know where this is, feel free to share. Patsy Gregory from Lancashire traveled nearly 4,000 miles to meet Carol Ann Cross in South Carolina, which is, of course, a state in the US. I'm more familiar with South Carolina than I am Lancashire, I must admit. Who she began writing to as a 12-year-old. So again, here, we're using it as an adjective, as a what? As a 12-year-old girl. And then they just omitted the word girl because it's obvious. But here, as a 12-year-old girl, and then you can just omit that noun and then just have as a 12-year-old. As a 12-year-old. So she began writing to who she began writing to as a 12-year-old. So that's when their pen pal relationship, pen palship, I don't know if that's a word, I made it up. Their pen pal relationship began. All right. Mrs. Gregory said Mrs. Cross. So remember, Mrs. Gregory's from the UK, Mrs. Cross is from the US. Mrs. Gregory said Mrs. Cross was exactly as she imagined she would be. Now notice, as she imagined she would be. We have the hypothetical here because obviously as you're writing to someone, you have an image in your head of who that person is. But at this time, they didn't have social media. They didn't have video chat. So they probably didn't see that many pictures of each other or were exposed to each other's lives in the way we are now because of social media. So they have this image in their mind of what the other person was like. And that's why it's in the hypothetical here. She would be. Mrs. Gregory said Mrs. Cross was exactly as she imagined she would be. I recognized her immediately. When you recognize someone, it means you look at someone and they are familiar to you. So you can recognize a person. And sometimes if you're talking to someone, you're like, oh, hi, do you recognize me? It's another way of saying, do you remember who I am? Because perhaps we met at a conference, but 5 years ago. And the person is asking if I remember who she is. Do you recognize me? Do you recognize me? Now, you can recognize someone physical appearance, but you can also recognize them based on the sound of their voice. For me, actually, I tend to remember someone's voice, the sound of their voice, more than actually what they look like. So I might recognize someone because their voice sounds familiar to me. I recognized her immediately, and it just felt natural. In this way, natural means comfortable because they're meeting each other for the first time. And when you meet someone for the first time, it can be awkward because you don't know how to interact with that person, but they've been communicating with each other as pen pals for 70 years. So that's why it felt natural, which means it felt comfortable because of the relationship they have as pen pals. Comfortable. Mrs. Gregory, the one from the UK, Mrs. Gregory said, though the pair had not met before, their lives had taken similar patterns. So remember, the pair means the two of them. So she could say, Mrs. Gregory said, though they, because they represents the two of them, which is also the pair. So you could say, although they had not met before, and then you can see the equivalent of they as the possessive pronoun there. Their lives had taken similar patterns. We're both the same age and got married around the same time and have 3 children, she said, which is probably why their pen pal relationship, which I just described as pen pal ship. I'm making up a new word. You heard it here first. Their pen pal ship, maybe it already exists. I'm not sure. Their pen pal ship was successful because they have all of these similarities. So you could say these are the things they have in common. We have so much in common, and we're both married. We both have 3 children. We're both the same age. We're both women. We have so much in common. We have so many similarities. So notice, so much in common, because common is uncountable. We don't put an S on it. But here, similarities, so many similarities. We have so many similarities. You can use the same verb, have. We started in pencil. They're talking about their pen pal ship, their pen pal relationship. We started in pencil, moved on to ink. When you move on, it means you progress to something else. So you advance. Progress or advance. Progress, advance. Now you move on to something. Notice that. So if you finish one task at work, you can move on to the next task. You can progress to the next task, advance to the next task. We started in pencil, moved on to ink, then typing. Wow, this is an interesting relationship when you think of how the method of communication has changed over the past 70 years. Then typing, and now we can email and stay in touch on social media. So different. And notice here, stay in touch. When you stay in touch with someone, it means you keep communicating with that person. So often this is how we say goodbye to someone. We say bye, stay in touch, which is a way of saying, make sure you keep talking to me. Make sure you keep sending me messages. Make sure you keep emailing me, calling me. So to remain in communication, And you stay in touch with someone. Okay, so we've stayed in touch for the last 70 years. We have the present perfect because it started in the past and it continues until now. We've stayed in touch for the last 70 years. This is how you can use it in a sentence. We've stayed in touch. Now, you don't have to include the with each other because it's we. It's not necessary at all, but I just want to show you that if you identify someone, you need with. So in this case, if you use we, it wouldn't be common to include that, but you might say, I've stayed in touch with my pen pal for the last 70 years. We have a great pen pal ship. Okay, it's going to catch on. Just wait. So you can stay in touch. You can also keep in touch by stay in touch, keep in touch. I'll just add that in here. Keep in touch. They're exactly the same. There's no difference. So for all of these, you just need to conjugate your verb. We've kept in touch. We've kept in touch. I've kept in touch with my pen pals. So you can use stay or keep. There's no difference in meaning. There's just two separate options here. She said, it's come a long way. When something has come a long way, it means that something has progressed a lot. So we can say, for example, computers have come a long way. Think back to the computer that these women used to type their first message to each other, and then compare that to the computer they're using now. Obviously, that technology has progressed a lot. It has come a long way. So has progressed, advanced a lot. To come a long way. Let's continue. Mrs. Gregory's trip was organized by her 3 children as a special gift for her 80th birthday. Oh, that's sweet. And her daughter, Steph Callum, accompanied her for the journey. When you accompany someone, it means you go with that person. So her daughter went on the trip with her. Her daughter accompanied her to America. Mrs. Gregory is the UK pen pal. So my daughter accompanied me to South Carolina. So this means my daughter went with me to South Carolina. You accompany someone. All right, I'll just highlight that for you. So Steph Callum accompanied her. They don't include the location. If they did, it would be to South Carolina for the journey. Mom has always wanted to meet her American pen friend. I've never heard it referred to as pen friend. I've only heard it as pen pal. Maybe, I'm not sure, maybe that is a British expression. I have not heard that before. But also, I don't know if I've ever heard pen palship, which I just made up. Pen pal, pen friend. But I can definitely tell you in US at least, we say pen pal. I've never heard pen friend. Also notice this spelling of mum is specific to UK spelling. In the US, in American English, we say mom, which is, of course, if you didn't know, is short for mother. And almost everyone calls their mother mom. To me, it sounds very formal to say mother. It's mom, mom, mom. And when you're a little kid, maybe until you're 10 years old, you say mommy. But after 10 years old, if you still say mommy, it sounds a little childish, it doesn't sound appropriate for an adult or a teenager to do, at least in North America. So when you're maybe until you're 10 years old, you can say mommy. And then after that, and until for the rest of your life, you'll say mom. You can absolutely say mother. It's just not the most common. Miss Callum, the daughter, remember Miss Callum, the daughter, Miss Callum said, she said the meeting had been on her mother's bucket list as it was one of her lifelong regrets. Oh, remember we had lifelong wish? I believe it was a wish. Lifelong wish. You can also have a lifelong regret. A regret is something you wish you had done. Something you wish you had done, but you didn't. I don't like having regrets. I think having regrets are some of the worst feelings you could have. So I always try to make sure I do the things I want to do so I don't have regrets. I don't want to have lifelong regrets. I want to fulfill my lifelong wishes, dreams, desires, and I guess that's it. Wishes, dreams, desires, goals. That was the other one, goals. Okay, a bucket list. This became very popular with a movie. I don't know if I had heard the expression before the movie. When you kick the bucket, it's another way of saying you die. A very casual slang way of saying you die. To kick the bucket. This means to die. It's not very commonly used. It might be considered a little disrespectful to say something like my friend kicked the bucket, which means my friend died. But this expression comes from the list of things that you want to do, your goals, your wishes, your desires, the list of things you want to do before you kick the bucket, before you die. That's called your bucket list. So on her mother's bucket list, she wanted to meet her American pen pal, pen friend. It was one of her lifelong regrets that they had never met in person. So remember, a regret is when you say like, oh, I wish I had applied to that job. I wish I had moved to another country. I wish I had spent more time improving my English. Let's continue. It was very emotional when they met. When something is described as emotional, it means it produces very strong feelings in you. Women tend to show these feelings by crying. So you can imagine they probably were crying, but in this case, they were tears of happiness because they're meeting for the first time. It was very emotional when they met, she added. I was quite choked up when they hugged for the first time. When you get choked up, to get or to become, to be, in this case it's be, choked up, it means emotional. It's another way of saying emotional. So perhaps it's your retirement party, and after working for this company for 50 years, you're giving a speech and you're saying goodbye to all of your coworkers, and as you're saying goodbye, you might get a little choked up. You might have trouble expressing those words because there's a lot of emotion and you're trying not to show that emotion, and that causes you from like getting a little choked up. So it's when you have a lot of emotion, but you also try not to really show that emotion because you might be in the middle of a speech, for example. I was quite choked up when they hugged for the first time. So the daughter is watching the two women. Remember, one of them is her mother. It was her lifelong dream to meet this pen pal that she's had for 70 years. And they hug, and the daughter is watching them and like getting choked up, getting emotional. They hit it off instantly and have a lot in common. Oh, I already shared this with you. Woohoo. Now, to hit it off, this is when you get along with someone. When you get along with someone, it means you have a positive relationship with them. So when you hit it off, it means you feel very connected to someone. You feel that you will have a good relationship with someone after meeting them for the first time. And in this case, it is their first time meeting, although they've been communicating for 70 years. They hit it off. So they liked someone and they became friends immediately. They hit it off instantly and have a lot in common. They've been talking nonstop. Nonstop, this is an adverb and it means they've been talking continuously. So the action happens for a long period of time. I have another example here for you. I've been working nonstop, continuously. Now, because this action started in the past and continues until now, you can use the present perfect or the present perfect continuous. Mrs. Gregory and her daughter stayed for 9 days in South Carolina. with much of that time being spent with Mrs. Cross and her family. The two pen pals said they would continue to stay in touch. So remember, stay in touch, or what's the other verb you can use? Stay in touch, or you can keep in touch. Continue to stay in touch, keep in touch through letters and cards. But we're not sure if the meeting would ever be repeated. If something's repeated, of course, it means it happens again. So they're not sure if they'll ever meet in person again, although they do want to maintain their pen pal relationship, their pen palship. And that's the end of the article. And this is an image of the women when they met. And here are some of the letters that they wrote to each other when they could have been 12 or 14 years old. So that must have been really fun to meet each other, to look at these old letters, to talk about their lives. It must have been a very interesting meeting. What about you? Do you have a pen pal? Share that in the comments. And now what I'll do is I'll go to the beginning of the article and I'll read it from start to finish. And this time you can focus on my pronunciation. Pen pals of 70 years meet for first time. A pair of 80-year-old pen pals who have been writing to each other since 1955 have finally fulfilled their lifelong wish to meet in person. Patsy Gregory from Lancashire traveled nearly 4,000 miles to meet Carol Ann Cross in South Carolina, who she began writing to as a 12-year-old. Mrs. Gregory said Mrs. Cross was exactly as she imagined she would be. I recognized her immediately, and it just felt natural, she said. Mrs. Gregory said though the pair had not met before, their lives had taken similar patterns. We're both the same age and got married around the same time and have 3 children, she said. We started in pencil, moved on to ink, then typing, and now we can email and stay in touch on social media, she said. It's come a long way. Mrs. Gregory's trip was organized by her 3 children as a special gift for her 80th birthday, and her daughter Steph Callum accompanied her for the journey. Mom has always wanted to meet her American pen friend, Miss Callum said. She said the meeting had been on her mother's bucket list, as it was one of her lifelong regrets that they had never met in person. It was very emotional when they met, she added. I was quite choked up when they hugged for the first time. They hit it off instantly and have a lot in common. They've been talking nonstop. Mrs. Gregory and her daughter stayed for 9 days in South Carolina, with much of that time being spent with Mrs. Cross and her family. The 2 pen pals said they would continue to stay in touch through letters and cards, but were not sure if the meeting would ever be repeated. First, I'll read the headline. A 12-year-old girl from Ottawa is making history as Canada's youngest ever university graduate. This is an inspiring story about this young lady. Now, Ottawa is Canada's capital city, Ottawa, and she is the youngest ever university graduate. Notice here how they added ever. Here, ever is simply used to emphasize, because you could get rid of it and say she's making history as Canada's youngest university graduate. When you add ever, it really just emphasizes it. Youngest ever university graduate. Another example, she was the first woman ever to win a prize. Again, without ever, the sentence still makes sense. She was the first woman to win a prize, the first woman ever to win a prize. So you can add that to emphasize. And notice here, a 12-year-old. You may notice that there is no S on year because this is functioning as an adjective, and adjectives don't have a singular or plural form, and that's why. If you're stating her age, you need to add the S. You would say she is 12 years old. So you absolutely need to add that S on years when you're stating someone's age, but here it's being used as an adjective to describe what type of girl she is. A girl from Ottawa, a 12-year-old girl. It gives more information to our noun. Let's continue. And this is the adorable, genius 12-year-old girl. Athea Grace Patricia Dennis, that's her name. Athea Grace Patricia Dennis is not your typical 12-year-old. Again, this is an adjective, so there is no S. She's not your typical 12-year-old. She's a child prodigy who's about to become the youngest Canadian to ever graduate from university. Again, you could say to graduate from university, but here ever to emphasize. Ever graduate from university with a bachelor's degree in biomedical science. So this is her degree, biomedical science. And notice you have a degree in something. Degree in biomedical science. If you're listing the subject, you might say, I have a Bachelor of Arts. This is the title of it, Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Science. But they're being more specific. They're listing the field here, biomedical science. She doesn't have a Bachelor of biomedical science. She has a Bachelor of Science, but then biomedical science is her field. So you can use in when you state more information. This is the category science, but then this is the specific field within science. So in biomedical science. Let's continue. She started the program when she was 9. Here, this is not an adjective. She was 9. But if you were to write this, you can say she was 9 years old, because there are two correct ways in English to say age. You can simply say she was 9. This is correct. She was 9 years old. This is correct. How about this? She was 9 years. Is this an option? What do you think? This is not correct. So I'm going to put a frowny face. This is not correct because you can't end on years. You have to add old if you want to use years, or you can drop both and just end on the number. So she was 9 years with an S. She was 9, and those are your only two options. This is not an option. So I'll put an X beside it as well. So you know, this is not an option. She started the program when she was 9 or 9 years old, at a time when most of her peers were playing games at recess. Let's look at peers. This is a noun. Right now you can see it is in plural form, peers. Her peers are people who are her same age, people who are in the same school as her for a typical 9-year-old. So her peers are not university students, because that is not typical, the group of people a 9-year-old would typically interact with. So your peers are a group of people who you would typically interact with either in a social context, a family context, or a business context as well. You can have one peer and it can be singular, or you can have peers with an S, which represents a group. As an example, a parent might say, are you inviting your peers to your party? Maybe it's your birthday party. And then a typical 9-year-old, her peers would be the other students in her class, or maybe her friends from her dance club or from her soccer club, a group that she belongs to. So you can say peers. You could also say classmates to your party, because in this case, a 9-year-old's classmates are her peers. It's the group of people she would normally interact with. And recess. Recess is a break you get in between classes. And generally during recess, you go outside and you're physical. You play, you run around and you play. It is a kid's favorite part of the day is recess. So you might have your classes in the morning, you have math, science, geography, and then you get a 15-minute recess or a break, and then you get to go outside and play. So for kids in school, they call it recess. For adults in the workplace, we generally call it a break. We don't use the term recess. So this is a break for kids. A break for kids in school during the school day. A break for kids in school during the school day. Favorite part of the day, recess. Let's continue. Being a preteen in an intensive university program has come with a unique set of challenges. Okay, a preteen. Do you know who they're describing? A preteen. Well, they're describing her because she graduated or is going to graduate at 12 years old. A teenager, teen is when you become 13, okay? So 13 to 19, you're a teenager, because your age ends in teen, 13, 14, 19. So preteen is right before you become a teenager. So when you're 12, you're a preteen. You're almost a teenager. So most likely it would be 11 to 12 years old. 11 to 12. You're a preteen. And then once you hit 13, you're not a preteen, you're a teenager. So being a preteen and in an intensive university program has come with a unique set of challenges. Patricia Dennis has dealt with preconceived notions. Preconceived means that it was conceived, formed too early. Too early because there wasn't enough thought or knowledge to form your opinion or your idea. So the notion here, a preconceived notion, in this case, this is an expression, a preconceived notion, and notion represents an idea or an opinion that was formed too early. So you didn't take enough time, you didn't have enough knowledge, you didn't do enough research to form that opinion. So notion represents idea or opinion. So this young lady, this 12-year-old, this preteen in university is dealing with a lot of people who have preconceived notions. So you can imagine if you were 20, 22, and you were walking down the hallway and you saw a 12-year-old in a university, most likely you instantly have an opinion about that because you didn't take enough time to think about it or really consider it. So that might be your preconceived notion. And expectations from others about how she is going to look, talk, and act based on her age. Now, this is something that non-native speakers have to deal with a lot. Other people having preconceived notions about their skills or abilities simply because they might have an accent or they might make a grammar mistake, right? Let's continue. My advice, this is coming from Patricia Dennis, the young lady. My advice for people who are also young, gifted, smart, talented, don't let other people's expectations bring you down. When something brings you down, it's bringing down your emotions. So it's taking you from positive emotions to more negative emotions. And in this case, the something is other people's expectations. So Patricia Dennis is excited to be in school. She's happy, so she has positive emotion. But then she has to deal with these expectations and preconceived notions from her peers who really aren't her peers because they're 22 and she's 12, right? But they are her peers because they're in the same class. But it's a different situation. And that is bringing her down. So taking her from excited and happy to not as happy. So this happens a lot. When something brings you down, you might say, don't let that grammar mistake bring you down. So you might be really enthusiastic about studying English, feeling really good about your English level, and then you make a grammar mistake and your enthusiasm or your positive feelings go down. Or you're trying to have a conversation with someone and you're really excited and they say, I'm sorry, I can't understand you. And that comment brings you down. Or you're watching a movie and you were feeling really happy, but then the movie was sad and the movie brought you down. So took your emotions from positive to negative. That's when something brings you down. Let me write that. So something brings you down. Something brings you down. The something takes you from positive to negative. And I'll put emotion because this really is about how you feel, your emotions. All right. Let's continue on. The highlight of her university career so far was completing a 40-page thesis. So here we have again, 40-page, but this is functioning as an adjective. So we don't have an S. What if you took this information and you wrote it in a way that 40-page was not an adjective and it in fact had an S? How would you change those? So I might say she completed, that's our verb here. She completed a thesis that was 40 pages. 40 pages. Or simply you could say her thesis was 40 pages. Her thesis was 40 pages long. Just like you would say, my book that you're reading, my book is 200 pages long. My book is 200 pages long. So in this case, this is not an adjective, it's a noun, so you add the S. The highlight, this is the most memorable, the most important part, the highlight of something. So here's a fun expression you can complete. The highlight of my last vacation was, and then you can share the highlight. But notice here, what do you have? Was, and then this is a verb in ing. So you might say was seeing, was meeting, was climbing. Maybe you climbed a mountain. Was eating. Was what? Was taking. So notice our verb in ing. So this is a fun expression. Finish that in the comments below, and I can't wait to hear what your highlight was of your last vacation. And if you haven't been on a vacation in a long time, you can change this to weekend. The highlight of my weekend was, so feel free to change that if vacation is not relevant to you. So highlight, most important or most memorable part. I'll write that for you. Most important, memorable. Important, memorable. And remember the structure, the highlight of, and then whatever it is, my last vacation. Let's continue. The highlight of her university career so far was completing a 40-page thesis on the relationship between handedness and functional activity in the cerebellum. The cerebellum is a part of your brain. I'll be honest, I don't know where the cerebellum is. It's somewhere. If you know where it is, you can share that in the comments. Or if you know what the cerebellum does, I'm not exactly sure because I am not a bioscientist like this 12-year-old is. But that's what she wrote her thesis on. Very advanced topic, isn't it? The paper concluded that connectivity between the brain and hand is significantly different for people who are right-handed versus those who are left-handed. That's very interesting because I am left-handed. You may not have known that about me, but I am left-handed. What about you? Are you right-handed or left-handed? Most likely you're right-handed. Most people are. But where are my fellow lefties out there? Share in the comments. And notice, I am right-handed. I am left-handed. I am right-handed. So that's what you can say. I am right-handed. I am left-handed. You can also say I'm a lefty. This is the casual way of saying left-handed. I'm a lefty. It's a very casual way of saying it. It's not slang. It's just casual. I'm a lefty. Or I guess you can say I'm a righty. I've never said that because I'm not a righty. I'm a lefty. I'm a righty. I'm a lefty. What about you? Are you a righty or a lefty? You can put that in the comments. All right. Right-handed and left-handed. When she's not researching or writing about the brain, Patricia Dennis is a very good violinist, her mom said. Wow, she's also a violinist. That's impressive. She also loves playing with her cats and binge watching TV shows. Binge watching. When you binge watch, it means you watch many episodes at one time. So you don't just watch one episode, you watch 10 episodes or 5 episodes. You binge watch. You watch many. Watch many. So do you ever binge watch my lessons instead of just watching one lesson and then you go do something else? Or do you sit here and watch again and another lesson and a different lesson and another lesson? Do you binge watch the lessons? That would be a compliment if you do, so let me know. And she's interested in continuing her research on functional activity in the cerebellum, somewhere in the brain. And notice here, to be interested in. This is such a common expression in English, but I still see so many mistakes with this from my advanced students. They either forget the fact that there's the verb to be with this expression, or they put interesting instead of interested, or they forget the preposition in. And if you have a verb that follows it, the verb needs to be an ing. So let's take a moment to practice this because it's such a common expression in English. To be interested in, and then you can have a noun or a gerund. You might say, What's something that you're interested in? Share that in the comments. I'm interested in finding out where the cerebellum is. I'm interested in learning more about the cerebellum. I'm going to say that. In learning more about the cerebellum. To be, this is my verb to be. Interested, always with ed. This does not change. In, and then because I have a verb, it's ing. Now, maybe this was 2 years ago. Oh, 2 years ago, I was interested in learning more about the cerebellum because your verb to be is now in the past. But notice nothing else changes. So take some time, share something that you're interested in the comments below because I see so many mistakes with this very common expression. Let's continue. I'll probably pick it back up when I have my own lab, and I can get people to also do it with me because I'll be in charge, she said. Now, when you have quotations, you know it is a person talking and they're reporting that person's speech. So these are the words of our 12-year-old college graduate. I'll probably means 80% sure. Definitely is more 100%. I'll absolutely 100%. But probably is 80%. Maybe is 50%. So this is about 80%. 80% certain. I'll probably pick it back up. When you pick it back up, it means you continue doing something you previously did. Now, we generally use this for activities, sports, hobbies, and in this case, a research interest, because she's talking about her research. I'll pick it back up, which implies she's not doing the research right now, but she's going to start doing it again. So when you continue doing something you previously did, so you do something, there's a break, you don't do it, and then you do it again, that's pick it back up, okay? So let's say, let me write this first. Start doing something again that you previously did. So let's say you played guitar or soccer, whatever you'd like, when you were 16, okay? 16 maybe to 18 years old. And then 18 to 22, no activities. You were focused on your school and you didn't do any activities other than your school. But then 22, you graduate. So 23, now you can say, I think I'll pick guitar back up again. Or I think I'll pick soccer back up again. Back up again. So you're just going to continue doing it. I'll probably pick it back up when I have my own lab. So what about you? Is there an activity you did? It could be a sport. It could be a hobby, maybe learning a language other than English as well. And then you did it for a while, you stopped. And now, is there anything that you're considering picking back up, starting to do again? Share that in the comments as well. I'll probably pick it back up when I have my own lab and I can get people to also do it with me because I'll be in charge, she said. 12 years old and already wanting to be the boss. I like that. I'll be in charge. To be in charge means that you're in control, you're responsible. So you could say, I'm in charge of this project. So you're in control. It's your responsibility. And sometimes you might call a store because you had a bad experience, a bad customer experience, and you say, I want to talk to someone who's in charge. Who's in charge here? You want to talk to the manager, the person responsible. So you might say that. Who's in charge of this store or this project? And then someone might say, I'm in charge. How can I help you, sir? And hopefully there won't be too much of an issue. And that's the end of our article. Very inspiring to hear about a 12-year-old university graduate. So now what I'll do is I will go to the top and I'll read the article from start to finish. And this time you can focus on my pronunciation. A 12-year-old girl from Ottawa is making history as Canada's youngest ever university graduate. Athea Grace Patricia Dennis is not your typical 12-year-old. She's a child prodigy who's about to become the youngest Canadian to ever graduate from university, with a bachelor's degree in biomedical science. She started the program when she was 9, at a time when most of her peers were playing games at recess. Being a preteen in an intensive university program has come with a unique set of challenges. Patricia Dennis has dealt with preconceived notions and expectations from others about how she is going to look, talk, and act based on her age. My advice for people who are also young, gifted, smart, talented, don't let other people's expectations bring you down, she said. The highlight of her university career so far was completing a 40-page thesis on the relationship between handedness and functional activity in the cerebellum. The paper concluded that connectivity between the brain and hand is significantly different for people who are right-handed versus those who are left-handed. When she's not researching or writing about the brain, Patricia Dennis is a very good violinist, her mom said. She also loves playing with her cats and binge watching TV shows with her family. And she's interested in continuing her research on functional activity in the cerebellum. I'll probably pick it back up when I have my own lab, and I can get people to also do it with me because I'll be in charge, she said.
Did you enjoy this lesson? If you did, put woohoo in the comments so I know you want me to make more lessons just like this. And you can get this free speaking guide where I share 6 tips on how to speak English fluently and confidently right from my website right here, or look for the link in the description. And why don't you get started with your next lesson right now?